run down your road. I thought I'd try and help, but I haven't got much to help you with because I have an empty pit lane. We have obviously still, as you mentioned, those straggling cars, but they haven't really been added to, have they? I mean, apart from the Duvo car, which has been desperately trying to select neutral. I'm just going to that's the only new entrance to the pits in the last couple of hours, and we know what the problem with that is. And they are now actually underneath the rear of the car. Just looking into, obviously, decided to be a more significant issue getting the gearbox to please select neutral, please select neutral. But that's the only major news. We're going to get a pit stop. This is good news. So tyres are rolling out. This is looks like this is the duo racing, the Mutron team with Phil Key. They'll be coming in from there. They're doing all right, aren't they? The Mutrons, the duo racing team. Where are they overall in the 992 class, Phil?
I think they're running third in. I'm just having a little.
Is that just behind both the FAC Auto Tech?
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look at that. That's where they were previously, and they've been motoring along quite well. Currently, yes, third in class, and well.
It's going to be Sammy getting in.
Yep.
Got a very clean suit. I think this is his first stint where he's got more than one suit.
He has 8 suits.
Yeah,
okay, there's the Mutrans they can swap.
But they actually say that they're quite different sizes, the three of them.
They've got a lot of elastic on the waistband.
Oh well, that's just good preparation of middle age, really, isn't it?
It just is.
Phil, that's just the way it should be. Men get more manly as they get older, or more of a man, anyway.
Dear.
Must be less manly.
Yeah.
Here comes the car. Comes through pit in. The sunrise is now really putting on a bit of a show. We've got some very nice, various shades of light orange reflecting off the stratus clouds, I think they are. They're high and straight.
Yep.
In comes Nabil and hands over to Sammy. I think he's slightly, the impression he may have slightly missed his mark. Oh no, actually what's happening is that the Haas RT team, the Belgian Audi that's doing so well, they are also waiting for a stop. That's Maxime Soule will take over in a second. They've had a conversation as garage sharers. They've moved the pit stop for the Mutrons and Duo about 8 metres further down the pit lane.
There's a little bit more room in pit lane this year, as we notice some of the cars have moved their pits as the support categories have vacated.
Yeah, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 empty pits where they were doing the Clios from 3C, 4A, 4B and 4C, which has been used by a couple of others. There were a couple of other pits that just seemed to be empty, and whether they were done as buffers or the car that was supposed to be there didn't turn up, had problems, whatever. We've also had a couple of teams lose their entire entries. So, for example, the 8 Hapt racing team, both their cars are out, that garage is shut. So we aren't having, at this first sort of half of the pit lane, any problems. We get down the WRT end with the Ferrari and everything else. It's blooming busy, Phil. You know, this is the real kind of cars coming in at jaunty angles so they can't get in. Here goes Mathieu Dutré. Oops. Frightened me there, but puts the thing onto the marks. Soule gets him out. Car looking pretty good. It's showing a bit of wear and tear on the front. There's various bits of the wrap have been knocked off by debris, but no actual damage. The car, there's some white. But obviously at this point now, even with the reduced car count, there's a lot of debris on the track. A lot of tyre marbles and odds and spits and bobs of car, so they're going to go wipe. And they are very, very good. All the teams are very good because they come out, they'll be very popular with your mum. They come out and they'll sweep away all their rubbish and put it in a nice dustpan and brush and throw it away. So you actually look at the pit lane, the actual concrete of the pit lane, apart from it's obviously got tyre marks from people flooring it, as we saw Maxime do, but all the debris is gone. So it's kind of a team view. We're having no debris on this.
Yep.
So 1 garage, 2 stops, and no incident.
Indeed, the 21 car, the Haas RT car, running in 5th position outright at the moment in the GT3 category, heading down into the fuel bowsers now. can get that stop out of the way. That'll be their 24th pit stop with 7 hours 48 minutes to go. Bill Matran and taking that down to the fuel station as well for the running third in that 992 category. And they've been in third for a few hours now, which makes it their strategy is coming around. They drop back down the field in the early part of the race, but experts at night racing, and they've made up some places during the night through good driving and some others having some misfortune as we wait for them to leave the fuel station. Jens Klingman still out in the lead in the Team WRT. 419 laps completed, 418 for Daniel Alleman in the Herbert Motorsport car, and then just looking at 416 for the Grove Racing car. That's been swapping places with the Team WRT, so our two leaders are swapping places, and Grove and Team WRT, Sean Gallel at the wheel of that one at this time. Just changing places. So we've got the battle for first and second, the battle for second and third. That's for GT3, and that Pro-Am car, the 91 car, in second position. It just goes to show that if you have a very good Pro-Am driver lineup, you can battle it out with the pros. And we'll just have a look at that driver lineup for the 91 Herbert Motorsport car. Ralph Bond, Daniel Alleman, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer. One Pro, one Am, one Am Plus, and one Semi-Pro. What do you got for us, Nick?
I'll just talk about the Herbert team, and that is the team that for many years dominated this championship.
Yes.
It's always there or thereabouts, and this is their A team. I mean, obviously they're all aging out together because they've been doing it for 10 years or so as the 92 Herbert car. That's the American race that is run by Herbert. I think that one's just going for fuel. But of course, we don't see those four together very often. As you know, the 92 is going in for a full service actually, so it just died at the last moment. The 91 car, it's rare. Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer have a lot of other commitments, both team management and in other Porsche roles, including at the NLS and that sort of thing. Robert Renauer, of course, I think twice won, certainly once, may have twice won Porsche Driver of the Year, which is the best performing non-works or non-junior Porsche driver. I think he got that 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
The points he accrued in NLS and here in Creventic. So some great drivers. Alleman and Bond, are very good amateurs, very experienced. Know what they're doing, have done the tracks, and they are pretty much like the same sort of metronomic level of reliability and pace as your Espen Labs and your Shane Lewises. So you get people like that, and then you put the brothers together who are very quick. Certainly Alfred's a very quick semi-pro, and you've got a chance. But as they said when we spoke to Alfred a moment ago, Phil, they are now going to run through a period of time with the two gentlemen drivers, Ralph and Daniel, and then they'll see where they are before they can rotate back into the brothers, who are the quicker drivers as well. Okay, so in has come the 931. That's the kind of, well, it's the HRT performance. The design of the wrap is much to me like the wallpaper on an Indian restaurant in the late 80s. It's not Fleck, which would make it even better. Have you seen those sort of Fleck wraps you can get now?
Yes, indeed,
yeah. How you wash them, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. But they haven't gone Fleck, but the gold leaf and scrolling does look very much like it would be much more suited to a relatively mid-priced Indian restaurant somewhere in a market town, perhaps Cheltenham, or have a night as a Porsche, so we'll say Cheltenham. But the HRT team do a very good stop, and let's see if I can work out who got in that 932 car.
Fidel Leb got out of it.
It was the Mr. Patamba. He's in Emirati, I think. So
let me have a little look.
A lot of these flags locally look very similar. I'm looking at a very obscure angle at him. with the 931.
It may be the South African fan because
have I got that horribly wrong?
Bamber.
Yeah. You know what? I've looked at the printing, and the printing. It's right. It's half me and half the printing. That's very much a South African flag up there, but it does appear to have missed one of the overlay colours. Didn't happen in some way, but I've made them. So where's South Africa? So he's in there. The KTM, the Razoon More Than Racing Machine, the beautiful white and red car. It's not a McLaren, Phil, and I've made that mistake too. Is in for a stop, and this is now a bit more serious. They have the computer connected, so that's got some issues. Looking at the Motec dash, and once again the engineer has dived into the engine to do a quick oil check. So they're keeping a very, very weather eye on the oil consumption of this engine.
Well, we did have a big problem with it in Kuwait, didn't we? Because part of the engine decided it didn't want to be inside anymore.
That's never good. I've always thought if you can keep all the inside parts of the engine inside the engine, you have a significant better chance of success than if a conrod sitting on the floor. But they are, they're monitoring it very carefully, and they've decided to take a few seconds each shot to do that. That's certainly paying off. They're just
tape going on there.
They're doing some tape management. It's one of the pipes. I'm not sure whether it's a pipe. I think it's a cooling pipe. I think it's a person cooling pipe or a brake cooling pipe. But at the front of the car, they are still having a good old shifty at what's going on inside. So I wonder if it's another car that's a little bit tired of electrics or gearbox. They seem to think things are all right. They're waving back, giving it no. Here we go. The roof's down, car's down. Can they fire it? They can. Driver ID is 5. Is that Ernst Kirschmeier in the car?
Possibly.
5, and it would make sense if he was number 5, but you can't tell. They may have got a kooky way of changing it round. That car's gone. But they're quite comfortably leading GPX, aren't they? So they can afford to GTX, sorry. So they can afford to have a good old structured look at things. One of their rivals in GTX is also coming towards me, Phil. That's the Vortex. It's they are identicals. Have to wait till he goes past me. I can read the door number. It's a 701. But I'm more trouble than the 702.
Indeed, Philip Benoil at the wheel of that one as he comes into the pits. Third position in GTX, just looking at the second position in GTX on 368 laps and 386. So the KTM's got a comfortable 20-lap lead over the Vortex in second position at the moment.
So that's about, what, 40 at their pace. That's nearly 45 minutes. So they certainly now, even though we are still many hours, how am I, 8 a bit hours to go, 7 a bit hours?
7:40 to go.
Yeah, you can start being very structured with your pit stop. You absolutely go zero risk at this point. So they are going to be looking at things. I assume at this point they'll be into car conservation mode, waiting for another stop. These stops are coming nicely spaced out now, aren't they?
Yeah,
so the last thing we need is that which might ruin that. So
okay, we're not going to go there. Just a couple of cars in the pits at the moment with the 701 and the 907.
So we're going to pick up I'm not sure who this next one is. It's Solenko. So who's that guy? Is this the... Oh yes, it's the Century Motorsport, the 429 car, be coming in a minute.
Okay.
Chris Salakid about to get in. Not sure who's in the car.
Lewis Plato is in the car at the moment. And it just entering the pits now.
So this will be a full service. It'll be a little bit slower than the ones we've seen because, of course, GT4s have the 5-nut wheels, not the centre lock. So it's whiz. And that's, of course, the exception to that rule, of course, is the McLaren. The McLaren GT4 has centre locks because that's what the road car comes with. And they can't fit the 5 nuts. Now, there was always kind of concept that these are a disadvantage or they have to weight extra, but whenever I've seen a McLaren GT4, they just go, ha-ha! And they whiz it off, put a new one in and go, lucky old us. But perhaps there's some sort of penalty that's applied in fuel or something else.
Now, 429 running third in the GT4 category at the moment.
So coming towards me now, I think this might be our leader. It is the big McDonald's, and they're loving it up front, I can tell you. 0-7, or just a flat 7, of course. Yeah, Jens Klinman comes in, and it's a full service for Jens. Driver change.
22nd stop.
Leapt on by about 9 people.
Oh.
Last time they stopped, they actually had what I think the perfect stop. They finished the 4th tyre and dropped away the driver. This time I think they might not be quite so quick. It's a bit slower getting the car in. Wheels are ready. I need to avoid being run over. Thank you, Seb, who pointed out whilst I was admiring the WRT stop, I was also going to get run over by a central motorsport. Let's go and have a quick word with Lewis Plato in the central motorsport. Whereabouts are they overall at the moment, Phil?
Just having a quick look at that one. Lewis Plato, 34th overall, currently 3rd in the GT4 category.
And I have him with us. Lewis, you had that session, which was one of the glory sessions, going into the light. I mean, is it easier to drive from darkness to light or from light to darkness?
That's a really good question. I didn't actually do the light to dark stint, and I haven't done previously, so I probably can't comment on that. But seeing obviously the sunrise come up there was really nice. Start to see your apexes a little bit easier again, and just makes our life a little bit easier in the cockpit.
Come in with the car 3rd in GT4. I mean, how's the race gone for the team overall? Give us kind of a summation of the first 17 hours or so.
Well, our primary objective of coming here was for all 4 drivers to get used to the car, work as a team. We're all new. I'm new to Century, and so is Carl, to get ready for our other championship, and obviously just fantastic track time. We had a very productive actually testing on Thursday, Friday. Unfortunately, contact early in the race with one of the other drivers. We had to do front right suspension change, so we lost about 20 laps or so. But the car feels fantastic now. It's all back together, and it's all going along nicely. So hopefully, just keep it going to the finish.
So, what are the plans for Century for this season?
For us and our team in particular, we're running in the British GT4 Championship in the new BMW M4 GT4, and yeah, so that's our sort of primary objective with myself and Carlos and Michael and Chris.
Good stuff. So, a few hours to go. I take it you'll get another go before the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be jumping in again, maybe another hour or 2, and yeah, we'll let one of the other guys go to the finish.
Well, best of luck to holding on to that podium. Thanks, Lewis.
Thank you.
Lewis Plato down there getting out of the Century Motorsport car, sharing that car with Carl Cavers, Chris Suckold and Michael Johnson. And Chris Suckold and Lewis being the semi-pros as the 911 comes into pit lane.
Racing car, remember?
Yes.
Given that there isn't actually an A, is there? It's RX-CIN.
Yeah.
So it's
Racing. Yes.
Though it's very interesting thing, until you raised that point back in hour 4, I hadn't even noticed. I'd read that about 12 times. My brain had gone, that says racing, Nick, it's fine. But it's having a full, however you spell it, it's having a full service. But not a driver change, so just giving it tyres. It's kind of a worrying wave on the front left side. And the indication it's very small, which is not about the driver, it's about how much meat is left on the pad. So a front left brake pad change for the 911, which will obviously, I'm sure, become a front right brake pad change for 911.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what's interesting, Phil, is it's pretty obvious that everyone is hanging on as long as they can to these pads, because obviously you want to do it, if you can, during a code 60. But what's happened is the race has gone super green, just to the point where people wanted it to be one.
I'm going to upset John here. 3:44 a.m. is when we went green, and it is 7:25 at the moment.
So yeah, so we went green at sort of 12 hours and 40 minutes of running, and normally they'll change these pads between 10 and 14 hours,
yes.
The ideal window. They're all hanging on, think we'll leave it, and then they miss their chance with the code 60, and they thought, well, that's fine, there'll be another one, there'll be loads, and no, 4 hours of green running, and you're stuck on the pit lane having to change it at double time expensiveness. So yeah, it's a disappointment for them, but getting going. We obviously didn't think they'd get another hour out of them, otherwise they would have tried to stretch it in the hope again of that neutralisation of the field.
Yeah.
But they've done a pretty good job at this. I remember one of the things that surprised me most when I came here, despite the fact I'd done a huge amount of endurance racing, I hadn't done any GT3 racing in 2012. I remember walking in and seeing the BMW team do a full brake disc amplifier change on their Z4, and I was absolutely gobsmacked. I'd never seen it. They did the whole thing in about 3.5 minutes, and I know now that the same sort of team could probably do the whole thing in about 2.5 minutes.
Yes.
But I was thinking, I don't believe what I'm seeing. How are they doing that? What's a dry brake system? That's amazing. But, so you can get surprised at all times in this event. And certainly that was one thing that stands out for me from our first visit to Dubai as Radio Show Limited in 2012. This is now our 12th, isn't it? We didn't cut one of them was done remotely.
Yep.
And it's always great to be. Perfect start to the season. I mean, obviously you live here all year, so you don't get the excitement of coming here for the start of the year, do you? It's just another weekend for you, Phil.
Look, it's exciting, Nick, for me, because it is the start of the endurance season and it's at my home, so it makes it even more special for me. And plus, I get the RSL team out here.
Oh, that's it. Yes, you get to see me.
Exactly. and Joe and
right, there isn't the others.
The responsible adult, of course, who keeps us all in line, which is fantastic. But it's a great start, and I'm so envious of the team heading off to Daytona next week, and then 2 weekends in Daytona, and then I'm the only Aussie on the team, and I'm not going to Bathurst. I'm just a little dirty, but that's okay. I'll get over it eventually.
This is the expat life for you, you see.
Exactly. I've been away for far too long. Herbert Motorsport back in the lead again, the 91 car after the pit stops, and that is the flip-flop of the lead that has been happening hour upon hour since midnight. So 91 in the lead, 7 back to in the second position. So Mohammed Fahad Al-Assad in the 7 car, Daniel Alleman in the 91 car, Grove Racing back up into third position in the 10 car. And then it's Team WRT, Sean Galel at the wheel of the 46 car. Then Maxime Souley in the House RT, the number 21. The first of the Audis, 5th in GT3. 422 laps done for him, 426 from our new leader, and the gap between the 10 car in third and the 46 car in fourth is just 11 seconds at the moment, and they're both lapping in the mid 202s. So it's that the front four have just been constantly swapping positions for the last at least 7.5 hours, which just shows how tight it is up the top. The Pure Racing is heading back out onto the track, the 911. It looks like it's Joe Strum at the wheel, unless they haven't done the driver changeover in the cockpit. They need to do that. I didn't know if they. Nick, do you know if the 911 did a driver change? Did you see anything down there? If not, it's fine. I'll wait and see if that.
No, they didn't. They were trying to do a fast stop and then realised they had no brake disc meat, brake pad meat. Okay. And thought, well, possibly not a good idea sending him out with no brakes. So all right, we'll do those, but he can still get his second run. And of course, that time spent stationary having the disc change do not count towards his drive time. So
exactly, that's fine. And it is officially daylight because the track lighting has been switched off.
That sounds like very much like a local council in Cleveland.
It does.
Exact moment, isn't it? Oh, sorry, no. It's like when they used to turn the heating off on the 1st of April in all the buildings in the UK, the government building in the UK. So on the 1st of April, you had an entire population with chill blames.
Oh, I don't know what that is. I've never lived in a cold climate.
All right, calm down.
Just under 7.5 hours to go here at the 18th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, powered by Hankook. And round 2 of the Middle East Trophy, as round 3 will happen next weekend down at the Yas Marina circuit with the Hankook 6-hour of Abu Dhabi. And looks like the weather's going to hold off for us and have 2 lovely weekends of racing under sunshine and temperate weather.
Yeah, because I actually arrived here last Saturday, and it was biblical rain.
Yes.
I would have not been surprised to see a large wooden boat floating out, I can tell you.
Well, that's actually parked across from John's Hotel.
That is true, actually. They do have an arc over there. I'm not sure how many cubits it is. But it was really, really, really heavy rain. So the rain was so heavy, we had to change hotel rooms because our original hotel room was leaking through the roof.
Well, on Saturday morning, we went to the cinema to see Way of the Water, and we came out. We had to go out through the emergency exit because the mall had flooded down the Batuta.
You've got to say that James Cameron knows how to give you an immersive experience, doesn't he?
It was indeed. Amazing stuff. Oh dear. Yeah, about an hour too long, but we won't discuss that. So the 955 is in.
That's the EB Motorsports by Vinny Motorsports by EB Motors.
Yep.
How are they doing? They're normally running
5th in the 992 category at the moment, 20th overall, Nick.
They must have had a problem at some point whilst I wasn't on. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, I had them come in on a lap about 142 with a gearbox, with possibly a gearbox issue. So.
Right.
But they're still circulating.
Many laps down?
They're on 404 laps, leaders on 428.
Oh, right, yes, they've lost the best part of an hour, haven't they, at some point?
Exactly,
now,
yeah.
If you remember, they were having issues with the differential, and they had changed gearboxes just before the start of qualifying, so they're also having to do an expensive brake pad change on the apron. So they have obviously didn't manage to actually solve all of their problems with the gearbox. And it's a bit unfortunate, they're a fast team. Here comes the FAC Autotech number 962, who I assume are the second place car. Phil?
Just having a little look at the 962. That is the first place car, the 962. Yes, it is.
I saw him get in, now I've seen him get out. In the interim, I didn't realise that the teammate car had been through. So this car, FAC Autotech, a very, very, very experienced team. And it surprised me they're running cup cars and not GT3s. There's obviously a financial imperative behind that.
Yeah.
Their team drivers will play. Whereas Larry Tenford very much in the Porsche family and the Porsche hierarchy. He's the multiple Supercup champion.
Let me just have a little look-see at his. Yeah, he's second in the Porsche Mobile Super Cup, first Carrera Cup Germany 21, first Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup in 2021. Yeah, he's got some serious Porsche credentials.
So he's quite aware how to pedal a cup car. Then
he can pedal the Porker very, very well.
So they've managed to hire some good. The EB car about to leave. I think they changed the front gears, but there's a slightly different problem. They got to the point where they were leaning over it in a disc-like changing-like fashion. I assumed they were doing it.
Did we do it this one or did we do it next one? Yeah.
They did the whole squirrel thing when Larry Tenford turned up.
Yes.
And I don't think they did it at the end. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Larry and just wander into the pit lane. He's taking his hat off now, which is always
nice.
a good sign. Just routing. Larry, he's coming out with us for a quick chat about FAC Autotech and the performance. With Larry Tenford. I mean, Larry, we were just discussing, when it comes to these cup cars, you really are the man to have, the expert, the Super Cup champion. But are these cars in endurance spec very different from the Super Cup spec?
I think, yes, in the end it's the same car, only now we have different tires, and like in Super Cup or Carrera Cup, we're driving now with Hankooks. So it's a little bit of a different balance in the car. Yeah, and it's not a sprint race, it's a 24-hour race, so also at the start you have to be really careful. And now just getting the laps in and to stay out of trouble. It's going in a really good direction. Team FAC Autotech is doing a really good job with 1 and 2 at the moment. Yeah, but still a few hours to go, so nothing to celebrate at the moment. Just had my stint. I need to say slowly I get a bit tired. Did some laps already, and now Gavi's in the car, and he's going to do a good job.
So we know you for Carrera Cup and Super Cup, but how much endurance racing experience do you have?
Yeah, so it's not my 4th time in the Dubai, 24 hours. Always drove on a cup car. I have already some experience in WRC. I drove with Ben Keating, Gio Perfetti, Matteo Caroli, Jeroen Blekemolen, big names. Could drive to 24 hours of Le Mans, so yeah. I need to say I have a few...
so quite a bit then, really.
Yeah, quite a bit on my name.
Yeah, the whole thing. So looking when you get into the Dubai circuit, I mean, how does this track compare with the other circuits you know? Is it a good track for the 992?
Yeah, I like it really. It has really technical corners. It has a lot of quick corners, but also corners where you have to really slow down and also to be careful because everyone is going to slow down. And in the back, sometimes there's a little bit of overshoot, like in the hairpin. But I really love the track. Some curves are really aggressive. You have to take care because you want to keep the car alive. And some curves you can take a little bit more. And I think in the beginning of the race we saw some track limits. So I think that are the curves you can take the most.
Yeah, you always curb they keep you a penalty. Larry, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Tenforte down there with Nick Damon in the pits from the leading 992 category car, the 962, down in the fuel bay at the moment. Sister car not too far behind that at the moment, around about 1 lap separating the two Autotech cars.
Shane Lewis has just been in for the 85 CP racing car. I think that was just tyres, maybe a driver change, because I was again chatting to Larry, so we can check that when they come out of the fielding if Shane's got out. Oh, we've got rain. We've got rain, Phil.
Yeah.
It is spitting in the pit lane. This could be a bit of a mover and shaker. It doesn't look much like rain. Oh, look, rainbow. How lovely.
There you
Up
go.
above the streets and houses, rainbow climbing high. You won't
And
know that. It's a 70s TV program.
Yes, it was forecast for light showers.
We are having a light shower, which is now causing consternation in the pit lane.
Oh, yes.
The clouds, as an Englishman, the clouds don't look very rainy to me, but I have experienced how Dubai clouds are not the same.
No, they're not. Okay, sometimes you can't see them and it rains. Which,
It's got the smell of rain. Yes, at the moment, this is doing nothing but lightly cooling down the surface. There's no way this is affecting gripping whatsoever at any point. To prove that point, the 3rd place overall car, the Grove Racing, was 3rd when it came in, sorry, the Grove Racing car has come past me.
Brendan Grove got out of that car. So
I think that Earl's getting back in it, because I saw him suiting and booting when I was down there a minute ago. The rain is now not raining anymore, so it had a light splattering, but the rainbow's still there, so it's raining somewhere locally.
yeah, that weather is moving away from us, so where that rainbow is, thankfully, and it'll burn off once the sun really kicks in.
So is it quite common to get a shower in the morning here then?
When the sun comes up, and because we do a lot of cloud seeding here in this part of the world, when the weather conditions are right out over the ocean, and what happens when the sun comes up, it heats the particles up in the atmosphere, and as you can see, when the sun was below the horizon and we could see, and you said it, there was some light cumulocirrus clouds, or cumulostratus clouds, but not a full cloud. And now you have a look at what the sky looks like. There's quite a bit of cloud. So the sun's heated that up, and then that's turned those particles into clouds, which then convert them into rain.
There we are, and next week Phil will be replacing Neil deGrasse Tyson in several How It Works worlds, but no, there is a lot of clouds in here.
Yeah.
I can go back the race, back into pit entries. I can see the Paulson Motorsport GT3 getting a full service, and they're also doing brakes as well, so the GT3s are doing brakes.
Yeah, sun's up, brake change.
Yeah, they've all waited for somebody else to throw it off the track, and they've singly refused to do it. Oh, someone's wheeled out wets. That was very optimistic. I mean, I'm impressed they're even mounted, to be honest.
I'm just trying to grab the weather radar at the moment to find my radar picture, but it's nothing's showing at this stage, and I don't have any real warnings. Just a light shower.
What has happened is the temperature's dropped 2 or 3 degrees. So, or perhaps it's actually, oddly, it's rained. It may have dropped the humidity. But suddenly it's a little bit chilly, and I'm thinking, oh, should I have taken that jacket off earlier? But it's not, don't worry, I'll survive. But in has come the 930, the QMMF car. Albassi's got out, and I'm not sure who's got in. There they go. Did you say that Abdullah Albassi was the team manager? Phil?
I'm not too sure.
We know, no one was telling them what they're doing next, but someone must know.
So, exactly.
979 also in the pits. Behind it, that's still the Pulsar car, still getting its brakes changed. So slightly longer. So the man who bought the wet tyres out has been told you're a fool. He's had to roll them back in again. But of course, we have seen rain here. We did see an event in 2020 be completely abandoned after 7.5 hours. And we did see the track flooded to about 6 feet.
Yes, we had a jet ski in pit lane. That's the only way you could traverse it.
I've got the pictures on my phone. And if I ever want to amaze anybody, I go, you know how Dubai is a desert? Well, this is Dubai as well. And it was an absolute, very unfortunate, but you know, the whole, realistically, 2020 as a whole was unfortunate, so we'll just forget about it.
Yeah. Indeed, 17.3 degrees at the moment, 71% humidity here at Dubai Autodrome. And the wind dropped down markedly from yesterday. It's quite still out there at the moment. And Nick feeling the chill down in pit lane.
Oh, it's terrible. I've got...
Sorry, mate.
Consumer life choices here. You know, I could be at home where it's -3.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, it's true. This will blow by probably around about 8:39 a.m.
I don't think this is going to be a problem.
No, it's not going to be a problem.
The rainbow is fading, as much as our chances of seeing wet tyres. Here comes the McLaren, Phil. I know it's the McLaren. You know it's the McLaren, because we've finally worked out which car's which.
Oh.
The 76 machine hits its marks. This is the car that's running second in GT3 AM. Realistically, still trying to catch up from a problem very early on the first hour, where a shock absorber was snapped and lost about 3 laps. And once you've lost 3 laps on the 85 of CP Racing, it's very difficult to get those 3 laps back again.
Yeah, they're on around 421 laps at the moment. CP Racing are on 425, so they're about 4 laps to the shy at the moment, with pit stops pending. So yeah, that time, but that was such a quick change to do that. It was 8 minutes or something to change that right rear corner.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a relatively simple, old-fashioned coilover shock and spring combination.
Yes.
It does tend just to be 2 bolts.
Yeah.
Getting at the bolts is quite hard, obviously, because they're next to some very hot things. But it's 2 bolts. Every team will have a set of shocks made up to the correct size. Those bolts are on with all the settings correct. As the Solo Ferrari, the all-French team, number 2 car, Visium goes past me. They're going to go for a full service. Nice and slowly. Yes, they are. They're going to pull in as well. So yeah, it's just a few things going on, but I get the impression, Phil, we're not getting massive changes on the leaderboard.
No, but the top 4 are always just bouncing around each other. Daniel Alleman driving the Herbert Motorsport 91 car in the lead at the moment from Team WRT number 7 car. Now they swap about every hour. Then we have the second of the Team WRT cars, the 46, and they're swapping with the number 10 car, the Grove Racing car, for 3rd and 4th. And that's been happening for 6.5, 7 hours now, that the top 4 are doing their changes, and a little bit of a gap back to the Haas RT car, but Maxime Soulet is not too far, 37 seconds behind the Grove Racing at the moment in 5th position. So some dynamic racing going on the top, and it's all about the pit stops and when they're stopping, and you know, who's going to have to stop for longer to do their disc change and their pad change. Did they do it earlier? Are they going to do it later? because we expect the race to speed up slightly now that we're in daylight. And as we heard, they can see the apexes again, so they can push a little bit harder. And I'm just keeping an eye on the times, because we got down to the 2:01s when I came back in at 5 a.m. We're at the 2:03s now, so it's sort of gone the other way, that now the sun's come out, everybody can sort of see where they are, but they're not going any faster about it.
No, I mean, it may be also, of course, at some point, certainly sunrise and sunset, the track can grease up for some reason. So
well, the humidity has gone up dramatically.
They've got a small amount of water, which shouldn't have affected things, but may have emulsified with the rubbish on the track. So they probably need to give a 10-minute clean-up session, and they'll be up and running again. The 106, the Golf car in the TCR, I love the TCE. The car actually was on pole. Once again, that's been sitting in the pits. It's the 700 miles.
Yes, it is indeed.
I'm sure they've done 700 miles by now, so that's all right. They've not broken the Trade Prescriptions Act. But they had their driver out for a long time, and they weren't doing pads as far as I can tell. They got a problem with actually inside the cars, which is always worrying. They had electrical problems prior to this, and you always sit there, you know. I always feel in this racing that if you clunk something, right, I've clunked that, I've broken that, I can replace it. Oh, that drive shaft's gone, right, I've got a new drive shaft. When it's electrical, you kind of always think, it's never going to end well.
Yeah, where is it? And they're running fourth in the TCR category. They're 80 laps down on third position at the moment for the 700 miles. Mikhail Salenbach at the wheel of the 106.
Yeah, that one, it went wrong for them very early.
Yes.
Say from pole.
Steering it, on lap 10 they were in for their first of their issues.
Yeah, but they are carrying on in the
24-hour racing.
That's what it's all about. You know, they're working through it, and hopefully they're not enjoying it now. They'll enjoy it in retrospect later.
Yeah, looking back on these things is always better than looking at them.
Retroactive enjoyment.
Yes. You pick up all the good bits, and the bad bits, they come to you in your sleep as nightmares. And Herbert Motorsport, 91 car leading the way, 435 laps completed. We've got 7 hours, 11 and a quarter minute, 3/4 minutes to go in this, the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. As it's still very cool out there, 17 degrees, but it makes it easier for the cars to perform. Hopefully we'll get up into the mid-20s by race end at 3 p.m. this afternoon. There's a small crowd in for the breakfast watching.
Sorry about that, Phil. My radio pack went flat. My own fault for not battery. So you've been talking to me the last 30 seconds. I've not been ignoring you. I didn't hear you. There was a very, very good crowd in at the start of the race. The grid was ridiculously full. Trying to get through the tunnel was full. The events around the side were full. The garden was full. So, I mean, I think they managed again to top the numbers they had last year. And the really good thing, Phil, I'm sure you know, it was all families. It was all families who turned up, and more importantly, it was not just expats. There were plenty of what visually looked like locals as well who come with their families too. So they're having a family day out. I doubt they're going to come back today. Let's be honest about this. They probably come for the first 2, 3, 4 hours to enjoy the ambience. But this is how we get them, isn't it? It's how we catch them.
And slowly. John and Joe and I were discussing this, and it's because it's Saturday night, not Friday night, Nick. Yeah. And that was the reason why. That's Friday night's family night at home, not here at the racetrack. So we had all of the local people coming out for their Saturday night out. And we found that out in the tunnel under the track, absolutely packed. When I left at like 11:45 last night, the gold parking was absolutely packed alongside the grandstand. You know, because we're night people here in the Middle East. It's in the summer it's a lot cooler at that time, but it's still a lot to do. Everything was still open in Motor City behind the grandstand where we were sitting at the moment. So everything was still open. It was fantastic. The atmosphere was actually was probably one of the best I've ever seen, I think, Nick. Really, really, really good. 19 coming in to serve a penalty.
MP, isn't he? I'm not sure I think they might actually be doing coming in for a full service as well. It's always 50-50 this time, whether they're actually coming in just for a refuel, or whether they're going to come in and do the whole 9 yards with the driver and the brakes and the tyres. But no, it's really great. It's very good to see families at motor racing and families at endurance racing, and of course people from the local area embracing their local track and their local sport. And it is a full service for MP racing, and there will be a change of a driver. Not quite sure yet. It's actually Bart who's getting out. Bart de Hoist gets out. I try to avoid being run over by the airline, which is giving far too a flamboyant fling round by the mechanic. But I have managed to be that one. Here comes Sean Galale in the 46 car.
Just served a 10-second penalty.
He's coming in. Max Hesse is going to get back in the car again. Which is interesting, because on rotation, that should have been Valentino.
Okay.
So Rossi not getting in, Hesse getting in. You can tell it because Hesse still hasn't got his official, multicoloured fluoro overalls. He's still got his blue overalls. So Sean gets out the car. So a rotation change for the WRT. Max, the now full-time BMW driver. They were BMW juniors last year. They've been promoted to the full team. And he is off and away in the 46 and off to fuel. Now, the interesting thing is, of course, on those two WRTs, of course, it's a battle of the fast food, isn't it?
Yes.
Because Galale has historically always been sponsored by KFC. I think his dad or his parents run a number of KFC franchises over in Malaysia. And he's now obviously being rivaled by... Do you know who brings the McDonald's sponsorship to the 7? I don't know.
I don't know, but I've got the 930 stopped at turn 14, struggling to get going at the moment. He's run it in there, and he's backed up into the barriers. He's not touching the barriers at the moment, but the car's not moving. We've got local yellows up there. I can see the skid marks. He's come off in the braking area at turn 14, and he's run up the hill like what we saw earlier on, but a bit further around from where the Mercedes hit the wall. That car's not moving at the moment. It's in a dangerous area. We have a local yellow at this stage. The car, he's trying to get the car's rolling now down the hill. Is he going to try and bump start? It looks like he's got it going, but obviously, although he has made contact with the wall, because the back left-hand corner of the 930 has got bodywork hanging off. It doesn't look like it's been a big hit, but he'll be coming into the pits as he's able to get that car going again. It was very close.
That was a recent driver change, wasn't he? He's only been in for 3 or 4 laps. There's a few cars coming down here, predicting quite a few cars banking.
Oh, we got another spinner as well out there. The 908 has had a spin as well.
It's spitting lightly here, but I can't believe it's doing that much. In comes, is that the 911 or is that the 91? They're all a similar colour, actually. Work out who it is.
There's quite a few cars coming into the pits at the moment.
I mean, yeah, well, they all thought it was going to be a code 6,
yes,
didn't they?
Yes.
The 408, the Goethe family outing, that's come in. I think the 91's come in from second place, was even from the lead. Yeah, it has.
It has indeed, yes. Daniel Allman at the wheel of that.
Yeah, Ralph Bob will have got in that car. Allman out, so they're burning the time. They're amateur drivers, they said. Didn't get the break on the... code 60. There goes the 117. That's the Audi TCR car that keeps having tape applied to the right of the car.
Yes.
Has the 930 struggled back yet?
Yes, it is. It's just coming into its box now.
We'll walk past a phalanx of other Porsches, including the 925 Huber Motorsport car that's doing a full service. A number of very disappointed people. Huber Motorsport are amongst them. They've got their brakes ready to go. But that damn pesky 930 didn't actually manage to cause a code 60. He just caused a kerfuffle.
Indeed.
Same thing for GP Elite. GP Elite, they've come in here as well, and they're also doing a brake change from a car in the top half dozen. They are doing, of course, the difference between the Cup cars and the GT3. GT3 have a complete dry brake system. They'll do pads and discs, where there's an old-fashioned splitter with just pads for the Cup cars. Another Cup car, the other QMF car comes in. There's the fat car, the 961. And it's still meandering up as whilst this all happened, just to get to see the damage on the 930. Which I think must have been wheeled in, hasn't it?
Yes, it has been pushed backwards into the box.
So I've now reached it, albeit relative speed, I think, to get there. Let's have a look at the 930. Right, so driver's looking a little bit oh yes, he's taken out the rear wing quite impressively.
Yes.
So the left-hand third is broken off. There's a kind of a wavy, that's it sort of look. The rear has crushed. Wondering whether this might be a retirement. They seem quite negative, the mechanics. I don't know. Yeah, he's done quite. Yes, he's holed something at the back.
Oh.
There's a radiator at the back. It looks like it's water that's been holed there. But yeah, so it's got a radiator leak from the back. It's gone in quite hard, actually. You know, I think you know. When you saw it, it looked okay, but I think it's gone in quite high. It's crunched the rear end, which, to be honest, isn't as well protected. I know you think we always talk about the front end of Porsches. Well, they get hit, and then it's quite easy to replace all the bit expensive, but quite easy to replace all the bits. But this is squished. I think what they're trying to look at and see whether it's done any. The crumple zone's gone on that rear left-hand side.
Yeah.
There's going to be a large amount of replacement. I'm wondering whether they're simply going, is this worth it or not? There's a kind of a negative feel, but this often happens as people assess the damage and then go, no, we'll give it a go. We've got 6.5, 7 hours to go. We'll give it a go. They are rolling the thing onto the dolly, so I'll get out of the way. They have a fellow dead car in the 932.
Yep.
When they're moving it out the way, almost looks like they are deciding not to do any more with it.
They were running 24th overall when they hit the wall and 5th in the AM category, and it was Ibrahim Al-Manai that was at the wheel as it backed it into the barrier at turn 14.
So interestingly, they've cleared a space for some reason. I don't know whether they're planning on getting another car in, but there is a space cleared in the garage.
Yeah.
I don't think they're currently trying to get the rear deck off, and yeah, it's going to need a new wing, that's for sure, because it's got a very unbalanced downforce with the outer third not working on the left-hand side. They're suffering from what I think is a general Porsche Carrera problem these days, is you take the rear deck off and you can't see anything apart from a few filler tubes. It's very hard to see the engine on a 911.
Yes.
And they're trying to look under the wing, point it out, see what's going on. I've got the iPhone torch. We have the iPhone torch.
Oh, there we go.
Have the set. It took us a while, but we've got the iPhone torch. So that is the 4 horsemen of the repair apocalypse: the iPhone torch, the tie wrap, the tank tape, and of course the lump hammer. So there we go. All 4 have been observed by Mr. Damon and in his pit walk.
The quintella has been done.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm not overly sure whether they're going to repair this.
Oh, okay.
It's very unloved where it's been shoved across. It's not. They're not. So again, I'm not sure whether this is another car that may or may not be going to Abu Dhabi, and they're thinking, well, that's it for now, and we'll repair it enough to work in the 6 hours next week. But yeah, what it has done, Phil, because it excited everybody by the possibility of a Code 60.
Yes.
They all went, now I've come out and I look onto the pit lane, and it is bereft of vehicles, so it is spitting again on my head.
Okay.
So I'm getting lightly damp, but I have nothing of a car-based nature to talk to you about.
No worries. Thank you very much, Nick Damon, down there. 7 hours to go here at the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. we had a lead change just before the 7 hour clicked over. Mohammed Saad Fahad Al Saad in the Team WRT car took over the lead again from Herbert Motorsport. They've been that lead has been bouncing backwards and forwards nearly 8 hours now, and all on pit strategies. 22 stops done for the Team WRT. The Herbert Motorsport, Ralph Bond driving at the moment, 91 car, 21 stops for them, 19 stops for Earl Bamber and the Grove Racing team in third place. Also having a great battle with the Haas RT Audi R8. 44 seconds separating those on track after, well, it's 8 a.m. in the morning. We started at 3 a.m. yesterday afternoon, so it's a titanic battle going on for the GT3 outright category, and with a GT3 Pro-Am currently in second position. Well, it's and light rain falling at the circuit. Well, it's just spitting really, and momentarily the track is very warm. The sun has come back out again. Light overcast, which is going to burn off, and it'll burn off by the time we get to probably 8:30, 9 o'clock local time this morning. That will have burnt off, and the temperature will be back up into the 20s. Track lighting was turned off at 7:30 this morning. We were under full sunlight by about 7:10. And the cars are making their way. What I've seen is that the lap times, as Nick was saying, the track might have got a little bit greasy when the sun came up and the humidity increased, because it's dropped into the 202s. Around about 5 o'clock this morning, the two lead cars were in the 201s, so maybe a bit more debris out on track, maybe some more marbles out there causing some consternation for the teams. But eyeing off through the classes in the GT3 AM category, Charles Putman at the wheel. CP Racing, 85 car, currently leading that 9th outright at this stage. And the second of the AM cars being the McLaren 720S, 76 Racing in 13th position. And the second of the Pro-Am GT3 is Jason Hart from Herbert Motorsport. What do you have for us down there, Nick?
The Heart of Racing Mercedes in full service on the number 27. Out. I'm not sure I got out there.
That was Gray Newell getting out of that one.
That's right. I'll tell you why, because my eyes are so good, I was reading the wrong set of names. When any of these names in the Heart Race, so Gray Newell got out. Very, very standard stop. And the Heart of Racing Mercedes continues its quite metronomic run. I think it was a problem they had, but I think it wasn't when I was actually on as such. The
27 car, just looking down my list, it was when I was on as well. Currently third in the Pro-Am category.
Doing well then, but it hasn't had any problems, which is running well.
7th outright at the time. Pit lane pretty quiet out there, with a few cars being pushed back into the box, and the one that had the spin, the 930, definitely in the box, and we'll find out a little bit later on.
They're not very bothered about that one.
Okay.
There's an interesting lack of endurance, let's get it back out again going on there. I mean, originally they were taking the, whatever the radiator was broken, they're taking as much of the liquid out as possible before it fell on the garage floor, but realistically, Phil, they haven't got the body language of somebody who can't wait to get that car back again.
Okay. That sort of explains a lot.
I'll walk past them again just to check and see that suddenly there's 80 people working on it. Well, there's 12 people standing around it, so they might decide to do something about it, but they've not given up on it. Just a weird thing was how they moved it to the losers' corner of the garage. That was all. So a bit weird. But they are.
Can you remember what car did they replace? Remember, we had the blue car.
The 93. Oh, that was the other one, not the 930. The other Q.
Okay. Which it was a 929.
Yeah, that had some blue on it.
Yes.
They've replaced that. They've actually wrapped it properly for the race itself. So, so they've been having some fun. I'll just go past the 907 car. That's the newer racing machine, Seb Lejeune Racing, still hasn't managed to select neutral.
Oh,
So they're
it's been a
still
long
working on
time
the
now.
gearbox behind
Yeah.
it. Earl in the Phoenix racing car comes in for a service and is still on this recovery drive due to the issues they had way back in hour 2. But otherwise, that probably one of the favoured cars for a good performance in Pro-Am. That's what they have been doing during the European season
Yeah.
2022.
And currently 5th in Pro-Am in this race. 6 hours, 54 minutes to go. And just keeping an eye out for anybody else coming into the pit lane. Pit lane's been very, it's been almost structured down there. They've been able to let Nick walk around but we're not seeing a lot of cars in at the moment. I think we're middle stint on a lot of them. 443 laps done by our leader, Team WRT, in number 7, Mohammed Fahad Al-Saad. 422 laps for Ralph Bond in the Herbeth Motorsport. Once again, they'll swap spots, read their pit stop strategy. 46 car now down in 5th position, and so the 21 car, due to those pit stops, the Haas RT with Maxime Soulet at the wheel, back up into 4th position, and out chasing Earl Bamber in the Grove Racing car. 47 seconds separates them at the moment. Hello, John Heindorf.
You need to go for some breakfast, I think, Philippe.
Is it nice?
It was not bad at all. The scrambled eggs, quite nice.
Oh, lovely.
Take them from the right-hand end. They're a little softer there.
Oh, thank you very much for that, my friend.
A little bit of bacon, some pastries. So get yourself fueled up to the end of the race. We'll see Phil in a little while. Nick Damon still down in the pit lane. It is. I saw him. I was waving at him through the window. He wasn't watching.
I'm watching now. Wave at me again.
It's no good now.
No.
There you go. Look, I'm waving. I'm waving.
He's waving.
At RSL_studio, everything is now okay, says Alan Prosser. The world can breathe again. The Holy Trinity +1, so that would be the holy quad of endurance motorsport. Hammond, lump hammer, cable ties, duct tape, and now a smartphone. Hashtag, this is endurance.
It certainly is.
Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and so we've got just 6 hours and 50 minutes or thereabouts to go, and this race is absolutely outstanding. Still just ticking over very nicely indeed. The couple of little battles on the circuit which aren't at the moment for position, including the 46 Max Hezzer driven Team WRT BMW. It's gone through turn 11 now, climbing the hill. There were a couple of spits and spots that Nick Damon said would never arrive as I was coming out of breakfast. Enough to wet the paving slabs. So it was not much, in fairness, and it hasn't affected the status of the circuit at all. So Max Hezzer with in behind him Team GP Elite Lucas Groneveld. Now he's 3 laps behind the grey and green car ahead of him, grey and yellow car ahead of him. The KFC branding on the front of that. Over the start-finish line. Lucas Groneveld trying to get at least one of his laps back. Ibrahim Al-Manai in the pit lane for the 6th placed AM car in the Carrera Cup class, the 992 class. So how's your night gone wherever you are? You might still be coming into the night, of course, depending on your time zone. Thought it was rather interesting. So I'll take 5. We had another cool 60. No, still 11.
John,
Yes, Nick, go ahead.
Overnight, just before I disappeared off, we had Ivo Bruyker stating they were going to change the engine and get the 909 out.
Yes.
Did they change their mind about that?
Well, we haven't seen them working on it, to be honest.
Yeah, I've just popped round and it's sitting there looking very clean, in fairness, on its jacks, but no one's working on it. So I think possibly they may have decided there was a reason not to do it. So I can't see one for the team there. They've all disappeared off. So unless they're going to make a kind of a stunning reappearance for the last half hour, they're not looking at running it for any length of time. Now, of course, the other thing is they are running that car at Abu Dhabi, so they might have decided not to change the engine, save for Abu Dhabi, but they were going to. Currently, it looks like they're not going to, and they have closed the garage door, but they might have done that even though they were changing the engine. But it looks like they've decided against doing it.
Santilok Jr. closed the door, and that was the traditional abandonné signal.
HRT had closed the door with both their cars behind the...
oh, really?
In comes the 21.
That's
Audi.
Maxime Soule for Haas RT. 4th position for that car, and 3rd in GT3 effectively, because there's a Pro-Am sitting in 2nd, of course.
They'll get themselves the podium for that many hours of fun we'll be doing later on.
I somehow feel, with just under 7 hours to go, Nick, that anyone in the press room should not quite be writing their press releases and headlines yet.
No, not at all. There's too many cars within one very minor problem.
Correct.
Not even a major problem. It's a minor issue.
Anybody has to change brakes for the last 6 hours or so has to do that under green. It's going to be 6 or 7 minutes. Well, that's 3 or 4 laps, isn't it? And we've still only got 3 laps between 1st and 4th, although that'll stretch a little bit further. Max Hesser actually will go through into 4th position next time he crosses the line. For the top teams, there are some penalties outstanding. The leaders have a 10-second penalty. Earl Bamber for Grove Racing has a 20-second penalty, as does the 5th place Team WRT. They're all outstanding. In the classes, the leader in 992 Cup, which is the 962 Fark Autotech, has 10. And in 992, 5th position, Fabrizio Brogi. His driving time is being managed very carefully for the Wheelie Motorsport by EB Motors Porsche, the 955. That car's got a 10-second penalty as well. Am leader down towards the first corner. That's the 85 Charles Putman, the CP of CP Racing. I'll have to work out the points for Charles and the rest of CP Racing. I wonder if they win AM again today. They won overall in Kuwait at Motor Town. They might clinch the championship.
The thing is, of course, they don't tend to... If you only have 2 cars in the class, you don't get as many points for winning it, do you?
Yes, exactly.
They probably end up with more points in their overall position. But, yeah, they got an overall win and a class win.
There are 3 cars in GT3 AM, because the... Salosin by Fox Racing is NAMCAR. I thought there was one more.
There were only 2 originally, so there may be another one must have moved down during the weekend. So, because I don't think they were. What number is Salison?
Salazar is standby caller. Number 48. 4-8, 4 and 8. Nico Brock.
No, they are. You're right. They're the AMs. Yes. So. No, right, officially, in the entry list, they're down as pro.
Are they?
And they have 1 AM, 2 AMs and 3 semi-pros. So I don't think I'm not sure they could get themselves into might be able to, but they weren't on the official entry list. But I think that's because it was a new team and they hadn't actually sorted themselves out when they entered. And as we know, Creventic are very happy to move you around if you then work to those stipulations of drive time and everything else for that. So that's probably what's happened. The 702, the faster, or at least the more laps completed on the Vortex goes past me.
Just about 6 minutes ago, we got a new fastest lap in the 992 Cup class. It was their lap 424, 202.640, 202.640 there. And that was Christopher Zirkling for the FARC Tech at number 961.
Yeah, I mean, the FAC team, it's a bit of a surprise they weren't running a GT3, but they're certainly dominating this Cup class, as many others have fallen foul of mechanical problems. They've metronomically got both their two cars to the front.
You had your breakfast yet?
No, I have to go afterwards. Hopefully it'll still be open at 9.
When's Bradders coming down for
9
you?
9 o'clock he's coming on.
Oh, get him a bit early.
I have no way of doing that, so I'm sure he's skipping in. But yeah, so you're recommending breakfast?
Yeah, listen, it's breakfast. I've been up all night, so...
I must be, I'm more, it's the coffee that's more calling me.
Second coffee machine's been employed.
Oh, well, this is what we want to hear.
One at either end of the room
second
now.
There, I thought you were going to say the coffee machine had broken. I was going to have a bit of a cry in the pit lane. But the Vortex is still in the pits, so I'm going to make me and Seb walk down there. The 702.
Yeah.
To see if there's actually a problem. No, as I'm now an omen of good, because as I walk towards it, it's dropped off the jacks. The lights are on. They're still staring at the right-hand side of the car. But this has been a good run by the two.
Yes.
They've not... I know. They've had a little bit of problems on the 701, but nothing that's really stopped them running permanently.
Talking the rear wheels up has been worrying me.
But they're going to go roll. He's going to roll. There he goes. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, really. That they've managed to get this thing right. I'm still. I don't know whether I dreamt it, but I'm sure there's a new car coming along.
No, there is.
And can't wait to see it. See what the boys do after these years of running the Vortex Mark 1. But they've perhaps they've got two cars at the moment. With a few hours to go, they're both going to. Looks like they're both going to get to the end, which is going to be a major achievement for the team. And they employ old-fashioned engineering of welding bits of aluminium hitting hammers, which I am very much in favour of.
I think they should get a performance break for that, to be quite honest. Keep an eye on Jaap van Lagen, the number 19 car. It's one of the tangerine and black cars. He's passing the other Vortex, actually, at the moment. The 701 Philip Grauer car. And there's just a little bit of a haze of something coming out of the exhausts down the side of that car. Or maybe it's something coming up from the back of underneath the under tray, which would tend to suggest that was Gearbox. They do have side exhausts on those cars. It does look to me as though the back of that car is a little bit dirty. Yes, it is. Now, I know he's been off the track a few times, as everybody has, but even so. Hello to those of you on the East Coast. The Hun deciding to turn in and get a few hours sleep. Do we think there's a chance for a distance record? I'll tell you in about 40 minutes. I reckon we're about 5 or 6 laps behind at the moment, but we have been making up time fairly relentlessly. So there is an opportunity.
Well, John, the record, of course, was set in 2012. when there was one thing working in its favour, which was the Code 60 was a lot less used because there were different rules about support vehicles being on the track those days for events. But on the flip side, don't forget they were still running to reference times in those days. So whilst you would get more laps of green, they would be slower. So I think when we run pure green, appears that the event is getting like a lap to a lap and a half every hour quicker, effectively, and catching back up again. So those two things, less Code 60 in 2012. I think it's quite a, was it like a 203 or was it a 206 the first year we were here? It's quite a high reference time, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, Dragon Racing, problems for the car that's been dominating GT4. This is tragedy with 6 hours and 40 minutes to go. And that car is moving very slowly indeed. This is the Goethe family outing. 26th position. It is Roald Goethe at the wheel. He's staying off the track. Now, is it something as simple as a puncture? It looks to be sitting down on the left front, so maybe just a puncture. Down to the kink at 13, it'll stay wide and run round the upper part of the speed ball at 14. Well, still a long, long way. Yes, it is. It's a right front puncture. Long, long way to go for that car. So, as we were talking about earlier on, one small problem. So he's done pretty much a whole lap now, just pulls into the pit lane. Roald's done a good job getting that GT4 MG into the pit lane. Now Trundle's down towards Nick Damon. Right front, Nick, is the tyre you need to be looking at.
And he's luckily gone slow enough because Dragon are absolutely the last garage in the pit lane, and we wait for the car to arrive. No great consternation amongst the mechanics. They've obviously decided it's something we can sort out. And yeah, it's on the, oh, he's done a good job there. That's still mostly on the wheel, actually. The damage you can see on the side is the 408 on the actual number panel. That's where it was hit by, I'm assuming, the Cayman in the earlier kerfuffle. Off comes the damaged tyre. Check to make sure it's not left any cords or rubbish in the wheel well. No damage at all, it seems, to the wheel well itself. Carrying on that checking procedure.
A little nick in the wheel there, Mr. D.
What, on the one that came off?
Yes.
Let's see if I can scrapple it to the side, so it's quite hard to see at the moment. The man's picking it up and bits are falling off. And, oh yeah, it's got a, yeah, it's, that wheel's not really used again. Now, whether that's cause or effect, it's hard to tell, John. But it does have a, as you said, quite a notable flat dent at some point. So
also a dent in the right-hand side door, just on the number panel.
Yeah, that's from the accident with the Cayman.
Ah, right, okay.
Some time ago. And away it goes. They tested that very thoroughly. They've got plenty of time. Whilst we were walking down here, the 92 car came in, the American purple Herberth car. That came in from a good, I think they're going to be running about 4th or 5th, aren't they? In the standings here we have another one of the Vorteces in. It's the Vortex number 701 from well, it's 30 something overall, 33rd overall. Not sure where it is in GTX. 3rd, I would think, in GTX.
A little bit of trouble getting the rear wheel off, the right rear.
No, oh, that's one of the problems. He pulled away the jackhammer and it left the socket on. So that's on. Again, we're fiddling with the netting. No, he's not 100% confident. So he's going to try and torque it on the big balance bar. Yep, that's fine. He did get it done up the old-fashioned manual way. Big breaker bar, set very high poundage on the torque wrench. You hear a click, it means it's tight enough. I look around and the 977 car is with me, which is of course the Rabdan Motorsport machine, the WRT team. They're coming in for a standing stop as well. shufty. I think they're thinking about whether they're going to need to do brakes, but they've decided against it. They're kind of a waving, shall we not. It's a slight seating issue on the front right. All these cars, of course, are getting a little bit tired after the like 18 hours nearly they've been running. The 977 has been pushed backwards. That's not a good sign. They're going to push this.
Unless you're going to drive it backwards, I suppose.
Well, they're pushing it backwards quite a long way, and they're going to drive it nose first into the garage. So it has picked up an issue now. Whether this is, I don't think this is going to be let's do all 4 sets of brakes in the garage, and it's once again displaying the appalling steering lock that all racing cars have. Got it in on the 3rd go. So it'll be interesting to know what they are trying to cure with this pit stop. It's not really in the garage particularly usefully, as it's kind of far too far to the left-hand side. Off comes the screen tear off, but you could have done that in the pit lane. Driver staying on board.
Meantime, Mohammed Saud Fayed has gone through. He's nearly round here again. Still a 10-second penalty against that car. And just over a lap. He's in section 3. He's second now. And the chasing car is Ralph Bourne for Herbert Motorsport. And then to Earl Bamber behind the wheel of Grove Racing's Porsche. Is in lane 3. Another diver or swimmer who has a penalty. Diver.
Okay, so the 977 has just pulled itself into the pits for its pad change.
Oh, really?
They're just doing the front. I'm not. Most people do those on the apron, but they decided to do them in the garage itself. The spreaders are already working away. Don't do anything else. So I think it's just simply they decided they need to do the pads and decided as a team they would rather do them in the garage. Going to get the number 7 car. The leader's going to be in a second.
It's in the penalty box at the moment, soaking up that 10 seconds that I mentioned. And it is now engaged first. So the set of headlights that you can see in the pit lane is our leader, MS7, the WRT team.
Vincent Voss laying down a mark here. He's putting Jens Klingman back in again.
Oh.
So they put Max Hess into the 46 out of the rotation. The rotation after Sean Galel should have said Valentino Rossi. They put Max Hess in instead. Now they're putting Klingman again. So they've decided that with the hours they're allowed to have, Maxi Martin is hour limited. This is the best combination for WRT in a battle with the Herbert car, which is currently going through an amateur of Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bond before there are hours to get back in it. So they are, as Herbert, running a little bit slower.
And that car's just gone through the Ralph Bond number 91 car. So that puts them back on the lead lap now.
Yeah, they have been, of course, taking the overall lead. Now, we will, of course, see the number 7 car fuel up. But be interesting to see whether they can get back into the lead this one, considering it's...
I don't think another 2 minutes is going to get... Maybe. The last pit stop for Herbert was 3 minutes 50. If they get 2 minutes from now, there'll be 3 minutes 50 in the BMW. But I don't think that's enough to hold on to the lead. No, it's not. Now, if I had any kind of brain activity left after a long and sleepless night, I would be able to work backwards and work out, if everything else remains the same, who's in front when the checkered flag comes out.
WRT are ahead. But the 7 car, but there are many variables, but they are obviously trying to make sure.
Are they, Nick? Sorry.
They are overall, yeah. They're rotationally ahead. And
they're in for their 23rd pit stop at the moment. As out comes the 977 Porsche. The car that went in for
Yep,
its...
it's had its front brakes changed and its rear checked but not changed. No, because what's going to happen is the 7's going to come out. It's going to be a few seconds behind or a few behind the Herberth car, but with an absolute full tank of fuel.
Yeah.
So whatever happens, when you get to the last stop, it's going to need less time in the fuel stop. So it is net ahead, but not by much.
Half an hour is the difference between those two cars in terms of the fuel burn. So Ralph Bourne has burned half an hour's worth of fuel, is what I'm seeing at this point.
So he'll be in half an hour.
So he'll be in at 6 hours to go.
But of course they are in the Pro-Am, so they're winning their class anyway.
Fair point, well made.
And the fact they're taking it to the BMW, it's a very pleasant return to form, because Herberth have had a pretty, I mean, for Herberth standards, the main 91 car has had a pretty torrid year, isn't it? Or had a pretty torrid year of 2022, should I say. Didn't do well here, then didn't really do well in the rest of the European races. Lots of problems. Very rarely got the big four out there, did they? We saw combinations that normally didn't include a Renault. And having both Renaults in the car is obviously a much stronger position than not.
Absolutely. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. So take a lap around the circuit. Chauffeur is Christopher Zirkling, down through turn 1, down through the gearbox to third. Be patient on the throttle. Hold third gear till turn 2, snatch fourth. Turn into turn 3, the right-hander. Hold on to fourth gear, double apex that corner. Still in fourth, extremely quick through here. Down through 6 and turning into 7, back down the gearbox to third in the 911 GT3 Cup 992. Down to second for the second part of 7, back up to third, to the right-hand side of the road for 8 and 9, right in the middle of the road there. Car not really wanting to rotate, had to put extra steering lock in there. Scrubbed a little bit of speed off as he's heading down the back straight now to the heaviest braking zone on the circuit at turn 10. Very bumpy too. He's really getting shaking around in there as he gets down through the gearbox to second again and turns right. Circuit starts heading uphill now. You can come to the middle of the road from turn number 10 to 11. Drift all the way to the right-hand curb on the exit though, and then haul the car back to the left-hand side, over the top of the brow for turn 12. Very, very late apex, end of the red and white curbs on the right-hand side. Now, to the kink at turn 13. It's been absolutely flat in 5th gear. Position the car to the right-hand side of the road, puts 2 Hankook tyres just over the line. Ooh, a little bit of understeer and then oversteer from the number 961. That does not look a pleasant car to drive at the moment, or at least what I should say is, to get a time out of it, you have to wring its neck. As Zirkling comes through the final corner in the 961. See what his time is. It's a cup car, of course. His best time's a 2:02.6. That was a 2:04.4, so not bad at all. And Ralph Bourne's gone through, by the way, to be the 19th change of lead. But only 5 cars have led the race, and since the number 7 led for the third time, excuse me, after the 21, which seems an age ago, mainly because it was an age ago. It's been swapping and changing between the Team WRT and the number 91. MRS 989 Porsche in the pit lane, and that's Rafael Valina for MRS GT Racing, sitting in 23rd, 4th in the 992 AM class.
Lots of brake changes going on. Just to my, well, one way, if I look to my right, that is that MRS car. It's starting to spit again lightly away, by the way. The 429 machine.
I'm sorry, what was that, Nick?
It's starting to spit again lightly. Century Motorsport. They're having brake changes.
Not a spit, not a spot, I seem to remember somebody said.
When did I say this? I never said it wasn't. I came here last week in a biblical deluge. I'm not going to start saying it never rains in Dubai. It never rains in Dubai. So yes, brake changes. Everyone's held on as long as they could for one of those things, but they've had to just give up now and change the brakes under a full course situation of green, and they are doing that. Yeah, it's quite big bits of rain now. I mean, it's not going to do anything. It's made me lightly damp, but it's not going to affect the track so far.
So this is quite ploppy rain, is it?
It's exactly, that's exactly the right word. It's ploppy rain. You've got those big droplets rather than anything else. But actually, saying that, it is now looking like it's a little patchwork on the light grey of the running lane of the pits. But, you know, in fact, if you look over to your left, John, it's got an element of, that could be a bit of rain about it. So you look down to turn 1. If you look back to turn 15 or turn 16 and pit in, it looks fine. So it really depends where the weather's coming from, whether we might get enough rain to make this interesting.
Weather's coming from the south, Nick. I could see that clearly.
Oh, right, so that's actually... because that's
down towards turn 1.
That's east that way, so it's east, pit in is east, pit out is west. Never eat shredded wheat. So it's coming from over there. That looks all right where it's coming from. If it's coming from the south-west, it's not looking good.
I think it's coming from... I think that's where it's coming from down at turn 1. So
right, well, in which case there is a chance, though it's even lightening up there, there's a chance we might get a little bit more, and that'll just deluge it, but it's 50-50. But people have got wet tyres mounted, so
have they?
Hankook have obviously predicted this. They've all got like a set. They haven't gone out and got like 7 sets. They all seem to have a set of wets mounted. So there's precaution, but again, as soon as it starts, it eases back off again. I think it did make the track greasy. I think it
yes.
Earlier.
Lap times have gone out a little bit.
It's not like a lack of grip. What it really is, it's the water reacting with the rubbish on the track and just dropping the grip level slightly rather than making it treacherous, dangerous. I'm going to spin off.
And Nick, you know as well as anybody from your motorcycling exploits, it's not really about how it feels underfoot. You have to be pretty confident in what's going on under your tyres. It's what's on your visor, or in this case your windscreen, because you dare wipe your windscreen in a moment. Just notice, by the way, that Ralph Bourne has lost the left-hand side door mirror.
It's
the Herbert Motorsport, and the electric cables are dangling away down the side of the number 91 Precourt Herbert car.
My guess is it's unlikely that fell off. It's probably been helped off in a close quarters incident. Whether it was Ralph or Daniel or one of the lads earlier, I don't know. The sole Ferrari is in the number 2 car.
They've not had a bad run, you know.
Yeah, apart from when they ran out of fuel, of course.
Yes.
On track.
Yeah, and that's cost them. That has cost them. They've not been able to pull back from that. Such is the pace at the front of the field. They're 42 seconds away from 14th in class, which is the pure racing car, which itself had some problems and was in the pits for quite a long time. But good to see the Ferrari here. It's not, I'm afraid, going to make a dent on the German manufacturers. Still the best of the non-German cars is the McLaren 720, sitting in 13th position.
Well, we've got the Austrian car in, the KTM, the Razoo More Than Racing machine. That entered the pit lane in the most bizarre fashion. He was trundling down like he looked like he was going to go straight to fuel. Suddenly he saw his teammates there and turned at maximum lock left, maximum lock right. He's kind of abandoned the car halfway over the red part of the pit lane, which delineates between the working lane and the running lane. So it's almost like they called him at the end not just for fuel. They've changed drivers as well.
Oh.
And they're having a good old shifty at the rear right to see what's going on. I think they got an issue with that's not an accident, it's just vibration has worked loose the what would be in WEC the rear legality panel.
Oh yeah.
So they're a bit concerned about that. Apart from that, this car's got such a massive lead over the rest of the GTX field, which is obviously mainly comprised of the Vorteces, that they can afford to be very belt racers here. So they have, looking at the way they can mount up that rear valance, I suppose, in some way. Very nice multiple carbon fibre moulding. They kick out some large amounts of marbles. Well, not really marbles, they're more like billiard balls, aren't they? This is good news. There's a drill when what's coming next? It's the tie wrap. Drill a hole, stick in the tie wrap, and so they're going to mount it that way. Now, as we all know, it's to be as strong as it needs to be with a tie wrap involved.
Hello to Mark Whiteleg and the canine part of the Whiteleg family. Up and about, still watching. A couple of little facts coming in from the 24H Series Twitter feed at 24H Series. If a BMW was to win this year, it would be BMW's first overall win at the event since Team Schubert won us in 2011. And we're talking about the Herbert car, the bad luck that they had. Winners in 2017 didn't even start this race last year, if you remember, after a crash with another car during private testing that sent that car up into the air. Earl Bamber taking a penalty in the Grove racing car. That was a 30-second penalty being counted down. 1-0 go. Trying not to knock over the team member who was counted down there, Earl. Very good.
Several portions of the pits. You've got the Mutran, the dual racing car, same Mutran out, Phil Keenan. Just seen as I said, the Grove car's gone past me after serving it. We had the
ATM still in the pit lane there?
Sorry?
ATM still in the pit lane?
Yep, still having its work. They've actually now sticking the rear right wheels on, so they're getting some fresh tyres on that, so that'll be going soon. Plenty of time. 932 was in as well with the golden fleck design. A little scuddy of activity there. Earl Bamber gets out of his Porsche. And it looks like the KTM is going to be released into the fray. And away it goes, whereas the Grove racing car is still receiving its service, so they're perhaps a little bit slower than they should have been. Because their tyres on drivers are already done, and that's... no, there's a bonnet up on the Grove car, so it's going to get a bit of a fluid injection. Doesn't look like they're going... Are they doing the brakes? No, they're not. It looks like it's going to get a fluid injection. Well, no, they might be the brakes as well, actually, because the man crouching down by the front right. I walk towards it to see what the issue with the 10 car is. It's been in for a while. So there's a lot of observation there, John.
Earl Bamber in the pits at the moment, so we'll drop a little bit further back. But the top four at the moment separated by 2.5 laps.
Very close, 2.5 laps, of course. Like 2.5 laps at Le Mans, which is, what, 9-10 minutes. 2.5 laps here is 5 minutes from front to back. And a pit stop is between 3.5 and 4.5 minutes. It tells you how close it is. Yeah, they're doing the brakes on the 10, so it's a dry brake system. So they're doing one at a time, so that's going to take a little bit of time. So they'll drop back during this stop. Again, waited as long as they could for a Creventic, and it didn't happen, so they've had to do it in the pit lane and take the pain.
Roman D'Angelis pedaling the 27 Heart of Racing AMG. That car.
See if I can grab a quick word with Earl as he comes out. Mr. Bamber.
Roman D'Angelis in 9th position, 3rd in the Pro-Am class. Right, hunt down the Kiwi.
I've been nudged out of the way by a man with a very hot disc brake, which is fair enough. So Earl, still very much in contention with this Grove car number 10. I mean, how are you seeing the race so far?
I mean, I got out just now, so I don't really know what happened. It was a bit of a messy stint. The car was good in the night, but we just got stuck with every bit of traffic in the wrong place then. But car's really quick. Just got a brake change out of the way. It's a bit different this year with so much green. I think some others are going to have to serve the same. So I think it's all pretty wide open out there, and it's been good fun. I mean, it's great to be battling in the top 3, fighting the big teams. So looking forward to the last. There's 6 hours to go still, so there's plenty of racing.
Had some rain in the air, a bit of spits and spots. Was that affecting the track at all?
Yeah, it did get quite greasy there, and it's quite ironic to have rain in Dubai, I guess. Both times I've raced here, it's rained, so must be something that I'm doing. But No, it was pretty greasy, and obviously I think as the sun comes up, it's going to change things as well again. So we saw a lot of guys struggle at the start of the race before it got cool, so race is going to change in another way again.
So, well, this is your first race of the year. What are your plans for the rest of the season?
I mean, we just announced the big plans with Cadillac to do the complete WEC season, something I'm looking really forward to going back and doing. Obviously, last time we were in the championship, we won the World Championship, so it's been a big challenge over the last 18 months to develop the LMDH car for Cadillac, and now next week we get to have its track debut at Daytona, so obviously first one's the big one, and then eyes forward to Le Mans.
So you've come from in many ways, which may forever be the ultimate incarnation of LMP1, the Porsches and the Audi, that period. And now you're in a new sort of hybrid. How do they compare? How does it compare the full LMP1 full fat with an LMDH?
Yeah, I mean, you know, what we raced in LMP1 back in the day, I think it was a complete luxury. I mean, they were absolutely phenomenal cars, you know, in quality not far away from Formula One, but you know, the new regulations are quite similar to the old LMP1 in terms of fuel and energy and stuff, which is great for strategy. But certainly a lot less downforce, but a lot of power. The Challenger double stinting tyres a lot as well. Michelin's done a good job on this. So I think for the fans and for people out there, it's 100% correct. The racing's going to be amazing. We've got 13 full season cars, probably 20 at Le Mans. It's going to be a great spectacle that we haven't seen in sports car racing at the top level for many, many years. We had the golden era of GT racing when we had 17, you know, GT Le Mans Pro cars, and now we're going to have 17 to 20 LMP1 cars. So if you haven't got a ticket, I would get a ticket for Le Mans this year.
Well, there are no tickets for Le Mans. They've all been sold. Racing debut for the Cadillac in IMSA in a couple of weeks' time. Will you be an interested observer, or will you be going over there to live with the team and learn more about the car?
I actually live in America, so at the moment. So when I signed with GM, I moved there. So I spent a lot of time with the guys in the workshop at Chip Ganassi Racing. Spent a lot of time in the simulator, I can tell you that. So yeah, I fly back Monday, get home for one day, and then back down to Daytona. Do the preparation, then it's back up to the workshop in between, and then it's obviously the big one. And then flying down to Bathurst to support these guys again for the 12-hour.
Oh, it's a hard life, isn't it?
It's a lot of aeroplanes, I can tell you that much.
Well, thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
The affable Kiwi Earl Bamber with Nick Damon, and 17 world champion for the FIA WEC with Porsche, of course, for Earl. Interesting comments there.
I know we're at a 24-hour race, but how excited are you for the one in 2 weeks' time?
Say again, sorry?
I know we're at a 24-hour race, but how excited are you for the one in 2 weeks' time?
I'm as excited as I was for this one, and still am for the.
Oh, more rain! Hours. More rain! This is proper. I'm being wetted. It's coming down. This is the most it's been.
What I love about, I was talking about this in the middle of the night, and I can't remember whether I was in the pit lane or I was in the booth when I was talking about this. I love the fact that we do 24-hour races all the way around the world, and they all have a slightly different character and atmosphere to them. You know, Le Mans, you've heard us say this many times before, the French say it a lot. The Le Mans is Le Mans, and Daytona is something completely different. Nürburgring something different again. The rain is coming down hard. Oh, we've got the wipers on. Christopher Zirkling has gone for the wiper on the 961.
Brave.
That was very brave. But I tell you what, Nick, there's enough on the screen now that it is moving. The water is moving up the screen. Now everybody's on slicks.
We're nowhere near not needing slicks. This is going to start affecting lap times. Because if you look at there's two-thirds covering on the pit lane. And obviously out on the track, it's, you know, we've discussed, it's gunky, it's dirty, it's greasy. So this is going to throw an extra spanner in the works, because the guys are going to want to stay on slicks. And if it carries on rain like this, they won't be able to. But the good news is, from where we believe the weather's coming from, it's brightening up.
Change of position on the track. Roman De Angelis has just passed Charles Putman for 8th and 9th position. Benjamin Mazzatis just spun the Haas RT Audi, so that's the first spin under these conditions. As he comes down to turn 14, he's run long there as well, missed his braking point. Ooh, this is getting a bit spicy now. Just when things were going okay, and you want to spice something up, just add water. So Roman De Angelis moving up to 8th position overall. Charles Putman still leading the AM class in GT3. So in some ways, a battle that didn't need to be fought by Charles Putman. Huge pieces of rubber being thrown around on the front straight. I mean, size of your fist type huge. Benjamin Mazatis for Haas, 4th position after that spin. Another tray of components alongside the number 117, which is back in the pit lane. Again, that's Rob Huff's car.
I'm meandering up to that one. That's the one that obviously had the heavy and constant tape work. Tape work, not tapeworm, which I said earlier. So the just going past the 979, that's also had some patchwork. So certainly, yeah, we're going to get. Are we going to get to slip to wet tyres? It's like, I feel not, but I think this is going to really upset some people as far as strategy is concerned. In comes the Paulson car from 11th. And they are about to do a full service and put slicks on it. So yeah, the basic temperature of the track, obviously, John, works in the favour of keeping this place dry. It's been absorbing heat the whole time. It's got a good track temperature. It will burn it all off as soon as it stops. But at the moment, it's continuing to just come down in that irritating precipitation that's neither rain nor spit.
Would you be leaning your bike over at this point, Nick?
Well, if I say yes, you know I now have an app on my phone that will tell you no. Yeah, no, I'd be.
You're not a big fan of rain on your visor, are you?
Pardon, sorry?
You're not a big fan of rain on the visor.
No, I think there's it's all about confidence, and I think whilst in a four-wheel car, you're going to, worse happens, you have a bit of a slide. You don't want a bit of a slide in the bike, do you? I mean, obviously there's a guy at the far end of the pit lane who wouldn't have a problem with it whatsoever, but I'm not him. Away goes the 117. They have managed to...
Really?
No, I'm not. It's amazing. I'm not a 9-time MotoGP and 250 world champion. Massive surprise. I haven't been keeping that from you.
He's not you either, and I bet he hasn't got awards for Latin American dancing.
Do you know what? I'm pretty much sure he doesn't have that key award, and it's the thing that's missing from his downstairs toilet as well, I can tell.
It's missing from his CV. Fabrizio Brogi picking up the pace for Villi Motorsports by EB Motors. Very interesting to see different lines now being taken by some of the drivers. Out in the number 10 car, Stephen Grove for Grove Racing, having taken it over from Earl Bamber. The Earl Bamber racing car sits now in 5th position after that pit stop. We're just 6.5 minutes or so into the stint for Stephen. Now Stephen, very much an amateur driver, but my goodness me, he's a good one. This is a little bit of practice for Bathurst 12 Hours in 3 weeks' time. Partner Racing goes through. Roman De Angelis is coping very nicely indeed. He's the fastest man on the track at the moment, with a 2:03.29, and that is faster by 4 seconds than Ralph Bourne at the lead of the race, and the lead of the race is down to 46 seconds. And Ralph will be coming in any second now, so he'll lose that lead. He's been out for 56 minutes. Now what he really wants is somebody to drop it, doesn't he? So he can get into the pits under a full purple. Brake change at the front of the Porsche, the blue and black Porsche, which is the was that the yes, it is the 979 car with a bit of new bodywork on it. And that car had its problems early on and dropped way down. Well, this is very interesting. How's the weather now, Nick? Wind, thunder and cumulus clouds is what it says on the weather app. As Nick Damon is taking, I think, taking a bit of shelter down there, is he? So in comes the number 48, Nico Pronk. This is the Salushin by Cox racing car. You know, 40 laps down, which is the 40 laps it lost right at the start of the race with the gearbox change. So they've not gained, but neither have they lost. Oh, we've got a couple of cars that have got windscreen wipers that are all over the place. Stefan Perrin in the leading AC Motorsport TCR. He's got a window open down the inside, coming up to turn number 12. Max Hesse trying to make up time in the second of the BMWs. Salushin car is going for a windscreen clear off. My goodness, this is all getting interesting. All getting interesting.
Morning, John.
Morning, Joseph. How was breakfast?
Breakfast was fine. After Nick has pitted early as he's been on the wrong trainers. He's on the wrong trainers because of this inclement weather. So
he's pitted early, so there's still some scrambled eggs left. That's what he's looking for.
I might have to splash and dash towards the end of my stint here.
There's a picture I don't need to have, Joe. Thank you very much. How is that rainfall? Is it still spitty and spotty, or is it a bit more plippy and ploppy?
As I was at the back of the car, sorting myself out, I was getting proper wet.
Yeah.
And just the short walk from the car park behind the media centre into the pit lane, it's stopped, and it's stopped now. And it's hardly making any sort of impression on the tarmac in the pit lane.
Right.
As soon as it's sort of landing, it's soaking in and just dissipating. So I'm not sure we're going to see any cars go to wets unless it continues, unless it increases. I think we're going to be all right.
Says Joe Bradley. Remember, hashtag blame Bradley if we get the big thunderstorm. In fairness, between Joe and I, our propensity for getting weather forecasts right, we're not exactly batting 1,000. I'll remind everybody of the famous incident at the Circuit of the Americas during the FIA World Endurance Championship a few years ago, where every day, halfway through the afternoon, there'd been a wee shower. And of course, during the race, Julie, we had a few little droplets of rain, which got a bit heavier. And live to the world, I decided it was a good idea to say, oh, it's done this every day this week. This is all about local knowledge. Leave the slicks on, stay out there. This is a passing shower. About 90 seconds later, there were 7 cars in the gravel at the end of the back straight that just hadn't been able to stop or steer. The only driver who coped with it was Darren Turner, God bless his cotton socks, on slicks in the Aston Martin. And they red flagged the race for about 45 minutes. So I'm not getting that job at the Met office, Phil.
No, I don't think so, John. Although, given how most weather predictions from anybody are never really that correct, and professional weathermen have been known to make worse mistakes, John.
I do like it on the weather forecast. Forecast being the
exactly
word where they spend about half to 2/3 of the allotted time telling you what the weather was like earlier on that day.
Which
I've lived through that, thanks. That's not what I've tuned in for. Oh, and this afternoon the temperature got up to 27. Yes, I know that.
I was there getting a suntan at the time. Thank you very much.
Really aggressive driving by Max Hesse. He's pushing on. I just wonder if WRT sniff a better result than 1 and 3 here. Ralph Bourne's times have come down a wee bit, but still are not on a par with the 2 WRTs, not by about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
The other fast car that we were watching earlier on was Roman De Angelis. He's the quickest driver on the track at the moment. 2:01.4 for him. 2:01.0 for Elliot Earhart in the Phoenix Racing Audi. But they're the only 2 drivers in the 2:01s. Everyone else 2:02 and slower. But the
Earhart is in the pits now, John.
Precipitation
just a penalty.
Just beginning to race off. Earhart taking a penalty, and there's a drag race on the lane speed limiter between Elliot Earhart, who is getting out of that car, and that is, Kaffer. It's getting into the machine. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, exactly as you said, John. Nearly a bit of a coming together with the Dutch Mercedes AMG GT as they both came off the penalty box together.
And number 19,
Earhart thought he was finished earlier and tried to get round him. He didn't need to do that as the Mercedes moved off. No harm, no foul though, and Kaffer now at the wheel of the number 1 Phoenix Audi, and he's gone. He's off the pit apron already. And are we due a bit of busyness down here because we've got the 76 McLaren in now, just behind it?
Yes, Joe, because there's a few people coming to an hour's worth of stint, so you'll start to see a few more, and it'll start with the WRT third place car. Here's Hesse into the pit lane. We've just gone through another hour. We're inside the last quarter of the opening race of the 2023 season. And in TCE, it's AC Motorsport, who've led for a very, very long time. They've got just on a minute ahead of the pole-sitting Wolf Power Racing number 121. 3 laps further back is the second of the Wolf Power cars, the 121, and then the rest of the field have had problems. Sogren Sport are running again and leading TCX in the 982 Cayman. They're 67 laps back. And the 700 miles in the AC Motorsport 199. A valiant effort overnight to get the 199 back out. It did a couple of laps and then went back to the pit lane, and it's not turning laps at the moment. In GT, really interesting at the front of the field with just under 6 hours to go. It is Ralph Bourne, whose lead is down to 38.6 seconds in the GT category from 2 Team WRT cars. Now, one of those has just gone into the pits. So Jens Klingman is in second in the 7. The 46 is in third, but Max Hess has just pulled into the pits, which means, Ben Mazatis will go back through in the Haas RT Audi. Porsche, BMW, Audi, BMW. Stephen Grove, actually he'll probably go through as well from 5th to 4th because he's been in that car for 16 minutes. He doesn't need to stop quite as soon. Top 8 made up by Herbert's second car, the 92 US crude car. Seth Lucas driving that. I feel like we haven't given that car its just reward, so we'll go and have a chat with them sometime soon. Joe Bradley's in the pit lane. See if we can get a word with Adam Adelson or Elliot Skier or Jason Hart. Team GP Elite are still lurking. 5 laps off the lead. Look, we're talking about just over 10 minutes there. Lucas Groneveld is pushing that bright orange car very hard indeed. The 2 Van Hoyks, Jesse and Dan, and Terry Vermeulen in that car as well, and making up the top 8 at the heart of racing Mercedes. Next 3 cars are all fueling up at the moment. It's the leader in the GT3 arm in 9th position, CP Racing. MP Motorsport with Jaap van Lagen. That car's just come into the pit lane. And Elliot Earhart also getting some fuel at the moment, or at least that car is, for the number 1 Phoenix. Poulton Motorsport is the M4 at GT3, which is again just right there outside the top 10. 76 GT3 is the McLaren 720 in 13th position. Then the start of the Porsche parade. 962 and 961 are first and second. I mean, they need to swap those around and put them in number order, don't they? Fark Auto Tech, and they have been having a titanic scrap with the dual racing by Toro Porsche, the 995, which is a little bit further down the field. And between them right now, they've got the Visium Ferrari and Dino Lunardi in that car, and the Pure Racing car. But Phil King's behind the wheel of the 995. He's charging. He's ahead of Huber Motorsport and Vili Motorsports by EB Motors and QMMF by HRT and NKPP and MRS GT Racing. And in 24th place, it's another GT3 Cup car in the shape of Gabriel Piermont and the Sebastian Giu Racing. Then we've got the GTX leader which is the Razum Modern Racing. I don't think they've been headed in this race in the KTM Crossbow. Then, despite the little problems and the puncture and the transponder problem overnight, Rolf Gotha is still leading in the GT4 category with the 408 Silver Mercedes. He's got their nearest competition right behind them now on the timing screen, but 3 laps adrift. But again, think of that as 6.5, 7 minutes. What a shame for the Saloshi by Cox Racing that they lost the gearbox early on and had to do a change. They've not made up those 40 laps or so that they lost in the first hour. The Vortex is second, the 702 Vortex that is second in GTX. HRT is a little out of position and they've started dropping laps. Problems for all the cars down here at the bottom end of the 20s into the 30s, including Century Motorsport, QMF by HRT, Sohail Qatar, the second of the Vortex, Rabdan Motorsports in 34th, the second of the Laju Racing cars. The Speedlover 979 was off the track earlier on, and these have all had major problems now when we're in the mid to late 30s. MRS GT, Santalot is out, P1 Group haven't turned a lap for a very long time, and Almanar also have told us that that car is retired, as has the 909. The loss of power and engine oil pressure for Ivo Bruikers when he was on the back straight, but he couldn't stop the engine in time to make it repairable and get it back out on the track. They did talk about putting a new engine in that car. Hasn't happened. Sebastian Bout he took a little tap from the Simpson BMW that spun him into the wall. That was the lurid fire in the early part of the darkness hours. RHC Jurgensen Strom by Century still have the fastest GT4 lap, but that car has completed its competitive life. It's going to be retired. It's a very, very successful chassis, that. The 99 Trezor Attempno Racing car, well off the lead now, hasn't been out on the circuit for a while, although it was at the sharp end earlier on, as was the bright yellow 988 ALMN Motorsport by MRS. HRT, it was the last runner, and the 488 Dragon Racing car did not start the race. Phil Anson, just under 6 hours to go. Little flurry of rain there. That just could have been a lot more throwing the feline into the aviary than it was.
It's blowing through, John. I don't think there's going to be an issue. There's so much heat in the track at the moment with the 42 cars that are still circulating from the 52 that we had starting. So there's enough heat out there. We did have a team pull a set of wets out and put them in the pit lane and then took them away very, very quickly. Nick Damon's eagle eye spotted that when he was down there just as dawn was breaking. But now with under 6 hours to go, what do you reckon, John? Is it going to be, let's get to 3 hours, and what are we going to do at 3 hours? Because a lot of the times in history, they've been, we've talked to teams that go, yeah, we'll make the call when the sun comes up. Yeah, we'll look at our strategy when the sun comes up. Let's get through the night time, see where we are, and then the race begins again.
I think they've been doing it all the way through, Phil, if I'm brutally honest. The driver said that, at the very front of the field, your WRT, your Herberts, your Haas, Haas had to because they started 43rd.
Yes.
Grove Racing perhaps have taken a slightly more softly kind of approach. Maybe the second Herbert car has as well, as Joe Bradley is looking at a stranded 76 McLaren, sorry, my mouth actually going, that looks to be in the pit lane, the garage rather than the pit lane, but that doesn't necessarily mean a problem. Joe, is that a brake change?
Oh, this is more than a brake change, my friend.
No.
This is quite a big problem. We saw this car come in just as the Phoenix Audi left, remember, a few minutes ago. And I just thought that was a scheduled process and pit stop. I wandered up here, and the car is actually backed into the garage. It's going on the jack stands. It's going on the, and we've got the
had Gabriel Pimiant spin the Seblager Racing by Duo Porsche. on his own, no harm, no foul. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to find out what's happening. James Cottingham has got his kit on and ready to go. Geordie, what's going on, mate?
We think we've got a right-hand turbo failure.
Oh.
How easy is that to get to?
Not terribly easy, if I'm honest, but you saw what the boys could do earlier on in the race, so they're on it already. They've identified it, so they're pulling it apart as we speak. So, yeah, a little bit of a shame, because Andy had gone great in that stint, and he was just boxing that lap. So
When you say turbo failure, the actual turbo unit, we're not talking sensor or anything daft like that.
no, we actually think the actual unit itself, yeah, we think it's cracked. It's making the noise that a blown exhaust would make, for instance.
Okay, mate, I'll leave you to it. I know you've got a busy time. They're going to have to... The thing about fixing a broken turbo is the turbo runs at about, I don't know, 2,000 degrees, doesn't it? So to get to it, to actually unbolt it, if you can get your hands in there, you've got to wait for it to cool down, and that can be quite a while.
A week. It could be a week, that, Joe.
Where you've got buckets of water that the guys just threw in there to cool it off, to change the turbo.
Your problem with that is, you could sort of say to yourself, look, okay, it doesn't sound very good, but they're also losing engine power because they won't be getting boost
On one side,
on that fill on one side. It's going to unbalance the engine. Potentially you could start losing oil and blow the turbo. That's that very distinctive white puffy smoke that comes out. That's normally the turbo seal that's gone on that. You used to see that in Formula 1 in the 70s and early 80s as turbo technology was coming in, didn't you? Particularly with the bright yellow and blue of Renaults that were known as kettles for a while because they looked like they were steaming so much. It was actually oil smoke. So it's something that you have to actually address. If there was half an hour to go, I dare say they would have left that car running.
Well, it's 12 laps to the shy of the leader of the AM category because of that previous issue that they had, even though it was an 8-minute change for that left-hand rear suspension unit. But yeah, they're the only two cars in the AM class. You want to get to the finish.
Looks like there's going to be a brake change on the heart of racing SPS AMG. Joe Bradley is down there with our camera. Roman De Angelis is out, and they're certainly doing the rear pads, Joe.
Yeah, rear pads for this Mercedes going on right now. This is just outside the 76 garage, so right on our doorstep, just as we were monitoring that. The car came in behind us, and they're taking the opportunity. They've probably done the front pads earlier, and now it's the rear pads. With only a quarter of the race to go, the rears wear out at a lot less rate than the fronts. So that job just coming to a halt. The left-hand rear is going on now. The right-hand rear is going on. Just going to be drilled up by the crew in a moment. Comes off the jack. That's what you can hear in the background. That's the engine firing, and away he goes. So you know what? That was ultra efficient, considering they did pads as well.
Did you see who got in there when Roman De Angelis got out?
I didn't. I just saw by the time I stepped out the 76 garage, the driver change had already took place.
Yeah,
that's how drilled they were. That's what I mean. That was really
very, very different shaped driver. Roman De Angelis is pretty skinny and pretty tall, and the seat insert had to go in for the driver that went in. We'll tell you who that was in a moment. Roman De Angelis absolutely loving this. Spoke to him overnight. He was just full of smiles, the young Canadian. Now, Wolf Power Racing, Andreas Hofer with problems of a... Well, is that a brake or clutch that he's pumping there?
Looks like Bradley. No. Oh. Looks clutch-like to this end.
I think it looks clutch-like, but
he's asking him to hold, which is normally a brake one.
Why would you have a clutch on that car?
Yeah, it's
paddle shift.
Yeah,
it's
maybe the pedals. The pedals are separated.
1-2-1 Wolf Power car in second position in the TCE and therefore TCR category. Now, where's their next? They have got. We've got 9 laps, which again sounds like an age, doesn't it? Well, that's 20 minutes.
That's 3 or 4 pit stops.
Yeah. Well, this time burns
Yes.
When you got 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes. They've been in the pit lane at the moment. That Wolf Power Racing car. It was Andres Holler that brought the car in, and Huffler that brought the car in. Already been in the pits 5 minutes, so they've lost a quarter of that lead already. Joe?
This is a car that just before I handed over to Nick at the last stint was taking on oil replenishment. And I'm not sure whether Nick got to the bottom, because when I
was it oil then, or was it brake fluid?
No, it was oil. It was engine oil. This is brake fluid. Completely different thing now, as I just walked up to the car. I don't know, I was asking, did we get to the bottom of why they were putting fresh oil in? Did Nick ask?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, well, they've got something else to focus on now. I'm just going to poke my nose in there.
By the way, it looked like...
It's a brake issue, guys.
Yeah, brake.
That's a brake bleed bottle that they've got at the front of the car.
You need to step away from the speaker, Joe.
Right.
Thank you.
I can't hear that with my hands on.
Oh, no, we could. Paul Mahon saying that it looked like Gray Newell who got into the number 27 Heart of Racing machine.
We saw the 907 leave the pits. It's been in for a long time, 37. That's the Zeblo Racing by Duo Racing down in the fuel station. And the team were congratulating each other on getting that 907 back onto the circuit. So it's been a while, running down in 39th position, having completed around 378 laps, with our leaders already on 476.
5 3/4 hours to go. Veely Motors, Veely Motorsport, EB Motors, the splashed paint livery on that car, which I do rather like, especially when paired with the exceptional use of coloured
tube LED lighting.
And tube LED lighting that changes colour, cycles through as well. It's really very good indeed.
It'd be nice if it went purple if you had a code 61.
Oh, that would be very good. Very good indeed.
Yes, indeed. And then when it goes green, a little green on the
green for the moment.
Flashes green for a little while.
Yeah.
So Sergio Nicolao at the wheel of that one, the 955 car.
6th position in 992. Got a couple of AM cars. Joe Bradley standing under the speaker again. Where are you?
Hang on. Let me get out of the way. More info on the 121.
Oh.
So the outgoing driver, I'm just trying to find his full name.
And that was Andreas Höfler.
Right. Andreas has just told me when he got out of the car was perfect. The incoming driver got in, and yes, the clutch pedal went to the floor.
So it was the clutch. Phil Hansen. Fabulous Phil Hansen.
So they are, good spot, Phil. I would presume, these cars maybe paddle shift, but perhaps they need the clutch to pick away. So you dip the clutch, grab first, and then you're on your own kind of thing without the clutch.
I didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't think so.
I thought there were 2 pedal setup.
Well, there's a DSG and a sequential.
That's not the DSG, that's... we've only got 2 DSGs on the TCR grid, and that's not one of them.
Oh, okay, so it's a sequential box, so then you will use the clutch to get off the line, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
All right, that makes perfect sense then.
So they're bleeding the clutch, is what you can see there.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley has a new career as someone who can eerily find speakers.
Yes, I just think it's the atmospherics on the day that's causing the...
Well, it hasn't happened all race.
No.
I'll tell you why, shall I?
Why?
Just turn the bomb.
Oh, they've just turned them on because of the fact that we're coming back in the daytime.
Exactly.
Yes. It's now after 9 o'clock in the morning. It is 18 minutes past 9. It's Rob Lomas up in London getting us to the world on RS1. If you're moving around today in the UK at 5:19 in the morning, those of you getting up maybe have something to do, getting the garden ready to put to bed for the worst parts of winter, and or maybe you're travelling around and you're a little bit challenged by bandwidth, then you can ditch the pictures and just have the radio audio on RS1 via radio-show.co.uk. Also got all of our live schedules on there. However, if you are luxuriating on this Sunday morning in the UK or Europe and thinking to yourself, I'm going to have one more coffee before I do anything, then if you go on to 24hseries.com or radio-show.co.uk and navigate to the live video, very easy to find on the Radio Show site. I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again, I don't think we've seen the last drama yet. We've still got, what do we reckon we've got running? We must still have the better part of 35 cars.
At the moment on track, it's showing 42 running out of 52. So
right.
I'm just going to have a look. So I'll take that 42, 41, because the 930's been in for a while now, after backing it into the wall at turn 14, and that one may not be coming out, so that's still dropping down the list. So that gives me 41 car running. So the 701's just come into the pits, the 76 has just come into the pits, the 21 is in fueling. So we have 41 cars left with 5:38 to go.
Right.
And some of those cars have been repaired, long repairs as well.
Yes.
And headed back out again. So the beauty of 24-hour racing is that you do get a bit more time to fix it.
Ian James's eyes are fixed forward in the heart of racing. SPS AMG, a bit of lights flashing down there as he comes up with the Pulson Racing BMW, drops out to the right hand side. He's got Peter Cox. Now, is that Peter Cox behind him? I think it is. No, it's definitely Cox who's behind Ian James. What a really very talented young driver Stephanie is. Proper chip off the old block. Been racing with her dad for a little while now. And good to see her in endurance racing. The very first time I came to the UAE, to Dubai in 2007, was part of a promotional trip for Aston Martin, for them having won the Le Mans 24 Hours that year. And Peter Cox, along with Ricard Rydell and Darren Cox and a few other drivers were there. We had a really good time. Right, we've just had a bit of action on the circuit.
I think we've got the 992 leader in.
We have Christopher Circling, Fark Auto Tech. As the moment or two ago, Ian James. Oh no. Something dropping off the right rear of the car. Was that fluid? Or was it...
Was it a foam block that he hit from one of the corner markers? He's run over it and it's broken.
Shattered
and
it.
It's shattered because he's trying to stay out of the way of the car. But yeah, he's run high up into the marbles, but it could well be a piece of foam. Interesting.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. I think Christopher Circling has been and gone, hasn't he?
No, he's circling still. Hi, Chris. How was that class leader so far? So you're obviously doing well.
Yes, but it's going pretty good. I mean, the sister car, we're having a fierce battle with the sister car for the top step of the podium. But of course, there are so many other cars in the class. It's, I would say, one of the toughest 24-hour races in terms of cup strength of field. I mean, we've got the Moutron brothers as well chasing us down. So it's every lap, just focus, get your head down, find a rhythm, hit your marks, and just keep on going.
What are the team orders?
At this moment, the team orders, I don't think there are any. It's just, you know, if you find your teammates, pass fairly, don't take any risks, and the faster strategy, I guess, will win at the end. But at the moment, we don't have any team orders.
You were in the car when we had that splash of rain. Was that more psychological on the windscreen than it was on the track?
You could definitely feel the splash of rain. Lap time sort of deteriorated by like 2 or 3 seconds, and I had to use my wiper every now and then. I was actually quite excited because it definitely threw a curveball, or it would have thrown a curveball into the race had it poured down. But no, it was exciting, it was good, but yeah, it's back to dry now.
And being Austrian, you would have just handled that wet. You probably wanted it to wet properly, didn't you?
Funny you say that. I was talking to my engineer on the radio. I was like, actually, I'm kind of hoping for some rain. No heavy rain, but a nice proper drizzle. I'd love that.
Are you still iRacing?
I still do a lot of iRacing, and If my stints hadn't been back to back to back the whole time, I would have probably driven home 5 minutes and jumped on my sim as well.
Of course you would. Thanks for joining us, Chris. I'll let you get some rest.
Christopher Zirkling from Austria.
And he lives here.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
Just down the road, doesn't he?
Yep.
It's that time of the morning when if you've been up all night, even the daylight after that 13 hours and 16 minutes of darkness is not going to stop the heaviness of the eyelids and the difficulty of putting together a cogent sentence. Well, great, isn't it, for the next few hours? Good news is that we'll be heading over to Studio 2 in about 90 minutes for Johnny and Bruce to take us a little closer to the end of the race. It's a quick opportunity before something ends up blowing up in my face to say thank you very much to Creventic once again for kicking off this 2023 season so well. A particular thank you to everyone here at the Autodrome. Some new faces this year, but I'm glad to say a lot of the old guard, and I do mean the old guard, the security guys in particular, have been here a long time, and it's fantastic to see them all. Also great to see, and because there's been a little sort of break room up on the same floor as we are, quite a lot of the marshals taking 40 winks when they can do in their bright orange overalls, both male and female, separate break rooms of course for them, very strictly observed. Really fantastic to see a lot of locals. It's growing year on year, and we simply can't go motor racing without them. Had a little chat with one or two of them as we've been going up or down in the lift, and it's been a really good atmosphere here. Some slight changes in the management at Dubai Autodrome. That's why we've seen some of the physical changes and the visual changes here. The Apex Garden is a stroke of genius.
Indeed, yes.
And that has been a massive hit, particularly yesterday for the start of the race into the evening. More power to the elbow of the Autodrome here. This is a race that so many people, and it was underlined to me overnight, talking to people in pit lane, some have been here before, some who hadn't, just said, oh, well, you have to do this race. Everybody says you have to do this race. And that's what it's developed into all right, it's one of those things. It's taken 18 years for it to be an overnight success, Phil. These things don't happen by accident. You've got to build, and we've had the difficulties of a global situation that shut everything down. But I think in the last couple of years since we've been back doing it properly, last year was a good building block, and this year the quality of this field has been outstanding.
What we don't have the quantity of field. We had 78 runners last year, but we also had 10 touring cars last year, which we don't have anymore. No, there's no TC entries here, but the Porsche 992 category has grown exponentially. So what you've taken away, you're starting to add back into that. And we had the conversation earlier on this morning in regards to it, but it is the quality of the field, and these guys are treating it as 24 one-hour sprint races.
Pretty
literally
much. Yeah.
Now that's what it is, because the cars we thought could take it, but we've had some strange issues with some of the Porsches, some of the AMGs as well. Normally bulletproof cars, all of a sudden we were looking at the average lap times around in the 2:01 area. 1:59 was the qualifying time.
Yeah.
Okay, we were only 2 seconds off qual time, and these guys were throwing the cars around only 2 seconds off that pace. There has to be a cost to doing that. There has to be, because normally we were last year we were 5 seconds off on race pace. It's come down because of the quality of all of the AM Plus, the semi-pros and the pros that are in the field today.
It's going to be, we're getting closer and closer to getting on track for our distance record.
Yeah.
We might actually be there or thereabouts. 69.4 4:95 at the end of this racing hour. We've still got 30 minutes and we're on 4:82 now. 30 minutes to go. So, you know, that's potentially 11 or 12 laps. So
Yeah.
we're going to be there or thereabouts at the end of this hour. I did say if we had some clean running, and we have had, that this target would come down very quickly.
Almost 6 hours now, John. Just 15 minutes shy of 6 hours green at the moment. We had 5 hours last year, remember? It was just the guys in pit lane had nothing to do, because there was nothing to do, literally, with the green running. And it came a bit later last year.
It did.
It was a little bit later in the piece. But maybe the car count has helped that. And also with the around about 8 to 9 cars that are no longer circulating. Just lessen the traffic issues, lessen the possibility of the little touches that we saw earlier on in the piece.
While I was going through our thanks, we should once again mention our broadcast colleagues and production colleagues at Multivice and the whole team who have been exceptionally challenged by matters completely out of their control this week. Extra flights having to be taken, ferrying stuff back and forth, and the local suppliers who've chipped in as well to make sure we did not miss a moment of our advertised online and TV schedule. Huub van Eindhoven, Autotech, let's take a ride with the 962 right in behind the, I think that was the CP racing car that went through 3, 4 and 5 now. We've said all the way through the race that the FAC Autotech cars, the FAT cars, have looked a little bit of a handful, a bit lively.
Taily, I saw a snap of oversteer there coming out of 7.
It's interesting, it happens on the way in and the way out of the corners.
Have they just got them?
It's a Porsche thing, in fairness. Right in the middle of the corner there.
Oh.
All right, so snap oversteer on the way in, oversteer at the apex, and oversteer as you power out. That's just a lot of oversteer.
Have they set these up as drift cars, John?
Yes, probably.
Where's the second handbrake on there?
They got those plastic covers over the rear wheels that make you slide around. If you're not au fait, I'm presuming most of you are. Understeer is when you go straight on and you turn the wheel and you hit the wall with the front end of the car. Oversteer is when the back end comes round and you hit the wall with the back of the car.
Yes. Well,
that's basically the way to describe it.
And if you're American, understeer is push and oversteer is loose in American parlance.
And I know some people turn their nose up at that, but actually that's a really, really sensible and good description. You turn the wheel, nothing happens. The car is pushing straight on.
Yep.
You turn the wheel and everything happens. It's all gone a bit loose.
Exactly.
And you'll often hear American drivers, you know, saying, you know, it's loose to the centre and pushing off.
Yeah.
Centre off. What they mean by the centre is the apex, the pointy bit of the corner. Dubai Autodrome spelled out now on the new green grassed area behind turn 14 and 15 with the 3D rock garden. And by that, I don't necessarily mean there's people playing guitars down there.
3D simulations in a band set out. Yeah.
Jens Klingman from the lead in the pit lane. And that's right on time. Just after the half hour for that car. Been a minute or so in the pit lane. Robert Renau will come round next time around and retake the lead, and that will be the 21st change of lead, but only from 5 cars. And since the 21, that's way back, lost the lead to the 7. Way back down the road. So since the Haas RT car lost the lead to the number 7 WRT, it's only been the 91 and 7 that have led this race. I do want to have a shout out for the Haas RT. A lot of people won't know who Haas RT are. They have an unusual flag. That's Haas Racing Team, but not Gene Haas. And they have one of the Caribbean flags on their car. They're based in Belgium, but with Antiguan roots.
Yes.
Were only founded last year, and they've been running in VW Fun Cup. So actually, they'll know the guys from WRT very, very well, because they build all the chassis for the VW Fun Cup. And I'm very impressed with what we've seen. Now, have they got good people there? Obviously,
Well,
they haven't just dragged people off the street.
Antoine Duguin, first in the ALMS series in the LMP3 class.
Yeah.
Okay, serious connect, 7th in their Le Mans, Michelin Le Mans LMP3 Championship in 2021. Serious work there for. There's no pros in there. They're all semi-pros.
The engineer Christian, he's got endurance racing and DTM experience as well. Paul Truswell and I worked with them on the Spa Fun Cup a few years ago.
Yeah. They are based in Basel, in the Flemish region of Belgium. As I say, they've only been around for about a year in their current format.
Yeah.
But quite clearly, they are building for the future. Will they be slightly disappointed that they weren't able to hold on to the lead early on? Yeah, I'm sure they will. But at the moment, they're holding down a top 6 position. In fact, Maxime Soulet has just gone back into 6 as Adam Adelson takes out the number 92 Herbert Motorsport car out onto the track again. That's the dark purple. Must have a word with that team, Joe. The number 92 Herbert car with all the Americans in it. They've been just flying gently under the radar.
I've just been loitering there actually, and there's nobody about. Still a bit early, isn't it, for people start to sort of drivers, that is. They don't tend to hang around in these early hours, but as we get towards lunchtime here, they'll start hanging out and watching the race come to conclusion. So yeah, I've missed having a chat to them as well, but they're a very efficient team, and their process and protocols are that the drivers get out back and get sorted and cooled off and stuff.
Expect Stephen Grove of Grove Racing in from 4th position within the next couple or 3 laps. Just looking down to see who of the top runners are due in. He's probably the most likely in that number 10. That was a good run by this car as well, by the way.
That was the Vitium Ferrari 488 just rolling down the pit lane. That was the one with the turbo issue, John.
Oh, yeah.
And was that, or the McLaren had the turbo?
That was the McLaren.
Had the turbo issue.
Yeah, it was Geordie Firth's.
Yeah, but
yeah.
And so yeah, the Vitium team in from the number 2 car, currently running 7th in the Pro-Am category.
The
Grove race.
I'm really impressed with the Grove car.
Only 29 seconds behind 3rd place at the moment. And I like that flag on the front. Don't know why.
Earl Bamber, a proud Kiwi.
He wouldn't like that flag. Sorry, he comes from across the ditch.
Across the ditch, as you guys call it. This is an EBM run car. They've been part of a number of different championships. And Earl's never driven here before. Looks like people are starting to gather and claim their places early. The word's gone around. The food trucks are coming together as well. I noticed that there was a display of the Autodrome driving experience cars across there, which are BMW Minis, BMWs, Ferraris. Oh, number 911 into the pit lane, and Harry King has stopped. He's right in front of us, and that car is dead stick in the pit lane. Now, he's safe there. Can the team get to him? Will they be allowed to get to him? I think they will.
Marshals will get him there.
The marshals have to push him about 4 or 5 cars lengths. The safety team are providing tail gunner cover, if you will, with one of the pickup trucks.
When did that last pit? Is it a fuel issue? Has he run out?
Harry was last seen. He's already shown us in the pit lane. So he's in the pit lane now, and the team can take over this. The problem is, you're not allowed to refuel in your garage.
No.
If he has run out of fuel.
They have to push him all the way down to the fuel station.
Yeah.
And now they've been pushing him into just past the penalty box for the team to come and pick it up.
Well, he has got a 20-second penalty to soak up. I think I might just do that at this point.
Yeah, they'll just put him near the penalty box, and he's just going to sit over just past the penalty box.
I've got a feeling that those guys are quite far down the pit lane. Joe's got the list. This is the 911 we're talking about. So Harry King, Carrera Cup GP champion, very highly thought of by Porsche Motorsport GP, PMGP, and Porsche Cars GP.
I see sprinting in the pit lane. Sprinting. It's
right.
not Joe Bradley, by the way, but there is sprinting happening down there.
Oh, look at my face. This is not my international surprise face, that Bradley isn't the one sprinting down.
He'll wait till it comes back down to him. He's a very sensible man.
Remember what he used to do for a living?
Yes, true.
You never run to an incident.
Yes.
You walk gently to the incident, so you have all your faculties and all your strength and breathing abilities for when you finally get to it, or it gets to you. And I think they are going to try and push this car. They're having a word with Harry.
I can't see any lights on at all. It may actually be dead. Yes, he's just recycled it. I think they've done a Control-Alt-Delete. The headlights have come on, but they are going to push it down pit lane. It's going down. It's pure 100% quad power. And they've just got to be very, very careful that they don't sort of park it next to somebody's spot who's coming in.
Coming in, yes.
They've got to be, the marshals have just got to look and make sure that they don't get into a situation where they get caught and they can't move that car and they block somebody's pit stop and cost them time.
Instead of flat 6 power, this is
quad 4.
Yes.
Horizontally opposed.
4 times 2 legs power.
Yeah. Well, in that situation, they are actually a V8.
That's true. Yeah, very good.
But the timing order's out.
Are they not an inline 8?
No. Have a look at the timing order of the fleet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not quite right at the moment. It should be one.
Vibration on that would be terrible.
Oh yeah, it should be 184653. That's a General Motors one.
So coming down to 5 hours and 17 minutes. And the tale of war for Porsches continues. They were the biggest number of any manufacturer here, but I'm not seeing so many issues with Porsches for a very long time. Now, some of them we can lump into the category of engine and gearbox, therefore driveline.
Yep.
It's been a number of particularly left front steering arms broken, and they do run a lot of camber on the front of those cars, so the Hankook tyres are sticking out from under the arches, and if you then get a side swipe by someone else,
a bump,
it's going to smash it's just going to shear the steering arm. That's what it's sort of meant to do, to be honest. So what's this going to do to the category? Well, 13th in GT3, so not a massive issue. They've got some. They've only got 4 or 5 laps.
4 or 5, yeah, exactly. Until the Ferrari catches them up.
Oh yes, the Ferrari. I missed that. So in fact, they've only got 3 laps now before the Ferrari catches them up. Christophe Tanson in the Vision.
And that's also running Pro-Am. Yeah. And the next actual GT3 car is quite a long way back. So they're sort of at the back end of that field for the GT3s. And then we get way back down to the Sandlock team, which has already been pitted for a very long time. So they're almost running last in that class anyway.
I'm going to say the rain has dried now because we're back down to 2:01.5.
Exactly. I was just seeing that before, and Diego, man, Chacha had also done a 2:01 early on. He'd just done another one there, 2:01.763. So it's coming back around.
When Robert Renal went through, that was the 21st change of lead between 5 cars, and for very many hours now. Let me see. Well, that's best lap leader history. 91 and 7 have shared it. Well, there's not a time on that. What a shame. But I think it was from about lap 118.
Yeah.
And we're on 488 now.
Yes.
So we're going to be over 490 by the time we get to the next hour easily. Ooh, whisper it.
Ooh, I don't really want to.
Okay, let's not then. At RSL_studio.
6 hours of green running, John.
Yeah.
And
it's been magnificent. What you see here is you see the relative speeds of each of the drivers.
Yes.
And, you know, the tactics that play out here. When do you use which driver? Right, I need somebody who can do a 204 now. Right, who can do a 204 and burn some of the drive time?
Yes.
In these conditions right now, it's pitch black. There's still traffic out there. Right, Dave Miggins. That's going to be Dave Miggins' job. Right, when he gets out after 2 hours, who's likely to be in our competitor cars? Oh, well, so-and-so and so-and-so. Right, okay, well, I don't think we need to do O2s and O3s. I think we can be all right with O4s. Right, we'll get our, you know, next driver in who we know can do an O4. And it is so complex what the guys are thinking about here.
Because you've got other things into play. Your AM drivers have to do more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, your pro drivers can't do more than a quarter of the race combined. And so you take all of, and the semi-pros are pretty much free. But when you give it to AM and AM Plus, you've got to make sure that they make their minimum hour, because the penalties are ginormous when you don't make your minimum driver hours or you don't complete your minimum drivers out and complete the race.
I think it's up to exclusion.
It's a very, very stiff penalty. So you've got to make sure. And as we get to this, last 5 hours and 12 minutes, fatigue starts to play a huge amount on making those decisions.
Top 4 now separated by 2.5 laps, Phil.
That's one pit stop.
Yeah.
A big pit stop. Yeah. But when you have a look at where they are on their pit strategies, and we've got to remember that the balance of performance is they've got different fuel loads.
Down to Joe Bradley in a sunny pit lane now, and it's looking very pleasant indeed, Joe. I bet the fleece has come off now.
The fleece has come off here. That's why I have a little pit stop myself. The fleece has come off, the hat's gone on. It's bright sunshine and the temperature is on the rise. We've made our way back up to the Herbert team's garage, where the number 911 Porsche, Harry King, had literally just taken that car out. It never looks good. The car is backed into the garage. Harry King was sat there with his helmet on. I think he's now decided to go to the back of the garage and perhaps get his helmet off. When there's one of the Ren hours. I'll dive in. I might lose my microphone, but just talk amongst yourselves while I go and ask the question what the problem with the car is. So, one of the Renault brothers. I'm not going to take a guess at who it is. But the back of the car's coming off, actually. They're taking the bumper off, they're stripping stuff off. So it's something drivetrain or engine related.
We'll wait for Joe to do that. Remind you, there's 28 cars for the Liquimoni Bathurst 12 hours. That's in early part of next month, first weekend. 8 cars into the Pro class as well. Mercedes, AMG, 4 cars, BMW 2, Porsche and Audi, a car each. Team WRT will be running those 2 M4 GT3s, and Sun Energy 1 will be back with a Mercedes GT3 as well. And we welcome back 888 Racing with a Mercedes MG3 in the 8-car Pro-Am class. Smaller field, but the internationals have been able to come back and support the race. That's brought the Pro cars, the Pro teams back, because that wasn't there last year. And then there's a few other supporting classes as well for a 28-car entry. It's the first weekend of February. Check our website for details.
Around Bathurst, that's actually a good grid, because the way that Bathurst is, with the limited amount of overtaking opportunities, especially across the top of the mountain.
Well, across the top of the mountain, effectively, you're on a street circuit.
Exactly.
It's like Monaco with elevations.
Once you come out of the cutting, until you get around the elbow, that's one lane through there.
Joe Bradley has been talking to the team from the number 911 Porsche, which has been pushed in. Harry King came into the pit lane and didn't quite get down. What's going on with Pure Racing, Joe?
Gearbox.
Oh, no, you're kidding me.
Wow.
Gearbox. It's, I mean, Harry King's been very optimistic here. He's still keeping his helmet and hands device on. And,
that's just because he doesn't want to talk to you.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk to me.
Exactly.
Right. He has had an opportunity to go out back as well, but he's kind of gone out back, circled round, and he finds I'm still here, so it can't be me. So it's shifting. They're obviously getting to the bottom of what exactly it is, why the gear won't go in. But remember, it's the driver just pulls a lever.
Yeah.
It's all done electronically, so it's not like the driver can influence that, like in the old days where in endurance racing the drivers would be very delicate with the gearbox and time their shifts and time their downshifts. Now it's just all two pedals, you know, on the brake, plat, 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 down the box, plat, 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 up the box. And if that doesn't work, then that's it, mate. You're coming into the pits.
How many gearboxes uses that for Porsche Cup cars and GT cars? It's got to be half a dozen in this race.
Or just this race?
No, well, you see, interesting, because it seems like there never are any, and in this race we must have had, what, 5, 6?
Well, Phil and I were talking about this earlier on, where we were
by the way, Nick, sorry, Joe, the Grove Racing car has just soaked up another penalty and is on its way to you. Stephen Grove behind the wheel.
It's just next door. But we were saying, I wonder why there's the proliferation of 992 cars. And I was saying how robust these cars are. Their gearbox, their drivetrain, they're just bulletproof. But this weekend, we're being proved wrong with that synopsis. The Grove car is with us, John, into the pits from 4th place. Driver changing tyres going on in front of us. Driver, and the last part of that process is always the driver. That's what takes the time on the pit apron. So if you can get away without changing drivers, which we're not so much now, I mean, that temperature's coming up, and we're going to start. It's going to start getting very physical out there, or even more physical, I should say.
Almost hitting 20 degrees out there at the moment, getting close to 10 a.m. Almost time for taking the hoodies off. Just not quite 25. We'll get there though by the time we get towards the last 3 hours of the race. And hot weather, tired drivers, fatigued crew.
Bad decision making, easy to do with the tired minds.
And this is where we see pit mistakes happen, and they get penalties for them.
Finger trouble.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, leaving the car out for a lap too long, overdoing a driver time, and all of a sudden we've got very little gaps between a lot of the cars.
Very little
can
room
have
for
a massive effect on
very little room for mistakes. Hello to Claire Bear. She's tweeted at RSL Studio. The cats are enjoying this, Phil. Which is nice.
Well, I'm here to make sure the cats are happy.
Claire says she can't wait for the Bathurst 12 hours and 2 weeks. Get the full season of Creventic racing as well. Monza, Spa-Francorchamps, Mugello, Spa-Francorchamps, then Monza. We've got some great tracks to go to. Estoril as well this year for the first time. Declan, thoughts on that smaller Bathurst 12 hours entry? I think it will be a cracking race, and I think it'll be fast. Same as we have. Come on in, fella. Sit yourself down. And we have another guest here in Studio 2 who has climbed the mountain. And Sammy Moutron has joined us. How you doing, Sammy?
Yeah, not too bad.
This has been a pretty decent outing for you guys so far.
Oh yeah, it's been an amazing night. I think Ramsey and Keeney did quite a bit of it. But it's been a really fast race, hasn't it? So
Hasn't it just?
It had a bumpy start. I think there were 2 long code 60s at the beginning. Then
We've had 2 hours and 5 minutes in 11 code 60s, and my rubbish arithmetic, but I reckon in 5 minutes we're going to be pretty close to being on target to hit 629 laps, which would be a new record.
well, there you go. And it's been a great race. It's just the faster pace that it's been because of the bigger categories having more entries. It's just been great fun out there.
The traffic is still there. It's still challenging, but it hasn't seemed to, as your car goes around the first corner and past one of the TCR cars, it hasn't seemed to be ridiculous. If that's, I'm sort of slightly over-egging the pudding there. It's been a challenge, but a challenge that can be managed.
Absolutely. I think, especially when you've had experience with 90, 100 cars out here, it's a lot. It's a very different type of traffic. I think the faster cars, the faster Pro GT3 cars are actually a lot better to be around because they know what they're doing. They kind of just get past you, and it tends to be a bit glitchy when you've got an AM and a GT3 and a quick guy in a 992, or a quick guy in a 992 and a slower guy in a 992, and you kind of stumble over each other a little bit. But we haven't seen a lot of kind of
coming together.
Coming together. Well, I haven't faced any major issues.
Well, when you see that FARC Autotech Christopher Zerkling's done a 2:02.640, that would have been a good reference time for a GT3 AM not so very long ago when we ran those referenced laps.
I think he was overtaking me, waving at me as he did. I'm good friends with Chris, and
he's good, isn't he?
He's proper rapid. A very underrated driver. He's proper rapid.
You've got some experience around here. You live over here for quite a lot of the year. The Porsche that you're driving now is a proper race car. I know it's a cup car, but my goodness me, it is GT3 speed from a few years ago.
It is, and it's so much fun to drive.
Really?
Oh, it's great. I'm loving it. I mean,
how do you guys set it up? Because every time we see the FARC Autotech cars, it's twitchy on the turn in, it's twitchy in the middle, and it's twitchy in the way out. Have you set yours up a little bit more benign?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Thursday, we spoke about it earlier in the weekend. Thursday was really odd. The circuit was so green, you couldn't find a setup. So what we basically did was went to a very kind of neutral baseline. At the end of the day, it's a 24-hour race. I know that getting a really good lap time is always good fun. We've talked about it before, but you want a car that you can comfortably control in traffic. You know what it's going to do. It's predictable, and that's where we ended up on our setup.
What we've seen from the Porsches and some of the GT cars as well, actually, is an unusual amount of mechanical issues. Now, some of those have been caused by contact, very few of them, side-by-side contact. There's a lot of camber on the front of these GT cars, and particularly on the Carrera Cup cars, so broken steering arms. Driveline problems, though. I can't remember Porsches having gearbox issues in the past. It hasn't. Touch wood.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So are you doing something different? I mean,
well, I wouldn't say mechanically. I wouldn't say we're doing anything different. We've had a very steep learning curve as drivers, right? So we went through what they call the SEAT years, where we had 3 gearbox failures in a
SEAT years.
Three gearbox failures in a row before we understood what that was. So we've learned to be quite. Go ahead.
Spin out on turn 7. Contact, and that's the second place car in TCR that's in the wall at the Parabolica. Caleb Bergman for Wolf Power Racing, and there's a Porsche. That is a cup car, isn't it? That's the multicoloured car.
It's one of the AM cars, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it is. And that's out of turn number 8 and 9. See if I can see any damage.
It's right in the big bowl, isn't it? It's the middle of the big bowl. Yep.
And Caleb Bergman's all the way up against the wall. Now, this will be a code 60. How annoying is that? Just when I thought we were going to get back on time. We've got a minute to go. 6 hours and 15 minutes of green flag racing. There's damage to the right front of the Porsche involved there, which is there's a bit of damage on the CP racing car as well. I don't think that was involved there. That's just a bit of tape that is floating around. So CP once again, well inside the top 10, 9th position for the ARM leaders. A few of the cars showing a few battle scars from overnight, which I think one of our correspondents earlier on at RSL_studio said. It's interesting to see the daytime when you think all the cars have been great, and then you see them in the daytime after the overnight and go, oh, that picked up a dent here and a scratch there. And
my favourite part as a driver is the braking points. None of the braking boards are there. So you go out your first morning stint and there's nothing around the circuit. You've got to figure out your braking points all over again. There's no markers, there's just trash everywhere.
It's the 931, by the way, Greg Gorski for HRT Performance in the sort of brown camouflage car, and there's damage to the right front of that. I think he's done a suspension on that car. We've got Sammy Moutron with us.
I think the challenge, what it looks like, the challenge in that corner is, because it's banked, if you're on the inside line, you tend to drift out a bit, and the guy on the outside line, if he doesn't give you that space, it's quite easy to make contact if you're going in too quick.
495 laps, and I reckoned we needed 495 laps to hit the magic 629. So we're right on it at the moment, and we've pulled back about 13 laps in that 6 hours that we were behind. It is just after the top of the hour. A lot of people coming into the pit lane, soaking up some penalties. The 955 really, they were just outside the penalty box because it was occupied, but that's fine. The team member was there with the stopwatch. Alexander Fark for Fark Auto Tech. This is the second place car. Sammy Moutron is racing this car, and Alex is moving again, so they will have doubled the penalty that they have taken. That was a 10-second penalty, so that will have been 20 seconds that cost that car. Car's been diverted right up to the top of the speedball on the parabolic. So inside 5 hours to go, live from Dubai Autodrome, it is the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the first race of the 2023 season. Well, Sammy Moutron alongside the complexion of this race can change literally in the blink of an eye, as we've just seen there.
Oh, 100%. And you know, I don't wish it on anyone, but this can happen to any car at any moment. You come across a slower car. That's what we were talking about traffic just a minute ago, you know. It could happen in the blink of an eye. So even if, I mean, currently we're in third, we're a few laps off the lead, but you just constantly want to be on the pace and pushing, because you just don't know when you're going to get the opportunity to make it up.
Do you with the team, with Richard Westbrook and with Jules Westbrook, sorry, got the wrong chip in. That'll be next week.
Not as quick a driver, but probably a better engineer.
Do you know what? Jules was a very underrated driver,
he was
and he's still quick.
He did one race with us. He was brilliant.
Yeah, he's still quick, and he knows how to look after a car. That's just Richard, in fairness.
100%.
Richard got rather pigeonholed as a Porsche driver in his early career, and when he went to the States, he managed to shake that off, and
he's done well, hasn't he?
He's done very, very well indeed. Jules Westwood and the team, do you have a set, right, it's a code 60, we're going to put half a load of fuel in, or is it if there's a code 60 and we are X amount of laps in? So you've got almost a spreadsheet.
We have a window, right? So there's two windows during a stint for us. One is a fuel window, one is a driver change window. If a code 60 comes during the fuel window, you'll fuel, splash and dash, and you go, and if it's a driver change, you'll get out of the car. And you don't overcomplicate it, because you tend to over-science the whole situation. The one thing that we've become better at as a team, and I think a lot of teams are learning this code 60 kind of scenario, is the driver making a call on the circuit, whether he believes it's going to be a code 60 earlier, and trying to get, jump on it. We haven't had the luck this race. We've missed, I think, 3 opportunities that the fat guys have caught onto. But that's the race.
Well, they've both been into the pit lane. Phil Keane hasn't come around yet, so that's exactly what you're talking about.
As it happened, he was on turn 16. I was watching, and it's just that's the rub of the green.
Yeah.
There's still 6 hours to go, or 5 hours to go. We may get 1 or 2 lucky ones towards the end.
It's not all over yet, because there's There's the second car. The Audi still needs to be recovered from the speedball. A lot of people soaking up penalties here that they've gained from track limits overnight. Remember, you have to double them if you take them under the code 60.
Keeney's coming in now and he's going to do the penalty as well. I think he's serving my penalty, although I should probably not admit that on air. But I think it's my penalty that he's finally serving.
What did you do for 30 seconds?
Just one track limit. 2, maybe 3. I don't know. Something.
You mean 3 lots of track limits?
3 lots
because that's not 3 single track limits, Sammy. Now, come on.
I got buzzed once. I think he's done one, and there's probably one from earlier in the race.
It's
I was on turn 16 for some reason. I just couldn't get the grip. Maybe I was understeery through turn 16 a lot.
Where are the places here where you can make a difference? Keeney's in and serving his penalty, so he'll double that up to a minute if he takes all of it. Doesn't have to take all of it, of course. Where can you really make a difference here when the car's working well?
Honestly, you can't. I think turn 2, but it's so obvious when you to make time on turn 2, you have to absolutely ignore the corner, and then you're going to get loads of trouble. But that's they call it the Porsche killer, because it's just a really odd corner. If you get it wrong, cutting the corner is actually more dangerous than going around the corner, so we tend to avoid it. It's more a case of when you're in traffic or you've just kind of not got the braking perfectly right that you run a little bit off the circuit, and they're being really, really strict on it this weekend.
That incident, by the way, under investigation by race control. We haven't seen it, but there are CCTV cameras around, and there's potential to take evidence from the in-car cameras, should there be some, as well. This race, as we said, it keeps changing. Is that one of the draws, Sammy, to this race, that you really never know? Nobody's sitting in that press room now writing headlines for 5 hours away, are they?
100%. And we've been on both sides of that,
yeah.
Which is why it's fun, which is why we keep coming back. You know, we're sat in the garage now, and everyone's still pumped. You know, like I said, we're a few laps off the lead, but everyone's still fired up and ready to go, because you never know. And I think this race, I've done quite a few now here and elsewhere, more than any, tends to throw a few curveballs in the last few hours, and hopefully we're on the right side of those curveballs.
Were you able to double stint tyres during the night?
Yeah, totally.
Easy.
Yeah, the tyres were great. Tyres were absolutely fine. Double stinting drivers most of the night, so we're doing 2 hours. Like I said, Ramsey, my brother, and Keeney did a lot of the night. But so they put us in pro, even though we're 3 AMs in a pro, and the other cars have 2 pros in there. So they were putting their 2 pros in all night. So we had to kind of match that off with Ramsey, you know, having more pace this weekend. So I've got a bit of rest, but yeah, we've been double stinting pretty much the whole race.
So you'll jump in before the end?
I believe so. I've been told to be back soon and be ready. So soon. I mean, I know that Ramsey's in straight after Keeney and then Nabil, so I assume there's enough time for me to, you know, just do a bit of a dash at the end.
You've been involved with this race and this series for quite a long time, so you'll have seen the changes.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a few fewer cars this year, but the quality, forget about the drivers in some respect, but the teams that we've got here, that's changed massively, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's progressively becoming a more professional race. It's progressively becoming a faster race, and the manufacturers, I think, are taking it a lot more seriously. I mean, even if you look at the activations happening around the circuit, the manufacturers are really kind of focusing on it.
Look at Audi Middle East have taken over the Cars Cafe.
Have you seen Turn 1?
Yes, with
There's a BMW
terrace there.
Terrace thing there.
Yeah.
I only noticed it during a Code 60, and I was looking, I was like, what's all these
What's
lights?
all that up there?
Flashing lights and everything. They're throwing a party.
This Apex garden that they've built in
brilliant.
front of us here. How good is that?
I've got to
see that. That was packed yesterday.
I've got to give credit to the Autodrome. Like I said, I've been here from day one of the Autodrome. The progression they've made in the last few years is absolutely phenomenal.
There's a balance to be struck, though, Sammy, isn't there, between all of that and making teams like you, who aren't racing every other weekend, feel welcomed, feel competitive, and feel safe.
100%. And Creventic do a good job of it. I mean, Creventic, they have not lost focus on the fact that this is an amateur racing series that the pros are welcome to join, or in, you know, however they
You feel valued, seriously. That, I mean, it sounds an odd question, but you're a customer, effectively, of Creventic, and they're pretty good at listening, aren't they?
They're good at listening. Actually, yes, fundamentally, yes. They are absolutely good at listening. They communicate well with the teams. You've got a direct line to people that can make decisions, and they will hear you. I think they often get caught between dealing with professional teams that have presence,
Yes.
and dealing with amateur teams that don't have presence, so to speak. And I can understand that, and it's not easy when it comes to whether it's balance and performance, whether it's, you know, categorization, what have you. It can't be easy for them, but I think they do as good a job as you could want someone to do.
Well, Quirfy's been in, had his half a tank of petrol, and he's back out again. So that's good news for CP Racing. Now, where's
Ramsey?
Keeney?
Oh, they've
They put Ramsey in,
put Ramsey in, haven't they?
and so he's on his out lap as well at the moment. It's five laps off the lead, and just under 4 laps.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you're in the looks like you're in the same sector as 10 Ford and Alexander Fack, actually,
so
behind there. So
that's what I was saying. You've got Larry Tenvorder and Alexander Fack, and then Ramsey Matran, who drives one race a year and desk for the rest of the year. But I've got to give credit to Ramsey. He's been matching Alexander pretty much blow for blow for the entire race. So he's done a really good job. He's head around the car. So
I heard, I think it was Joe asking you early on about, you know, committing to do a few more races. There's a 6-hour race next weekend. That's a huge commitment to get the car re-prepped for. We were down in Kuwait, Motortown, in late part of last year, and that will be at the end of this year. I really enjoyed that event, and that track is absolutely brilliant.
The Middle East Championship, those 3 races, that's looking really.
You like the look of that, do you?
I like the brothers want to, like, we've got these 2 directions, right? So you either want to go and do some key races around the world and kind of just enjoy the one-offs,
do the bucket list type of
bucket list, or we want to win a championship again. So I think the Middle East Championship is looking quite inviting. It's one that we could probably attack, and I would imagine do okay.
I think you guys would love Kuwait Motortown.
I've heard.
It's a super flowing circuit, and I was sceptical about how it would race when I'd seen the onboards of track days and things like that. It was completely different the way Creventic laid it out. They didn't use the chicane at the first corner. It was the big long run through the fast left-hand kink down to turn 2. It's a great track.
I've heard. I actually know one of the guys that was kind of behind building it, and he kept bragging about it before it was built. He's like, "This is going to be amazing." And you know, your friend would, wouldn't he? And oh yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. And then everyone who's driven it has gone, "It's amazing." So yeah, looking forward to it. I think that, like I said, that's a realistic one. The other one that stands out for me is the 12 hours at Spa, but that's just so we can go to Spa and kind of get our eye into it. We haven't done it yet. It's just I don't like the rain, and Spa tends to have a little bit of rain, but you know, you got to do it, don't you? Just got to jump in at the deep end.
I am not one for track days in anything, and the only time I've accepted the opportunity to go out on a track to do an open track day was when we were there for the Spa 6-hour Classic, and I've got an old 968. I just bought the old 968, so this is 5 years ago, and I ummed and ahed about it, and I thought I better do this because I won't have another chance, and I'm pleased I did.
Yeah.
I'm pleased I did because it's a fast country road. Basically,
100%.
It's that and the Nürburgring, you know, really, really good. I hope we do get to see you.
I'm sure. At some point during the season, you will.
Pass on the best to the brothers, the rest of the team, particularly to Keeney, because he's a good lad.
Yeah, he is. He's been Keeney. I've got to again give him. He's so quiet. He's so unassuming, and he got in the car and just started blasting out 202s all night. He's brilliant. He's a great guy.
It wasn't a stretch. It wasn't a stretch for him not to say anything when he was the Stig. Let me put it that way, because he's a quiet lad who lets his driving
he's great.
do the talking.
He's absolutely brilliant. We're so happy to have him, and I think he'll if we go and do any more 24s, he'll probably be someone we drag along with us.
Well, I hope you do.
All right.
Good luck for the rest of the race.
Appreciate it, man.
Podium sort of looking all right. Maybe something a little bit more. Do you dare to dream at this point?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Sammy Mason, thank you very much indeed for joining us here in the booth at Studio 2. We're coming to the end of the Code 60. Man, what a race this has been. We're right on target at 495 laps at the end of 19 hours. We're going to take a little bit of a pasting on that. There's a bit of clean-up to do in the speedball as the cars are recovered. Just mind that black Cayenne there as you're bringing the flatbed round. That's a bit of explanation I don't need to do.
Yeah, I kept an eye on it. It did miss that one. You are okay.
You sure?
Yeah. You're good. We've got it on drone cam.
We've got our own drone cam following
Just
around.
protecting your car.
Joe Bradley, what's been going on? I mean, we pretty much have everybody in the pit lane, haven't we?
Sammy Moutran couldn't have timed that better with that long
Perfect.
code 60. We finally recovered the 121. Callie Bergman was at the wheel, and the young man, he's just as sick as a chip. When he was speaking to me earlier, he moved out of the way, 2 Porsches behind him. He tells me, I moved out of the way. I gave them plenty of room. I was right out on the outside of the track. He says, and one of them just speared into me. And I can see what he means. The car has just arrived on the back of a flatbed. It's just being lowered off. And he's got heavy rear suspension damage on the left. And he's got heavy front suspension damage on the left. And there's the culprit potentially. The 931. That's got right-hand damage. So there you go. Put the 2 clips.
Evidence there, Joe, do you think?
I think so. That'll be
Do we need CSI, Dubai Motor City to work this one out?
Yeah, I think we've got to the bottom of this already. Callie was telling me though, he was like aghast, and he was like, what else can I do? What else can I do? I've moved out your way, and here you are. And it might have been, and as the car goes up on its jacks, the left rail just flops.
Oh no!
Positive camber, maximum negative camber, so it's barely attached in there.
There's actually some damage on the right front as well, Joe, where it's hit the wall on driver's right. It takes a bit. That's not a slow corner, but it's not a super quick corner. It takes a bit to get to the wall there when you've already been hammered. The BBS rim is missing some spokes on the front. It looks like something's taken a bite out of it. The left rear, as Joe described, that wheel and upright, Joe, that's not attached to the rest of the car, is it?
It might even be attached by just the brake hose.
And that's had a big chunk taken out of the rim as well, hasn't it?
Both left front and left rear rims have been damaged with being hit. And this has been a bit of a tale of woe for the Dubai 24 Hours for the 121. That's the Wolf Power Audi. It had, remember, they were replenishing oil, I think, in the gearbox earlier. We've had other issues, and it's just been in and out. And then it's, all the bad luck that seemingly followed this car around. And here we are, back in the pits with heavy, like you say, John, good spot on the right front as it's hit the wall with the right front, but it's definitely the whole of the left-hand side that's the impact of the Porsche.
One man's meat, another man's poison. The other side of the garage, Marlon Menden, in 4 laps' time, will take that second position from that car, and it will be there for 4 laps. We're going to go back to green shortly, so we've now had 12 code 60s for 223.5 and counting. Here's the leader back into the pit. Check that, the second place car, Diego Manchacha, and that car for WRT is 5 minutes behind under code 60. It's a driver change for that number 7 car, and they're going to do that just before code 60, so that's some more time being burned by Diego there. He must be over his time limit. Surely he must have done the amount of time he needs to. Yasmin Preissig looks fit to be tied down there. Looks like she's found £5 and lost 20 at the moment. That was a nailed on second place, and potentially to challenge for the lead should there be any problems at the front. And this has taken them out of that. And this was the pole sitting car, let's not forget, Phil, as we go back to green.
Yep, the gaps have all spayed out because we had different people coming in over that code 60. It wasn't time-wise. Just having a look on the time that one took. Around about 20 minutes we were under code 60 on that one, John. So a lot of the teams got to do a couple of stops, which is sort of mixed up at the top now, because 24 stops for Herbeth, 26 now for the first of the WRT cars, which is a 7, and the second of the WRT cars is also, they're on 28. So a completely different strategy for the top 3 cars at the moment.
And again, we mentioned this earlier on, but if you are coming to us, don't think that 28 means bad and 24 means good. No. Because it's all down to the strategic thinking from the teams. And you heard Sammy Mutron that's saying there, right, you know, we have got some hard and fast rules. Obviously, you've got to be able to roll with the punches. But if we are X amount into our driver time, if we are X amount into our fuel run, then we'll do our best to get into the pit lane under code 60. My goodness, mate.
Yeah.
Are Herbert going to get back to form in the best possible way? Horrid start to the year here last year. They did not even make the start of the race after a heavy accident in practice with one of the Cupras, actually, which saw both cars up in the air for a moment or two in a practice session, not even the qualifying. At the moment, the gap is 1 minute 32 seconds. Daniel Alleman has been out there for 11 minutes, 40 minutes under the wheels of the WRT car in second. Then another 2 laps further back. And some 10 minutes into their stint, Maxime Martin will be pushing hard. Anton De Pasquale for Grove Racing, another lap further back. That's a quick car as well. Out of the top 5 cars, 3 of them have best laps under 2 minutes. Stuart Bradley.
Yeah, I've made my way up to the other part of the soap opera that's just unfolded. The 931 HRT Porsche being looked at now, and this car got heavy right-hand side damage. Put the 2 and 2 together. This is the car that's had the coming together with the TCR Audi of number 121, the Wolf car, and not as well. What looks aesthetically less damaged. Still got a plethora of gaffer tape all over it.
That car was getting worked on pretty much all the way through my stint in the pits between midnight and 3 a.m.
They've had a tale of woe as well. Is that right? There's only 3 drivers down to drive this car.
The 931.
There is one car with only 3 drivers, and that is it, yeah. So they've had to manage really carefully. No, 931, no, that's 4 drivers.
4 drivers on that one, yeah.
3 driver car is the Vili Motorsports car.
Yes.
Sergio Nicole, Sabino De Castro, and Fabrizio Brogi. Fabrizio started the car and then did very little. The other 2 drivers were swapping and changing, and then he got back in again. Adam Adelson, 6th position. We weren't going to have a word with that until all that kicked off, the number 92 car. I'll allow Joe to get back down. Looks like we've got a steering rack going on the Porsche that was involved in that.
Power steering unit.
Power steering unit, yes.
That wouldn't be cheap.
Phil.
That looks like that's on, actually.
It's a Porsche.
Exactly.
Quality does not come cheap.
Indeed.
And remember the other old adage of motor racing: speed costs. How fast can you afford to go?
That's the new one, by the way.
Okay.
So I think they're just taking the steering arm off that, Joe, aren't they?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, so they can get it in, and then they'll replace the steering arm once it's in position. 500
laps completed by the leader, and last time around, Diego Manchaca has put in a 1:59.828. That's that car's fastest lap of the race. It's game on now, ladies and gentlemen. At the front of the field, the top 5 cars separated in lap terms by 4 laps. If you want to turn that into minutes, that's under 10 minutes. That's somewhere between sort of 8 and 9 minutes in time on the track, and we have seen how quickly 8 and 9 minutes can disappear. Phil? This one's boiling up nicely.
It is indeed, and with that late code 60, it really, the teams really needed to get whatever they needed done, as in get the fuel in the car, because this is going to come down to pit stops, John. This is all about where you're going to be when we click over about 2 p.m.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with the stricken Porsche. What do you know, Joe?
Well, very gracious Greg Gorski, who was the driver of the 931, has come out to talk to me. Greg, what happened in that incident?
Yeah, I had just led a GT3 car in front of me, and I was following him into the corner, and he went to pass the TCR car on the inside, and I just followed him in. The TCR car turned into me. I don't think he saw me.
So that's exactly what happened. And you've got heavy damage on the right-hand side. Any news on exactly what went wrong, what is going on? I saw a power steering unit, or a rack, I should say.
Yeah, I don't think the damage is that bad. I think we might have broken a couple A-arms or something, but nothing critical. The car will get back on track for sure.
You've had a few wars with the car during the night, Greg. What exactly has had to be repaired over the course of this race?
On our car?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh, I was told that the car was in the pit garage for a while, early morning.
Oh, yeah, we needed a new transmission.
Oh, right.
Oh.
Nothing. Nothing wrong with the car. Move on.
Yeah, no, I thought there was an incident, but...
Oh, no, I meant repairs.
Yeah, we had some problems shifting between third and fourth gear, and it was a hard shift in my stint, and then finally just gave up when the kid was driving it. But the guys here at HRT Performance did a fantastic job. They put a transmission in, swapped one out for another car in like 45 minutes, and we were back on track. But it took away the chances of us winning. It's been kind of a bad luck. We had bad luck in qualifying. We started in the back, so we've been playing catch-up the entire day and night.
It doesn't detract from the fun you're having, Greg. Are you back for the rest of the season?
Oh, I'm going to try. I love Creventic. I love the series, and I love being a part of this family. So as many races I can make, I will.
Well, Creventic loves Greg Gorski, so come back. Please do.
Thank you, bud. See you later.
Seen Greg in the Lipa Lamborghini in the past. He's raced Lamborghini Super Trofeo back in the States as well. Yeah, anything wrong with the car? No, it's been fine. Was in the pits for quite a long time during that. Oh yeah, we had to change the transmission. Excellent. I'm not sure that they were changing the steering rack there. I think they were cannibalising the new unit for the steering arm, because that unit went back in the box and it was only the steering arm. I've seen a few steering arms being replaced on those Porsches.
Now, the kid he was referring to is 19-year-old South African driver, Michael Bamber. So that was the kid that he put the kid in the car. He's 19. Our only South African entrant.
And Jordan Kroger.
Yeah, well, he's racing under a UAE licence.
Yeah,
but yes.
We know he's South African.
We do.
Great battle at the front of the 992 field. It's 13th and 14th position. Larry Tenforder, former Super Cup champion. Is he twice a Super Cup champion, I think, now? Alexander Fack in the 961. They're just about... Oh, they're just under a lap apart. I'll wait for Alex to go through and I'll tell you what it is. And still trying to chase them down, Ramsey Matran for the Dual Racing by Toro machine. Ramsey stuck in a bit of traffic that time around. It's not easy to get a clear lap here at the moment after that short run.
We sort of get all banged up because of the queue in pit lane.
Yes.
And we end up with that compaction, the accordion compaction down at the end of the pit lane with everybody coming out. And also the compaction in the penalty box. We had 5 cars in there at one time during that last one.
Abandoned. it was the best holiday parking you've ever seen.
Brilliant, and they're all on different penalties as well.
Yes,
so they're
right.
all trying to weave in and out, and there's people standing there with stopwatches.
I'm pretty certain there was at least 2 people who timed the wrong car.
Exactly.
At that point. Or drivers who were looking at the wrong person at least.
5, 4, 3. No, not you.
No,
you.
Pointing at them. Hello to Brendan Roberts, who's in Sydney, Australia. Be out your way early part of next month, Brendan. On holiday, last day today, back to work tomorrow. He means Monday, of course, because he's well ahead of us in time. Brendan, thanks for joining us on your late on your Sunday evening over there. Middle of Sunday evening over there in Sydney. Wish you all the best. And please can we have some nice weather for Bathurst? If you don't mind it.
Okay, let's see what Australian weather's been doing so far this year. Floods, famine, bushfire. Take your pick.
Yeah.
You can have all 3 over the weekend if you really want to.
Well, it's the mountain. We probably will have
Snow.
hailstones. Yeah, I was going to say we probably have hailstones and a plague of frogs as well. To be absolutely, it's going to be packed for that event.
Yeah, it is.
We'll have the full coverage for the international and the Australian audience with our friends on 7.
And hopefully they'll do the GT cars drive downtown as well.
We are. That's happening.
Perfect. Absolutely brilliant.
That's the first event on Thursday.
Magic.
And then we've got quite a lot of running on Friday, and then the television starts on Saturday with the support and the qualifying leading up to the brilliant shootout for the Alan Simonson Paul Award. Gets me every time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say that. Well, I'm not sorry to say that, actually. Motor racing's supposed to be emotional.
Indeed.
Down to 4.5 hours now. 503 laps in the books. I think we can still do this, if we get a good clean run. We lost...
I'm touching lots of wood here, John.
We lost, 20 minutes there. So we did probably about 4 laps when we should have done 9 or 10.
Yeah, so
laps
maybe...
at this time. So we've dropped probably 5, possibly 6 laps away. Just when we got back onto parity.
We were on parity. We were on par. It was going to happen. It was right there. Yeah, well, that's motorsport and that's motor racing. It's unpredictable.
2 hours 24 under code 60, which actually, considering the seriousness of some of the incidents, it is for 12. Code 60, it's not bad at all.
The speed of the recovery units and getting the track cleaned up. Remember, we had that massive oil spill as well.
Exactly, and then we had the fire. Then we've had a couple of cars that needed trailering away. That's an average of 12 minutes per code 60, which, when you see some of the incidents that we've had, actually stacks up pretty well. And it has to be said that race control and the recovery, track services and the marshals have played their part in that.
As always.
Yeah.
As always.
People standing around looking and pointing and deciding who's going to do what there. There's a plan of action and it is enacted straight away. And the thing I like about here is there's so many places that you can get the recovery vehicles off the track.
Yeah.
And as soon as they are clear, with code 60, you're back to green.
Well, our original clerk of the course is here this weekend, Chris Norman.
Is he?
Yes, he is indeed. And
worked with Chris at Rockingham Motor Speedway in the UK.
He was our original clerk of the course here for local motorsport and has always done the Creventic events because he holds the international COC license.
Oh, Zach Dowdle, this might be the tweet of the week so far. Can't help feel that a compulsory fuel stop in Bathurst CBD during the 12 hours would make it even more interesting than it already is. Not that it needs to be, but think of it as a GT3 Joker lap.
Oh, what? Oh, brilliant.
So
yes, that's
straight
brilliant.
off the end of Murray's, down past the university, into town, presumably abiding by the speed limits, stop at the fuel station just down by the Oxford there, round the roundabout and back up the other side, and rejoin at the first corner.
So
Hell
because
corner.
in one of those areas there's a 50 km/h and there's a 60, so you'd have to have 2 pit limiters.
Oh, very good.
You've got the 60 and the 50 and the 2 speed humps.
Jerry C, back with us. I was getting ready to ask what I'd missed whilst I was working, but it sounds like it's shorter to say what hasn't happened. You're not far wrong on that.
It hasn't snowed yet.
Now here's Declan asking, besides Bathurst, what track in the Oceanic region deserves a long endurance race? He puts forward Sydney Motorsport Park or Highlands in New Zealand. Highlands is a great circuit.
It is.
There is a endurance race of sorts at Phillip Island. They have the 500 there.
Yeah, exactly. Phillip Island's a great place for endurance racing. I used to race bikes down there.
Where would you?
I would
suggest.
Most of the tracks are not that long, you know.
Yes.
The probably 3.5, 4 kilometres long. So Sydney Motorsport Park is quite a long track. The Sandown track, not really. That's going to go out of existence shortly. Adelaide, the Bend. Okay, they've got the full GT.
That's it.
The 7-kilometre GT circuit.
Don't stop calling. No more phone calls. No letters. The Bend, absolutely, nailed it. There was a proposal that the Asian Le Mans Series might go there as a precursor to the FIA World Endurance Championship. Certain viruses put paid to that at the time, but those conversations are still ongoing.
Well, with Sam Shaheen looking after that circuit and being an avid motor, and he did get really badly banged up in that accident at Bathurst. You know, that really shook him up. And he's a good friend of ours. He's an Adelaide boy from my hometown, and he's got so much. The drag strip's almost completed there. It's going to be the flattest quarter mile in the world. It's laser leveled. But yeah, that circuit is set up purely. They've already had the Asian Le Mans Series there because it couldn't race in Asia because of the COVID regulations. Right. So Sam already said, come here, we'll look after you, and they did. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So you've got a passionate man who wants that to work. He now also runs Malala Motorsport Park, which is my original racing circuit, where I've had all my accidents. I've never been to the Bend.
Want to know where to crash?
Yeah.
I can tell you.
I can tell you, I've been off at every corner at Malala.
Talking about the Asian Le Mans Series, of course, we should mention that there's 2 races here at Dubai Autodrome for Asian Le Mans Series in February.
Yes.
Just I think the week or 2 weeks before 2 weeks after, excuse me, Bathurst, so middle of February, and then
2 rounds down at Yass as well.
2 rounds down at Yass on consecutive days here, and then the following weekend down to Yass for the conclusion of the championship. I'm led to believe from speaking to Frederic Lequiam, who is the new man at the head of Le Mans Endurance Management, who co-produce that series now with SRO Asia. But I'm led to believe that's the last time that format here, which has been very popular and very successful, it will be used. They are really hopeful that in end of 2020, where are we now? 3.
Yeah.
And into 2024, they'll be able to go back to the original concept of a end of one year, beginning of next, in Asia itself.
Yes.
And visit a few circuits out there, and that would be starting November, December 2023 and heading into the early part of 2024.
When you think about the restrictions now starting to be lifted, i.e. in China, but also in Kuala Lumpur, where the Sepang circuit is, the Baran circuit in Indonesia, etc., they're all starting to come back online now, and having their staff come back online and getting that building process again, which they have to go through because they all suffered terribly through that, and they're not government-owned circuits. You know, it's a really tough time for them, and so getting them back online is most important.
So check the dates. It's on the Dubai Autodrome website. If you're enjoying this similar type of racing, multi-class, there's some prototypes at the front of the field as well, and it's 2 4-hour races on one weekend, and then down to Yas. Check for the dates I'm pretty certain it's the week after Bathurst for the first race weekend here. Phil's going to look it up. Last opportunity in the current calendar to run those two races here at Dubai Autodrome.
11th and 12th of February, they're here.
So yes, that is the weekend after Bathurst.
And that is there. And 19th, 18th, 19th of February down at Yas Marina Circuit.
Yeah. So there you are. More top quality endurance racing in a circuit that is, I think, very well suited to endurance race. Actually, I think Yas is as well, to be honest. I know there's a few people who don't like Yas. The changes that were made for Formula One, I don't think they're detrimental to sports car racing. I'm not sure they needed it, to be fair, for multi-class racing, but it hasn't made it. It hasn't made it worse, for sure. Here, I think race is great for multi-class racing.
Yeah.
Prototypes here, particularly under the lights for the evening race, look absolutely superb.
Yeah, the races start at 3 p.m. in the evening and end under dark at 7 p.m. So it's perfect, absolutely perfect. You get that dusk and yeah, looks fantastic. The lights on the cars, da-da-da-da-da. Proper.
Hello to Jesse Young, trying to stay awake for the full 24-hour racing. I know, I'm feeling the same way. You've got about 4 hours and 20 minutes to go.
And some of the cars that are racing here are racing in that Purex.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Jesse hoping to see Valentino Rossi down at Bathurst. Well, he is going, for sure. Vincent Voss overnight telling me how much he was looking forward to going back to Bathurst, albeit with the new manufacturer, so still plenty to learn. The camping tickets for Bathurst, by the way, if you're listening to us in Australia, sold out not quite as quickly as the 1000, but my goodness,
different crowd.
A very different crowd.
Very different crowd from because the 1000 is still parochial.
Yes,
it's the two makes, and it's always been that way since I've been a kid, following Alan Moffat in the number 9 Mustang back in the late 60s, early 70s.
There was a brief dalliance with European touring cars and Super Tourers.
We had Super Tourers out there, and we lost the great Greg Hansford in a Super Tourer accident at Queensland Raceway. But when he transitioned from bikes over to the over to cars, it just didn't work because we didn't have those cars to drive around in. They were really expensive because we had tariffs on all overseas imports because we had to support General Holden and Ford. Yeah. So you had to pay a lot of money for those cars. So, and the passion wasn't there because of it. It was tried, but then the idea of the supercar category was born, and the rest.
Walkinshaw Racing took the European touring car Jaguars down there.
Yes,
yes.
Oh, there's been a lot of it. We've had NASCAR races race down there. Really struggled with our touring cars.
Now, a bit of a battle going on between the QMMF 929 sitting in second place in the arm. Julian Hanses chasing down Stefan Aust. The tank tape on the front of that car tells you that the Huber Motorsport 925 has been in the wars overnight, but they've got it going. It's 4 seconds, or at least was 4 seconds. Huge dark lines of Hankook rubber being laid down by Adam Adelson for Herbert Motorsport in the 6th place car and Pro-Am number 2. This is a real battle for the lead in 992 AM with the NKPP by HRT Motorsport car. Harry Hildish behind the wheel of the 3rd place car, but some now 4 laps in arrears from this developing battle for the lead. And you get the feeling, just looking at the way that number 925 Huber Motorsport car, the white car, is the attitude of the car in the corner. That car's being pushed, perhaps not quite as much as the dark maroon and white QMMF. This is one of the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation entered car, the Thuraya car. Julian Hanses, I had a good chat with him overnight as well. He wasn't in the best of moods because they'd had a bit of side-by-side contact that had caused problems for that car. Well, they fought back in that 6.5 hours of green flag racing and are starting to put the pressure on. It was 4.5, it's now 2.5.
Wow.
Hanses is coming, and coming like a steam train. Bit of damage to the left front headlight cover. But that car, well, if Julian doesn't like a car loose, he's doing a good impression of someone who does, Phil.
Oh, yes. But yeah, have a look at that lap time. They are absolutely nailing it around here. But he's running it. It's doing it again, but he's going to run out of the rear tyres before he gets up to the back bumper of the car, the Huber Motorsports car. That's Stefan Ost at the wheel of that great racing out there. The lead battle, John, down to 52 seconds now. Daniel Alleman at Herbert Motorsport in the 91. Dries Ventura at the 7. And Dries is lapping about a second a lap quicker at the moment.
2.5 seconds last time around. Yeah. That one's coming down. And they're not that far away on fuel this time around. Dries Ventura, 27 minutes out on the track. 35 for Daniel Alleman. So this is a real battle at the front of the field as well, but we're keeping our eyes on the 992 AM scrap, just on, what did we say, 2.5 seconds. It's coming down, it's not that now. It's about 2 seconds, possibly even less than that. Oh, a big slide coming up over the top of the rise at turn 15.
This is like
that was a big lift off there by Stefan Aust, and here comes Julian Hanses onto the front straight. The two Porsches, the slightly beaten up Porsche with the tape on the front and the red and blue pinstripes over the left hand side of the bonnet. That's the leader in class. The Qatar flag coloured car with the yellow highlighted wing end plates and mirrors is the number 929 of Julian Hanses.
1.3 seconds as they cross the line. It's coming down. It's less than that. He's eating him up through the S's. And
now, what's interesting about this though is Julian Hanses is going to have to pit soon because he's been out there for 1 hour and 51 minutes. Stefan Aust has only got 35 minutes under his Hankook tyres. So yes, this looks like a great battle. It will have to break off soon, but there's a psychological advantage, is there not, Phil?
Yes.
For that second place car to get the pass done before it peels off into the pits.
He's got to be so careful. Now the lights are flashing. His hands are on him, but he is sliding everywhere in that car, and it's so easy to make a mistake and put that car into the wall or have a spin. Because he's been out there for so long, probably double stinting those tyres. That's why they've gone the way they are at the moment as the back end comes around. Nose to tail to the two Porsches as they head up the hill towards turn 12. And he's making all the overtaking moves, par overtaking at the moment. He's putting it everywhere that he can.
Trying to keep the car and the full beam headlights right in vision for Stefan Aust, who's leading that class through the kink at 13. Position the car on the right-hand side. It's coming from a long way back. The second place car. That's a lovely piece of driving. That was very much under control for a car that seems to be running out of rear grip, coming to the end of his fuel load as well. So the car will be a little bit lighter for Julian Hanses, and he's right there through 16. Now, if you're Stefan Aust, just drive your line, Stefan.
Yep.
You're not fighting this guy. He's going to have to pit in 5 or 6 minutes' time. It's the battle for 17th overall, but more importantly, it's the battle for 992 AM lead.
Unbelievable as they come down. He's going to throw down the inside at turn 1. No. Sensible.
Aust went a little deep there.
He did.
Now, this has to be sensible.
Oh, he's got a good run. He's got a good run up the inside. He's going to do it.
Go, Stefan. Let him go. Through turn 3 on the inside.
Yes.
And it's the maroon front end, the maroon and white front end that comes into view first. But Stefan, I think that was really sensible driving by Stefan Aust.
Yeah.
He did not dispute that as hard as he could have. He didn't give it up. He didn't put his hand out the window and say, after you, Julian.
Yes.
But by the same token, he knows Julian's going to have to peel on off in the next 4 or 5 laps, whereas he has got potentially another hour and a half to do in that car.
Yeah, the 929 car is just struggling with that rear grip at the moment, and I think, I'm just going to have a quick look here. Yeah, that's almost done on the rear tyres. Yeah, most definitely. I just want to pull up Julian Hans's. You know, he's a GT4 and he came 9th in the 2021 Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. A lot of Porsche experience under that helmet in that car, so he knows how to push a car on old tyres. He's got that experience under his belt.
Now here's the leader coming through as well. That's the number 91 car in traffic. 5th place for Maxime Soulet in the Haas RT multicoloured Audi R8 with the Vortex in behind. And that's, and we've got both Vortex running again, Vortices running again.
Yes. In 30th place overall and 32nd overall for the 701.
So head back down to the pit lane. 10 minutes to go before we head into the last 4 hours of the race. It is, I think, just still Joe Bradley down there.
I've been down to check on the job on the 76 McLaren, and they've kind of packed it away for the day. And
that was turbo, wasn't it?
It was a turbocharger, yeah. It's a good job I turned up, because they were all about to leave, and I informed them that they were still eligible to a podium with only been 3 cars in the class, and they've completed 50% of the laps of the class leader. James Cottingham was gutted because he was heading down to the beach with his family. Sorry, Mick, we'll get your overalls on, because at 3 o'clock you're still going to be eligible for a podium. So I think they're happy. Jodie's happy. But it was bad luck. It was nice to see McLaren here, wasn't it? It's a shame to see it not cross the line, but hey ho, they'll still be spring champion.
Thanks, Joe. Well, as predicted, that battle for GT in GT and the 992 class for AM went the way of Julian Hans's, but he's had to pull into the pit lane, and through has gone Stefan Aust to retake it. So that will reset, and about, let's have a look, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes from now, it will be Stefan Aust into the pit lane. Actually about 45 minutes. They can do about an hour and 20, sometimes a little bit more, depending on how light the right foot is.
Just keeping an eye on Maxime Soulet in the Haas RT, closing in on the back of the Anton De Pasquale in the Grove Racing car. Just 4.5 seconds separate those cars running in 4th and 5th.
I love the RSL collective. Matt G. Stefan Aust drove perfectly there. Whilst chasing him down, the 929 picked up a 10-second track limits penalty. Stefan kept it within the lines.
Yep.
Very good, Matt. Very good indeed, and that's a fine point you've made there. So not only did the car have to peel off, but there'll be a penalty applied to that car. Keeping an eye also, of course, on the 2 Fark Auto Tech cars, Larry Tinforder and Alexander Fark, separated by just a lap. Waiting for Alex to come through. That's not a Porsche going underneath my feet. And that is, though.
That one.
That's and that was Alexander Fark. So it's a lap between those two. Romain Iannetta back out in the Vision Ferrari. Still haven't heard from anybody down at Herbeth. The Americans keeping themselves to themselves at the moment. Adam Adelson, the big Jimmy Johnson fan, is in the car at the moment.
I tried to talk to Harry King earlier.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah, he wouldn't talk to me. I think because he's the Carrera Cup champion, he wouldn't talk to me.
3.6.
Get one of the Americans, Joe.
I'll have a walk down there before I hand over to Nick and see if I can.
All right, mate.
I do like a chat to Jason.
There's about 6.5 minutes left before Bruce and Johnny, who've already fired up Studio 1. Big slide again from Maxime Soulin, the Haas RT car. Spin for the bright orange number 19, Daniel de Jong. That's 4th in Pro-Am, 10th overall. He's got the door open. I think he's lost the motor in that, and it doesn't want to restart. It'll be very hot in that AMG GT3. Now that's at turn 11.
Yes.
Sort of coming out of turn 10, heading towards turn 11.
It's quite easy to loop the car around there if you get offline there.
He's quite lucky he hasn't hit the wall on the right-hand side. Now, that car does not seem to want to start, somewhat recalcitrant in the engine
Code
department.
60.
Code 60 is out just before another hour. Gives us a chance to go down to Joe Bradley, who's wandering down the pit lane. Where have you got to, Joe?
Oh, I'm not there yet, mate. I was
sorry.
Sorry, I left my mic open and you heard me say one of the pit officials. How are you? You doing well? He said, no, I'm dying. The British official. He comes to the Dubai 24 Hours. I know him from my BTCC days. Caught me out a couple of times.
This is James straight into the pits for Heart of Racing Mercedes. Well, the 27 car out of 8th position and 3rd in Pro-Am. Andrew Gilbert's, Oliver Gotha coming in for Rofco, still leading GT4. I think this will be a flat tour unless something's jammed in the transmission from Daniel de Jong.
Yeah, he's getting out of the car, so...
oh, well, that means it'll have to be a...
Yeah, that's fire extinguisher foam.
Fire extinguisher in the front.
Yeah.
So, now did they spray that from externally?
Or did the bomb go off? Yeah.
Yeah, has somebody pulled the car's own extinguishant?
Dries Ventura's in WRT from P2.
Yes, but Daniel Ollerman hasn't come in yet. Well, he's just coming round to the final corner now. Or into the final sector now, should I say. This does not feel like the work of a moment to get this car moved.
No, they're looking very carefully for any sign of ignition.
They don't want to open the engine in case...
well, it just pumps oxygen in there, so...
Exactly.
You don't want that to happen. But what this has done, for those people who are working on the hours, it's very, very close to when they were going to pit anyway. So we're going to see a lot of people in the pit lane. And... we're just... Oh, the car is mobile. It hasn't got a locked diff or a gearbox. Driver getting back in the car to try and get it back to the pits.
Rescue 2 down there. Whilst that's happening, for those of you on the TV screen, we took the opportunity to catch up with Gary Willems, man at the head of Creventic, earlier on in the week in the paddock here at the Dubai Autodrome.
We started in 2006 when we had the first race also in January, and from then we created on this race every year. In the past we started with 60 cars, we grow through the time, and now we're going to have a good grid of GT3 cars and touring cars. When we came here, it's a wonderful track, very challenging, still from the beginning. And Dubai is a unique, friendly city. So it's a combination of motorsport and a holiday and vacation. It's a wonderful combination. People still like that. We have 55 cars on the grid, starting from TCR cars, touring cars, and from that we're growing to GT4, Porsche 992 Cup, and a lot of GT3 machinery. If you look from drivers, most of the teams have 4 to 5 drivers, so we have approximately 250 drivers here. And the nice thing, they're coming from all over the world. And although they are competitors, if you look here in the paddock, they are friends and they do the same passion. They're helping each other, but on the track they are competing.
So the usual dash for the pit lane. Daniel Ollerman for Herbert Motorsport still leading Dries Van Tor out of the pit lane. And Joe Bradley is down at Herbert Motorsport.
I've got Adam Adelson, who's just brought in the 92. Adam, you guys have had a good run so far, dare I say it?
Most definitely. All my co-drivers, Elliot Skier, Jason Hart, Seth Lucas, they all have driven amazingly. And Herbert Motorsport have put together an incredible program, and they have an amazing car for us, so everything's going great.
And you've got a great driver lineup there. There's some great characters. Jason Hart comes to mind, who I know well from the US. You must be gleaning a lot of their experience and just gleaning information from them all the time, I would imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Elliot Skier was my co-driver in a lot of series we participate in America, and Jason Hart was Elliot's direct competitor. Seth was also a competitor of mine as well, so it's amazing, you know, the camaraderie we all have and how we go from competitors to teammates, and we're now able to share so much of our experience and knowledge with each other. It's amazing.
And it's your first experience of the Dubai Autodrome, yeah?
Yeah, it's my first 24-hour race, first time in a GT3 car, first time for a lot of things.
So, yeah. What's your Jimmy Johnson story I'm getting in my ear? 48, the Jimmy Johnson story?
No, I don't have a Jimmy Johnson story.
Doesn't have a Jimmy Johnson story, John. So tell me, your thoughts on the Dubai Autodrome?
Oh, it's an incredible track, you know. It's really fast and flowy. You know, we're running maximum downforce setups, which is amazing to do in a GT3 car. These things are just so hooked up. And, you know, the curbs are so useful. It's really easy to get in a rhythm here, and I'm just loving it.
So what's the plan for the rest of the season this side of the pond? You're racing across in the United States, yeah?
Yeah, I have a lot going on in the United States. I'm going to be running Michelin Pilot Challenge with NOLA Sport with my co-driver, Elliot. And then I'm also going to be participating in GT World Challenge. I don't believe we have pen to paper with the team yet, so I don't want to say who it's with, but we got some.
So you've got a very, very busy schedule. You're from here, you're off to the Raw next weekend, and then Daytona.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have some family matters I need to attend to, so I can't go to the Roar. But Elliot will be there, and you know, I'm feeling really good about. We have so much experience with the Cayman platform, so we're feeling really good about what we can do.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks. We're at the Rolex as well. Thanks for talking to us, Adam. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
7 o'clock at the Dubai Autodrome with now just a handful of hours, 4 to be exact, still to go in the 18th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones taking over once again in Studio 1 to look after proceedings for the next couple of hours and a half. And Herbert Motorsport still lead the motor race with Daniel Alleman at the wheel of the number 91 car, ahead of the 7 Team WRT machine of Dries Van Tor. The gap between the two after 516 laps is a minute and a half. That's really very close, considering how much racing we've done to date. 3 laps back is the Team WRT sister machine, the 46 BMW M4. That's Maxime Martin at the wheel. So Porsche leads 2 M4s, and then the Grove Racing, Brenton Grove driven Porsche, Earl Bamber's team pretty much, but well, the family Grove name is carried by those guys, Stephen and Brenton Grove, with Anton Di Pasquale and Kiwi Earl Bamber as part of the lineup. In 5th position, it's the Haas RT Audi R8 LMS, the only Audi now featuring in the top 8 positions, with Mathieu Detry back at the wheel. 2nd, Herbert Motorsport Porsche. We were just hearing, in fact, from Adam Adelson. Seth Lucas, his teammate, is at the wheel of car number 92, running in 6th spot. Thierry Vermeulen comes next in the Team GP Elite Porsche at number 32. And it's another GT3 car in 8th, the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes AMG GT3 car number 27 for the main man at Heart of Racing, Ian James. 9th position is the CP Racing car, and that is 9th spot in class as well, but they will still lead the GT3 AM part of the entry, and it's Joe Foster at the wheel of car number 85 in another Mercedes AMG. Next is a third BMW for Poulsen Motorsport of Denmark. Christian Poulsen, the 2014 World Endurance Champion at GTE AM level, and he is running in 10th position ahead of Daniel de Jong for MP Motorsport, the bright orange Mercedes AMG number 19. Phoenix Racing's Audi is next, Michael Doppelmayr running in 12th. Then we're into the 992 Porsche Cup cars, and leading that class is the FAC Autotech car number 962, 962 rather, in the 992 class for Larry Ten Voorde. The sister car at the Swiss squad running in second position for Alexander Fack himself. Then it's the 995 dual racing by Tora Verdi 995 numbered car. So we've got the top three in the 992 class together on the screen, 13th, 14th and 15th. Ramsey Moutran at the wheel of that. And then Roman Iniesta for Vision, the GT3 Ferrari 488 car number 2, is in 16th place. More class leaders to feature in a moment or two, but first of all, it's the 4th place Uber Motorsport Porsche Cup car number 925. Willy Motorsport, who have led that class, now running in 5th position in category and 18th overall. QMMF by HRT Turaya Qatar number 929 is in 19th position, 6th in class. Then it's the NKPP by HRT Performance Cup car for Gijs Bessem, number 928, 20th. He in turn is ahead of a similar machine for MRS GT Racing, number 989. Then the Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing example, 908 for Mathis Jobert, number 20, is in 22nd position for car 908. Then the Pure Racing machine, which was right up there in the early stages, and indeed for qualifying yesterday. Harry King, the Brit, taking charge last time in the pit lane, and that car is 23rd, ahead of another class leader. The KTM Crossbow is out front in GTX for Razzoon Morgan Racing, number 714. Salasin by Cox Racing are next, 15th in the division and 25th. Rothko with Dragon Racing's GT4 Mercedes leads its class, car 408, with Ollie Goethe at the wheel. Then it's the Simpson Motorsport GT4 BMW for James Kell running second. There are laps between those two cars, 3 of them, probably 2 and a bit in fact. Then the 76 McLaren for Team 7T6, running in the GT3 category but at GT3 AM level, and Andrew Gilbert is in charge of that, 28th spot. 702 is the Vortex V8 for Nicholas Nobbs. And the Vortex, a couple of those cars still in the race, running in 29th. Century Motorsport is the meet in the sandwich between the 1.0s, and that's the Century BMW for Carl Cavers in 30th position. Then the second of the French cars for Tom Pieri, 31st. Ramdan Motorsports Porsche Cup car is 32nd for Saif Alameri. 33rd, we're now into the area where a number of these cars have had difficulties through the course of the last 20 hours, but the HRT Performance Porsche for Holger Harmsen is 33rd. Sticking in the 992 class, the second of the Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing cars is 907 for Alexandre de Bernardinis. Then it is Speed Lovers Chris Mace in the 979 car, 35th. 36th is the 930, the second of the QMMF racing cars. MRS GT Racing's 990 for Peter Persavic is in 37th. Got the Santaloc Junior Team Audi for Owen Bastard, but that car had big damage late last night. I don't think it ever got going again, so still in 38th and officially a retirement. 39th position for the P1 Gruppa by MRS GT Racing car. Then it is Almanar Racing by HRT, the treble 7 for Lucas Stoltz. All the bad luck in the opening, 6 hours for that car, and it stopped very shortly after that period in 40th position, still on the screen though. And beyond that, these are all retirements now. The 909 Red Camel Jordan Stock NL Porsche Cup car, the Abu Dhabi sister machine for racing and Haupt Racing Team. And Sebastian Bowe had a big off running into turn 14, which resulted in a huge fire as well, and an awful lot of damage for the Bilstein Mercedes. 43rd for the 450 RAC Jorgensen Strong by Century BMW. Trezor Attempter Racing's Audi long-time retirement, as is the ALM Motorsport by MRS GT Porsche, the HRT Performance Cup car, and the Dragon Racing Mercedes never got going before 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. In the TCE series, still a lead for AC Motorsports Miklas Born in their Audi. There are 3 Audis, in fact, out front in the TCE race, because they are followed by the 2 Wolf Power Racing RS3s for Marlon Menden in 117 and Kalle Bergman in 121. Then it's the Team Zorg Rennsport TCX leader, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 number 227 for Benito Tagl. 5th position, the 700 miles entry, the VW Golf for Thierry Ciucandali, number 106, and 199 hit major problems right in the middle of the night, and the 199 of Andy Yan has not been seen since. It was being strung, in fact, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, but that was mainly to get the car safely back onto the truck rather than return it to the race. But we wish the Hong Kong lineup well and hope to see them very soon. I'm not sure whether there are plans maybe to get that second AC Motorsport car out again for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi next weekend. So there are the current standings. We're at 9 minutes past 11. And if you've made it this far, the end of the race, Bruce Jones, must feel perilously close, but we've still got a huge chunk of the race to go.
It always makes me smile. If you think you're working hard, we've got to the 4-hour point of the race, but when you got to the 20-hour point, the last 4 hours seems like a skip and a jump, unless you're running a team or driving a car where of course every little possible error, sound, noise, or anything that gives you a sensation that all is not right, will certainly come and bite you. You know, one of the things that I think back to was Larry Tenford getting out of a car when John was in the pit lane, when we were still in the commentary booth. They'd just taken the brake pads off his car. There was no frictional material on them at all.
Yeah.
Ground them down to absolutely nothing. So he's probably capable of taking those closer to the end of a stint than anybody else in the Porsche Cup class, such as his experience. But you can be sure that every single car out there has got something niggling. They're just nursing through to the finish.
Let's just try and... their name to do in recent years, makes sense to come in even though you only get 50% of your fuel allocation each and every time if you're close enough to the pits, because of course if you've just started a lap and you're then restricted to 60 kilometers per hour, you might not actually get the opportunity to make the pits by the time that the caution's cleared.
You could look at this in two ways. You could either say, if this race was an hour long, the scope of a Code 60 being thrown at entirely the wrong time for you, well, no, let's say 2 hours long, for refueling, could really scupper you. So maybe the longer the race, the more chance to sort of make up for any moment where it's been read wrongly. But this year, of course, as you said, just half a tank of fuel could be taken under Code 60, and for a lot of the crews, it's just made them think that little bit differently. But yeah, 4 hours to go, or 3 3/4 hours to go. Still scope for the pendulum to swing another way, but at the moment, Herbert and still taking the battle for those two Team WRT BMWs, and Maxime Martin is in the one in third place, but that's the car that's had more penalties than the sister car. That was in the early hours of the race, really. That set them back, but certainly with the crew, Sean Goodale, Max Hess, Maxime Martin, Valentino Rossi and Tim Whale, more than good enough to get back to the front. But gold standard is in number 7, Dries Van Tor. Yeah, and you can be sure that he is pressing on as Dries knows how to do. So he'll be maximising his time in the car. But we've still got around 45 cars in this race, or 40 odd cars in this race. Still scope for mishap and Code 60s to come from anywhere.
Agreed. And the average lap time at the front of the field is most impressive as well. Now,
what you do when you come in after a time out of the commentary booth is just check who's running, who's not.
Yeah, indeed.
The 199, I have literally just inked that as a retirement, and it's back out on the track. The AC Motorsport, the second one of those RS3s. So well done. That's the Hong Kong crew you were talking about just at the top of the hour, and we thought they'd parked it, but no, they've got 4 hours of racing to play with.
Tremendous, and fair play to them for slugging it out overnight. John Hindhoff reported in his 3-hour stint in the pit lane that there was work going on, but it wasn't particularly at a quick speed. Well, that was an 8-hour stop just now, and it's literally just come to an end because they are 1 minute and 45 seconds back out on track. So congratulations to David Lau and the rest of that Hong Kong lineup on an out lap. And let's hope that the hard work that's been taking place will give them some reward, because as long as they are able to cross the line, they should get a race finish. There is a percentage of the race that they need to be thinking about. You don't in Creventic racing still have to be running to be classified by the end of it. Let's, for the first time in our stint, head to the pit lane and get some news.
Hello, Johnny. Hello, Bruce. How are you this morning? Well, it was a lovely day in the pit lane. I must admit, just before I came in, there was a Code 60, so I thought, well, there's nothing for me to do then. Then a couple of straggler callers. We had the Phoenix Racing team doing a full service, still recovering from their problem in the second hour. Then the duo race, the 907, they came into pits. They spent a lot of time trying to fix an issue where the car wouldn't go into neutral. This actually caused the embarrassment of them actually blocking the fuel pumps at one point. Because the car wouldn't start, because obviously you can't start it in gear. At the fuel pump, they had to rock it away in a kind of a... Remember you used to start your car outside a pub when you were 17 and the car was from the 1980s. Let's get it going. They brought it in, couldn't get into neutral again, and that was it. And now we've got the 106 car, the pole-sitting 700 miles car. It's had what could only be described as a difficult race. It's come in again. They're out for a while. Fabien Defoe is just by the edge here to see if Fabien knows what the problem is. Fabien, what was the problem this time with the car?
So we have actually an issue with the seat position. So the fixation of the seat is moving a bit, so we had to remove it and push a new seat fixation. So again, another issue. So
it's been a real struggle. I mean, yesterday it was fantastic, put the thing on pole, but today lots of little problems.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, I started the race and we had already after laps 2, like some issue with the gearbox. So we start to continue like this, and we have issue with the differential. So we had to change the engine, the gearbox. We did that during the night. So now let's see. I hope it's the last issue, and that we'll be able to finish the race.
It's all about finishing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the game. During 24 hours, we never know what can happen. So the main target is to finish the race, and let's see what we can do.
Fabian, thank you very much. Fabian from the 106, 700 miles golf that has been trouble, to put it mildly.
Well, I can give you trouble if you want trouble, Nick, because we've just been commenting about the 199 AC Motorsport Audi back after 8.25 hours of repairs, and unfortunately within a couple of laps David Lau has come together with Gustav Burke in the Paulson Motorsport BMW. Round they both went. Doesn't look as though there's any particular damage, but really the 199 crew from AC competition, just really, Amazing Motorsport, just really to serve a car that gets to the finish. The 199 and the 14 BMW back out onto the circuit, but a little mishap. And talking of getting cars started in a pub car park, I do remember once a friend arrived in his little NSU, parked it nose onto a hedge in this pub car park, and then realised reverse gear didn't work, so he had to pick the front end of the car up, swing it round, and send the long Potter on his way.
Nice and simple. You can't necessarily do that with a GT3 car. There's quite a bit of weight in the front of some of these cars, particularly the BMW, but I'm delighted to say that the Puncture Motorsport BMW did get going again, as did David Lau in the repaired 199. We want that to stay out on track for as long as possible. It's been in the pits for 8 hours. So Paulson, after being hit, it would appear, out on track, is now in the pit lane. Right side we need to be concentrating on, Nick.
Yeah, they've come in. They haven't done enough, but they've left the driver. Oh yeah, that's had a big clunk. So they've got the lower valance on that right-hand side, no longer in any way attached to the main work of the body. This is going to be some serious tank tape work. They are absolutely going for it. They are taping it. This is the second roll. I must admit that's taken a big thump. So I'm not sure whether it was AC's fault or the Paulson car. I'm sure it's 6.5 dozen others. You kind of overtake everybody. But that's bitten a massive chunk out of the rear valance, just in front, of course, of the rear right wheel. Once they get, and they are doing the drilling, and they're also kind of filing away some of the bits that might foul the wheel, because actually it's moved backwards slightly, so the wheel arch is no longer wheel arch shaped. So this car that was having a very softly, quietly, catchy, uppy sort of race has finally fallen foul with 3.5 hours to go. But they are sticking with the driver, and they're sticking with the tyres at the moment. It's just a repair job and some major waggling.
We've also got major drama out on track now, Nick, with another car in the race on fire, just as the Bilstein Mercedes was. This time it's the Vortex V8 for Philippe Verteret, who thankfully did manage to get the door open, but it's an awkward exit, particularly from the Vortex with the gull-wing door, and it's on the side of the fire as well. The fire on the rear left, and he managed to escape. The radio cable was still attached briefly, but now the cavalry have arrived, fire extinguishers at the ready to put the fire out, but I'm afraid make the Vortex look even more of a sorry machine.
Well, that was the outlap, so full tank of fuel on board, so the marshal's got to work very, very hard with their fire extinguishers. Philippe Verteret standing, he's found a gap in the barriers, he's safely out of the way, standing behind the fence, but so disappointing for him. So, you know, you've just got daylight's been around for about 4 hours, it's possibly your first run in it. There are five driver lineup in that. Thinking, great, we'll settle, run it through to the finish, just the 4 hours to go. Sorry, it's a 4-driver lineup, but alas, that is over and out. And not surprisingly, code 60, you can hear the siren cars be pouring into the pits along with Nick.
We've had the 32 come through the field. There's 911. More importantly, the 46 is currently trundling down the pit in front of me. That's the Maxime Martin piloted WRT car. The Paulson car is about to go again after its major reconstructive surgery. Oh, no, it's not. It's about to go in the garage. They've stuck it on the dollies, so they obviously think this is a problem because what it's done, it's deformed the wheel arch. They probably don't think, as it stands, they've got enough wheel arch clearance. 46 just going straight for fuel. 908 goes underneath me. There's only, I think, about eight pumps, so they've got to be careful it gets full. 429, that's the Century Motorsport car. 995, so basically everyone's got a chance of coming in, most of them, because they got a chance to do something, of course, just 20 minutes ago. In the brief code 60 we had, came in there, so it's a little bit less intense this time, but still cars consistently coming in. Here comes another gaggle, they're gaggling in. I think what happens is that not everybody's 60 kilometres is the same, so after about half a lap, everyone's behind the person who has the slowest 60 kilometres. Ella Earhart comes in again in the Phoenix out just after coming in about 10 minutes ago. The Razan More Than Racing, that car's in, as is that's the KTM, as is the leader in GT4, the 408 Rofco out in Dragon Racing GT4 Mercedes. Here comes the EB Motors, William Motors by EB Sport Porsche. You can't miss that one because it's every single colour you can have and then some extra ones added on. Still haven't seen the first two cars, who must have been in the wrong part of the track, And they'll have and if they need fuel, guys, they're going to have to decide whether they want to take fuel, because there's a chance they may trundle down the pit lane only to find a complete set of full fuel Bowsers.
Nick, while everyone in the pit lane is busy, the flames keep reigniting on the stricken Vortex. Philippe Ferteret completely safe behind the barriers, but the handheld extinguishers, they seem to run out of extinguishant. There was so much flame. Now they've got a tender on board. They had to reel the hose, eventually got it fired on their car, and the trouble was the bodywork, they wanted to open the clamshell door to gain access, better access to get close to the engine bay, but this, as I pointed out, that was Philippe's outlap, so he had been to the fueling area and a full tank of fuel. They've now got some more extinguishers up, but they're still spraying, but you can probably see or will smell from the pit lane, even though the car's way around the circuit, the extinguishant smell, because they have expended so much. It's not a case of take that one back to the pits, wipe it down and go racing again. That is over and out from the 702 Vortex.
Yeah, sadly to say, and this is on the approach to turn number 8, which is the left-hand bowl that runs you onto the back straight. Finally, I think the fire is out. Many of the marshals had started to step away, then realised that the fire had reignited and needed to unravel the hose. That has finally done the job, I believe, although they wanted to make sure that inside the cockpit wasn't alight as well. Whilst the clear-up process begins in earnest, let's head back to Nick.
Dries van Tor has brought in the second place number 7 WRT and is serving a 40-second penalty. You can see that because it counts down on the very clever digital numerical display on the front left of the windscreen. So that car is counting down, 16 to go. So he's sucking up the penalty. Remember, that would have been a 20-second penalty in normal running time. You can serve it under code 60, but it's doubled, so he's stationary for 40 seconds. He'll then leave. Not seen the Herberth car. Don't forget the Herberth car is the key of coming in for fuel whenever there's a code 60. So unless it sneaks by behind me and then it's sneaked under my legs, I haven't seen that one. And the 7 carries on rolling down the pit lane. I'm sure they'll take fuel. There's no point just serving it. Actually, it may even be going for, no, they're going for a full service and driver change. So the 7 looks like it's coming in for a full service now and driver change. So they are obviously quite comfortably within 4 hours with a 2-hour drive time for the drivers. They can do it on just one more driver change. CP Racing come down with their Mercedes, the leader in AM. They are not out in the pit lanes. This will be fuel only for Joe Foster. And our 4th place Grove Porsche, Brendan Grove on board. They are also looking fuel only. Can't see anyone standing out there in the pit lane for them. It's quite disappointing about the Vortex because they were going really well. And as you know, for the last 7 years, it's gone, we had the Vortex and then it caught fire. And it wasn't doing it till that point, so you kind of feel sometimes you don't want your prejudices confirmed, do you?
Certainly not. And although we'd had some reliability issues, I think it's fair to say for the Vortex this year, with 1 or 2 moments, I'm sure, when the car trundled in at sort of a tenth of the speed that it should have been. There haven't been full recoveries from memory, but this is very definitely one of those cases for the 702. 701 is still out on the racetrack, though, for Philippe Bonnel. And Bonnel a couple of places back, actually 3 places further down on the timing screen in 32nd position. And, yeah, last pit stop, or current pit stop, no, the last pit stop was 4 minutes or so, and it's now 25 minutes into its current stint for Philippe Bonnel. So that's working well on schedule. They are 3rd in GTX. They will inherit 2nd in GTX by overtaking, ultimately, the sister and very badly charred sister car.
I hate to see a burnt-out racing car, but, you know, one thing that always strikes me, easier for us to say from the commentary box, but you know, when a driver comes to a circuit, they really do have to know where they could pull off if their car's on fire. Where are the fire points? And unfortunately for Philippe Ferteret, I think if he'd managed to get about another 40 metres up the track and then pull to the right, there was an area they could have got to him more easily. And when a car starts to go up in flames, you know, you're counting by the seconds the amount of damage and the incremental problem you're going to have. And unfortunately, it took a short short while for the marshals to get there, and then the flames just continued to go. Even 30 seconds ago, they were still taking the precaution of spraying more extinguishant in on the stricken, broken, and now clearly retired Vortex. So very sad, but good to see Philippe Ferretere was out of the car quickly. But again, if he could have managed to go on about another 40-50 metres up the track, it would have been just a little less bad. But anyhow, it's something you learn. But again, to have the high shot from the drone looking down on, well, they're already starting to hook it up and pull it onto a flatbed. But when it comes back to the pits, Nick, you'll see that you'll understand it was an orange car covered in orange flames.
Also just caught a sight, Nick, of Paulson Motorsport back out on the racetrack, so they dealt with that very quickly.
You're literally reading my mind, Johnny. I was about to say, but I had a kind of a segue. The orange car landed in front of me, not on fire, which is the GP Elite 32. They've already trundled through for fuel only. Now they decide to do tyres, and I assume with Larry Ten Vordenborg, they'll be also trying to get a little bit of a full tank. Sorry, that's Jan Van Quick. Sorry, but misread that. Oh, there's a 46 car. Don't forget that car's... Is that car going to do a full service and driver change? It comes in. Yep. Not sure who's going in on rotations. By the time Mr. Rossi got into that one, so I'm not sure it's Valentino who's starting that one now. So they've decided to take both WRTs have come in. Both WRTs have taken fuel. Both WRTs have taken tyres. Both WRTs have changed drivers. But no blink from Herberth. They've stayed out during a code 60. Now, maybe they're trying to burn off the last of their AM drivers so they can run towards the end with the Renauer brothers. So it may be about a driver time situation rather than anything else.
Yeah, I think that's a sensible suggestion. And Nick, if you do care,
sorry,
the next 10 minutes, go on.
No fuel for the 46 this time, just a driver change in tyres.
Yeah, just spotted that driving out of the pits rather than turning to the right. The 702 will be brought back to the scrutineering bay if you care to wander up to take a look, but I think they'll get a blanket over that fairly quickly, or certainly a cover, but it's still steaming away.
There was a new driver, as Nick quite rightly points out, for the 46, Sean Galale, the selected driver, so still no Valley.
Very strange. I wonder, is there a story there? Is Valley not well? I can't believe they'd be continually not choosing him. I want to try and get a word Mac turn, but I will ask. Hang on.
So Nick's going to delve in and be the dutiful journalist to try and get to the bottom of the non-appearance for Rossi very often at all. I mean, has he been in the car at all in the 20 hours that we've been running? I don't remember him.
Not when I've been looking.
No.
Looking at the Isuzu recovery truck, the flatbed bringing in the 702 Vortex. At first I thought it was still smoking away, quite possibly, but in fact I think there was so much extinguishant on it. As the flatbed was moving forward, the excess extinguishant was just blowing off the roof of the car, but it's going to be brought back into the scrutineering bay. Still a busy-ish pit lane, but Nick patrolling it down there. What have you found out, Nick?
I found the man at the 46. It's Maxime Martin. Maxime, you're involved in a very tight fight, but you're finding it difficult to edge towards the Herberth car.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big fight. Not easy, but we are pushing as much as we can. Now it's a bit hotter conditions, so it doesn't help us that much, but we keep pushing. We go until the end and we see where we are.
We've noticed on the rotation, we've not seen Valentino in the car very often. I think only once so far. I mean, is there an issue?
No, he has been twice out.
We missed him overnight.
Yeah. You were sleeping, maybe.
Yes, I was.
But no, he went in the car, I think 2 times or 3 times. So, no, it's good. It's good mileage for everyone. So, but it's very difficult to know with the code 60s and everywhere where everybody is. But, we keep pushing.
Great, thanks to Maxime. This is where we need the timing 71 stint analysis, isn't it?
Yeah.
I only remember, I'll be honest with you, I was asleep for some hours, but I only remember being in once, so he may well have been in a second time overnight. But yes, that's... oh, never mind.
Well, we'll go with that, Nick, but he hasn't been on at all while Johnny and I have been in the number 1 booth. Oh dear, I mean, taking a look at the flatbed coming in with the 702. Charcoal is the word that springs to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing left at all behind the main roof area, behind on the engine cover to the left there. That's where the fire really took hold. And as I say, it was worrying for a moment for Philippe Verteret, because that was his side of the car, and I was bothered that the catch for the door might have been damaged by the fire already. He was able to leap out, but then had to disentangle himself from the radio cable. That eventually was unplugged as well, and he was able to scamper away to safety.
Well, we saw yesterday Sebastian Boe, you know, firing at number 4, Mercedes going in. You know, it's a little drill that all the crews should do. I'm sure they do, but it's one you shouldn't overlook, which is, right, driver, imagine your car is now against the barriers. You need to get out the opposite side of the car. And for a driver to understand what he needs to avoid, how he can scramble through, which is something that is automatically in a racing car a very limited space.
91 Herbert in now for fuel, I noticed, Nick.
He sneaked past, you see, when I was talking to Maxime Martin. They were, how can we get past with Nick not seeing? He's doing an interview, fantastic. No chance he'll turn around. And they managed to get that one in. Just had the 4th place car, the Grove Porsche. They picked up fuel earlier. This time they went through a driver change. Earl Bamber back in that machine, so they're going to go on maximum attack. Brendan Grove out, Bamber in to the Grove car from 4th. And now going to continue the massive walk from WRT to scrutineering as far as you can go, bar one garage, to go and see a car that has had its own barbecue.
And is now being pushed from the very clever flatbed, which lowers all the way down to ground level, and being pushed rearward to a place of sanctuary. But even if anybody was still sitting in that vortex, he wouldn't be able to see anything out of any of the 3 windows. Absolutely plastered with extinguishant foam. But it's done its job, finally, has that foam to quell the flames. And now Vortex, the team, can pick its way through what is left. There's a great stack of Hankook tyres in that area as well. And as the Vortex rolled back, thankfully the marshals spotted that there was quite a bit of momentum on the 1.0, and it nearly piled into that stack of tyres to add insult to injury, Bruce.
Yeah, in the tyre wall after being on fire, but not in the way you could imagine. But anyhow, the crews do a fantastic job here. But if you get a chance to see the circuit just outside between turn 7 and turn 8, or coming out of turn 7 effectively, you will see a huge amount of extinguishant was expelled to put the fire out. But the car is now recovered. The team will no doubt come and look at it, but there's nothing they have to rush to see, because quite clearly it's going no further. The sister car, though, is still out on the track. But up front, we've just had the pit stop from Ralph Bone, Herbert Motorsports. Does that put them out of the lead and Jean-Baptiste Simoneau back into the lead? We need to just look at the tracker map to work that one out, because Ralph has just come out after the WRT BMWs, and at the moment Ralph just accelerating down the infield straight out of turn 9. He's a quarter of the way down that straight, and we will pick up the others as they reach their point on the circuit.
We're back to green after a pit stop for Herbert Motorsport that took 1 minute and 48 seconds for Ralph Bone, who stayed on board. That is likely to have been a fuel-only stop, as Nick was chatting to Maxime Martin, so flew past the team straight into fuel and then back out again, and they have, by the looks of things, retained the race lead
by about 31 seconds at the timing interval, first timing interval around the laps.
Okay, yeah. But we're waiting for those cars. No, Team WRT are ahead. So
they just cross the start-finish line.
They flick over, indeed. Both cars were in the final sector as I uttered that sentence, and I just wanted to make sure which order they were in. But Jean-Baptiste Simoneau has re-inherited the race lead, then car number 7, and we'll get you a real-time gap back to a returning Ralph Bone in a moment or two. It's 21.6 seconds. That's how tight it is after 20 hours and nearly 40 minutes of competition.
I know how to make a short period of time feel long. You go to the tracker sector of the thing, and you can try and find your car, and you're clicking on all these different coloured dots. No, not that one, not that one, as they move around the circuit. And eventually I found number 7 just as it was crossing the start-finish line, and therefore going back into the lead after the pit stop. So, as we said, 21, nearly 22 seconds. Jean-Baptiste Simonau, the number 7, Team WRT BMW, leading from Ralph Bone, who's just gone out a little bit more recently in the Herbert Motorsport number 91 Porsche. I thought we were going to see history being made, which was Herbert not responding to a code 60 and bringing their car in, because famously they never miss a trick.
So to give you an idea, the race lead is effectively the length of the back straight that runs from turn 9 all the way through to turn 10. You know the way around your little issue,
I've spotted
Bruce?
it.
You have to go to the top left and just click show number,
yeah,
and they all pop up together rather than having to click them individually.
But it's much more fun.
It's more fun. Yeah, it's like that card game where you have to turn them over to find the pairs. But, you know, it's about remembering where they all are. And that's tricky, even when we've got 40-odd cars still in the race. They're all floating around the tracker on livetiming.getraceresults.com as we head straight back to Nick Damon in the pits.
Yes, unfortunately the camera's not wired up to work in the pits, but at the back of the pits is scrutineering. What you really need is smell-o-vision, because it has that wonderful smell of melted epoxy, and there's a lot of glass fibre in that car, and a lot of it has melted away, certainly over the engine bay. The fire was on the rear left of the engine bay on the cars going forward. So yeah, so it's melted away quite a bit at the side. There is a tremendous amount of gunk everywhere. The car obviously is currently resplendent with new all fire extinguisher powder livery. But yes, it's had that fire was obviously quite nasty. I think it's probably an oil fire rather than a fuel fire, because they it was like on the side where something would have pinged off the engine and that was it, caught fire. Quite sorry, Rick, because actually the car, if you gave it a damn fine wash, I'm not actually sure it's that badly damaged.
Okay, Nick. Sorry, just going to cut in. I've just been looking at the tracker map because that's my new fascination, and I spotted the number 7, our race leader, was going seemingly very slowly, or his blob was down the start from the straight. And it indicated to me that Ralph Bone was overtaken.
Well,
91. I'm just seeing if it's readjusting. No, it's readjusting again. It was obviously a glitch. There is still about that 20-something second gap between them.
Because when that code 60 was called, Ralph was ahead. We know that the 7 came down and did a complete service, served a penalty of 40 seconds and did a complete service and went for fuel. And somehow Ralph's still behind him. So I'm wondering whether Ralph was super sneaky and got in twice. Otherwise, I can't see how his single stop would be less time than the number 7, which did a full service and a penalty. So there we go, one of the mysteries.
Just having a look, there's an 11 lap stint for Ralph Bone, and now we're on to the next period where the German driver is at the wheel of the 91, but there isn't just a single lap of a stint that you would expect.
Yeah. I mean, what was the last pit stop time for the 7?
Car 7 was in the pits for 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
1 minute and 1 minute and 20 seconds longer than the pit stop for the 7, but the 7 still got past him.
Yeah.
How's that happen?
I've no idea. I see the point you're making entirely. We've got another yellow flag out on track, this time at turn 11, which is the corner after the end of the long back straight. But that looks like it's cleared very quickly, so maybe a car spinning and continuing in that middle sector. I'll look out for any slightly longer mid-sector times. The GTX car that leads that class, the Razzoon Northern Racing KTM, has just gone through there for Ernst Kerkmeyer, but is still running, car number 714. But yes, a bit of a mystery at the head of the order. Jean-Baptiste Simonau still leading by 27 seconds, but took not quite double the amount of time in the pit lane, but north of 3 minutes, whereas the pit stop for Ralph Bone was only 1 minute 3/4, and yet it's still the 91 car in behind.
I am going to move back into the real world and stop staring at the blobs going around the tracker map. I just really was confused. The number 7 blob of race leader Jean-Baptiste Simonau was very slow down the start from the straight. Other cars, Porsche Cup class, and almost every class seemed to be overtaking him. Then he readjusted. And the visual now, coming out of turn 12, down the slope to the fast kink at turn 13, goes our race leader Simonau as the 91 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport, just braking now in the braking zone for turn 10. So normality has resumed. We're going to look at other sources of information now.
What I will say is that unlike some other trackers that we see in, for instance, the World Endurance Championship, that track is based on expected arrival time at the next split rather than GPS technology. So if you see a little dot slowing down, that doesn't necessarily mean the car's doing likewise. Just need to check it through each of the sectors. And to be honest, those sectors for Simonauer look most impressive.
They
just finished the 531st lap with a 33.2 through Sector 3, indicating absolutely no issue whatsoever for the number 7 BMW M4, which darts up the inside of a back marker. Black, red and white colours, very smart indeed from Team WRT, and it motors on through this tricky first sector, the sweepers at 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, comparing his lap time with that of Ralph Bone, the race leader Jean-Baptiste Simonauer last time around gained 1 3/4 seconds. That is a sizable chunk he's getting back, so don't be confused by the blobs going around the track, but I think Johnny's explained our way out of that little predicament I put out there for you.
Always like to be at hand where necessary, as now into the very base of turn 8, which is that steeply banked left-hander, through 9 as well, looking filthy offline, and an awful lot of tyre pickup has accumulated. Well, more so actually on the long straight, where the tyre, those excessive pieces get flung a long distance when the car is at top speed. Traction through turn 10 looks very good as well for the BMW. Off the corner, it's getting good drive and has cleared the back marker that it was having to deal with in the first sector of this lap. Over the slight rise at turn 12, there will be more traffic very shortly though for Jean-Baptiste Simonauer to fashion a way by. And Ralph Bone about half a minute behind this race leading car. Another pit stop for one of the Porsche Cup cars, 979 for Simon Balcon and Speed Lover. So Belgian driver for Belgian team. They are 13th in the 992 class, 8th when you take the AMS in isolation.
Yeah, they had a lot of delays early in the race. Car actually looks in fantastic nick at the moment. Certainly a lot of the cars, you know, bearing the scars of battle, but this one with its sort of matte grey and metallic blue livery looks very crisp indeed. But for the crews now, what have they got left on the clock? Well, hopefully enough to do 3¼ hours of racing to get to the end of this 18th Dubai 24 hours. And of course, we heard recently from Maxime Martin. It's a beautiful morning, but things are really starting to warm up. So mechanics going around with the sort of electric air gun, just not the air gun for the wheels, just something to blow cool air onto those brake discs while the wheels are off at the front of that. But it's not a crew in a hurry at the moment, quite clearly.
No, and I think they've had various hurdles to jump over through the course of this event. How many stops has that car had to make? 18 so far. Now compare that to the 992 AM leader, actually 22 stops. So that indicates to me that the 979 hasn't been running for quite as long a period as the class leader, but that's Huber Motorsport out front with Nico Menzel at the wheel. So they are the AM 992 leaders, car number 925, and of the non-AM/pro leaders, although it's not called pro officially on the entry list in the 992 class, it's all about the Swiss squad, VAC Autotech, with Oop van Eindhoven, Christoph Langer, 962 ahead of 961, 4 minutes between them, which equates to pretty much 2 laps. But 514 laps compared to the GT3 leader, done 532. They are really doing very well to be on the verge of breaking into the top 10 overall, 12th and 13th. And Oop van Eindhoven having a good spell out front, the Dutchman for the Swiss squad.
Yeah, just again looking at that gap, Johnny, between first and second, between the number 7 Team WRT BMW and Ralph Bone, it is going out by again about 1 3/4 seconds per lap. So it's over 30 seconds now, the gap between first and second. The 91 Porsche, I'm going to have to look at the gap back from second to third, back to Sean Gallale in the 46th Team WRT BMW. That's 2 minutes 24 seconds, but Gallale is also taking a second or so a lap out of Herbert Motorsport. But of course, you came up with a suggestion, I'm sure it's absolutely right, that The twin brothers, Alfred Renauer and Robert Renauer, will be taking the car from here towards the end of the race, so the pace will pick up all over again. But right now, Team WRT are taking their moments, trying to build their advantage.
Yeah, and that's the nature of multi-class racing, but also cars that have a multiple amount of drivers in and a mixture in terms of pros and AMs. Remember that the Herbert Motorsport car entered into GT3 Pro-Am, but it's the usual lineup with the two Renauers, Daniel Alleman and Ralph Bone, and they have certainly been taking the fight to the all-pro crews at WRT, at Grove Racing, who run 4th, at Haas RT as well. Now we've got difficulties for one of the TCE cars. This was from 3rd position, Nick Damon, at Wolf Power.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've had difficulties, to be honest. TCR cars really have been having a great run of things, both in this race and the previous race in Kuwait. This car's been in, I think it had accident damage last time when it was in. This time it's stopped again, engine cover up. I'm not sure what that means. They've had just finished a big repair on the front right, and now they're diving down the underneath the car, which might be gearbox, or it might be an oil situation. There's no leaks, as it seems.
Jasmine Pricing is still on board, though.
Ivars Valiers is outside. He looks worried. Ivars, do you know what the problem is? What the problem is this time?
It's drive shaft. Yeah, drive shaft is broken again, so we are struggling with it 3rd time today. So
you're just you're having no luck with this car, are you?
Yeah, I will not deny it. So we have really unlucky with this car. It's we don't have since 8 races, so no one clean run. So
very much. Thank you, George Ivars, Ivars there. Now, 3 drive shafts, gearbox, drive. This, there's a kind of a concept that I'm not sure whether you were talking about it or actually it was the Studio 2 team, that the TCR cars, which eased their way into endurance race so easily, as they've been more developed, especially for the sprint racing side of things, it appears they're having more and more issues lasting for endurance racing. So perhaps that's why we've only got 5 of them, perhaps that's why people aren't coming. But realistically, the last 2 or 3 races have been absolute showers of unpleasantness for all the TCRs, bar Monad competition who can't put a foot wrong but didn't come here. So discuss, boys. TCR's no longer fit for purpose for endurance racing.
Well, let's hope not, but I do understand what you're saying, because the car companies that are making these as customer programs, clearly the priority is to make them a good sprint machine, and they're almost making the components so that they are designed to break at the end of a 20 or 30 minute race, perhaps. I mean, I'm putting that out there without necessarily having the facts behind the argument, but as you to quote a Joe Bradley phrase, continue to sharpen the razor blade to make it a phenomenal car in sprint format, you are then going to lose endurance performance. And where is the driver for companies like Audi and VW to make a car that is strong for a 12 or a 24-hour race? It's an interesting theory, certainly, and maybe being borne out, because 5 TCE entries or TCR entries with the additional TCX Porsche Cayman, much lower than in previous years at Dubai, when we've had almost like a 50-50 split.
Shock horror, Johnny, the value of 5-year-old TCR cars has just gone up. Shock.
True enough, yeah.
Gather them now,
get the old ones.
After the Kuwait race, actually, Joe and I had a chat with James Kay whilst we were waiting for the flight home. And he is part of the consortium with Century Motorsport. He was down to drive. In the end, he's not driven, but he is here. And he said that the GT4s are no more expensive to run now than the TCRs and much more built for purpose, which is why they've switched to GT4. In his last TCR race in Kuwait, and it was not very effective. And I think the GT4 class is now going to pick up this, entry level for this, perhaps for a lot of these in multi-class endurance races, certainly Creventic.
Well, I think a very good point there, Nick. And also, if they're seen to be at a similar price, made more for purpose, but you've also got more diversity of manufacturers in there, because every manufacturer worth its salt wants to be involved in GT4 racing. It's grown like Topsy in the last 3 years in particular. So you can see, you know, motor racing is a constantly changing and evolving beast, and I think that's the way that one goes. I still am very fond of the TCR cars, but you know, when I see one of those up against, let's say, the Mercedes AMG GT4, I mean, for Ford fans, really exciting this year, the Mustang coming in, and everyone is adding and adding and adding, and to me, a diverse plot is what I like the most. So yeah, I think GT4 is definitely the way to go here. But I will be sad not to see the TCR cars.
Well, we've got 6 GT4 cars in the race, 5 of them as part of the GT4 class, and then the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, which is actually being run in the TCX category from Team Zorg Rennsport. So that is an improvement, I want to say, on last year. I need to check the figures actually to see how many GT4 cars we actually had in last year's race, but that is a growing formula, no doubt about it, and it adds to the amount of GT series cars we had starting this race. A total of 46 began at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Meantime, the CP Racing number 85 car heading out of turn number 1 with Charles Espenlaub at the wheel, running in 9th position, but the leader in GT3 AM, and behind 3 Pro-Am runners, they being Ralph Bone for Herbert Motorsport, 2nd overall, the sister car at Herbert, which is Seth Lucas, behind the wheel of his 911 GT3R, and the 3rd place in Pro-Am, also in the overall top 10, Ross Gunn, pushing very hard indeed in the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes. He was one of the standout performers in his allocated qualifying session 2 days ago. Ross Gunn right up there in car number 27 in qualifying 3, because they put the Pro out on brand new tyres. Let's get more news from Nick Damon.
I am with a car that is about to rise from the flames like a phoenix after resting overnight and receiving in a new motive force. There is fire in the belly of the Red Camel Jordan, the number 909. They're just warming it up, and I have it on good authority from the team strategist, Mr. P. Trustwell, that the car will be re-entering the fray in about 5 minutes. I think it looks like an Evo himself who's going to take it out. I'm not sure how long they're going to run it to the end, or just give it a bit of a glory couple of laps. This car, of course, is running at the Abu Dhabi 6 hours next week. But they've shut the garage door, which is very naughty. You shouldn't do that normally, but they've changed the engine. I think they changed it in a relatively leisurely way. There were areas where there was no one working on it, but they're now warming it up, and both garage doors are open now, so they've opened up for a little bit of throughput of air, and we are going to see the Red Camel Jordan machine re-enter the fray. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Evo. Evo, she's alive again.
Yes. The guys worked all night, and not in a hurry, just to do it right. And yeah, new engine, new heart beating again, and yeah, we're going to finish the last few hours.
And do you get to take her out, or one of the lads?
Yeah, basically I'm going to finish my stint, so I go on where I stop.
It's only fair, isn't it, really? I mean, you got the halfway house. So when you took the old engine out, was that it? Is it unsavable, or can it be rebuilt?
No, we gave it back to Porsche, and we got a new one. We have to sort out, but the service is very good, and we are happy with them, with their support, so I think we will find a way.
Now be careful with this car, because you're racing it next week.
I know, we have it in mind, don't worry.
Thanks, Evo. So, a bit of a super endurance spirit there, and the team, after racing, I think taking advantage of the fact they get a couple of hours, have put the car back together.
Tremendous effort, but I'm afraid once Evo goes back out onto the racetrack, he may well find a code 60 straight away, because the car has rotated early in the lap, and it's one of the Porsche Cup cars. It's nose on to me, and I have to admit I'm struggling to identify it. At turn 7, so it's that run into coming out of the sweeper section and down and up towards the banked turn at turn 8, but it gets very, very tight there indeed. I wonder whether it was on the outside of another car, and perhaps there was some light contact to spin it out, but race control giving this Porsche Cup car ample time to get restarted. But now, after a minute or so, the car needing some outside assistance. It is 977. Thank you to the marshals for almost partly rotating it so that we could identify it. Saif Alameri in the Rabdan Motorsport Porsche, 10th position in the 992 class, and actually that is 4th spot in the Pro 992 runners. So as we concentrate on the recovery of Rabdan Motorsport's Cup car, we'll head back to Nick with some stops, another opportunity to put half the amount of fuel in again.
Yep, there's 4 cars rolled off to the petrol station, the 92 being the most interesting of those, the car running towards the front, the purple Herbeth car, also the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes. So that's 4 pumps that are occupied. Here comes the WRT number 7, so our leader. Going past me is the 909, but that's stopping for a intervention by the pit lane. The WRT, the McDonald's, don't forget it's McDonald's versus KFC as the WRT cars are concerned. The MS7 car proudly saying we are a team on the rear bumper. Well, he's going to join his teammates for half a tank of fuel, as does CP Racing, as does the Grove Porsches. So that's 3 of the top 4. Actually, CP Racing going to make, oh, they've made a weird left-hand jink there. I think they're trying to avoid a tyre that was rolling around, but they've still going for fuel. Razoo More Than Racing with the KTM are in, taking the chance to do a full service and driver change, as are the 955 Porsche of EV Sports by Willy Motor. They are in. Behind them is another Porsche, but that doesn't say much because there's so many other Porsches. At this point, I think that there may be a shortage of fuel pumps in about 2 cars' time. More cars coming towards me. A couple of, well, unsurprisingly, it's a Porsche. Why wouldn't it be? And this is a couple of the, no, actually this is our leader. So our second place man, 91 with Ralph Bond, that's going for half a tank of fuel as well. The 911, that's of course the other car run by Herbeth, but as down as pure Raxing. They have gone for a full service, including driver change. So most people taking the advantage of getting a half slug of fuel. Obviously, they've decided it is worthwhile doing that. Not seen the 46 yet. That may just be because it was in the wrong part of the track. A couple of cars moving out. That Audi, the constantly in the wars Audi, appears to be about to move again. So I get my head in the way of the camera. Yes, so back out and rolling is the 121. So there was a drive shaft change. That was a pretty quick piece of work there. So well done for them. In comes the Belgian run, but under a Caribbean flag, isn't it? The Haas RT team. They're in for a full service and driver change. And we've gone green by the sound of things.
Thanks very much, Nick. And I just found last year's entry list. Very analog me. It was in my bag.
Very good.
Right.
Yeah, I was way out with that, wasn't I? There were quite a number more GT4 cars.
Well, there were 9 TCRs and 10 GT4s last year. This year we had 5 GT4 cars on the list, but the 488 Dragon Racing car didn't even get to qualifying. And 5 TCRs. So that makes 9 versus 19 combined in those years. So what does that show? Yes, the field number is down, but it also, the sheer number of Porsche Cup class cars, that's been the growth zone for 2023, but looking at the history of this race and what lies ahead for next year, I really do expect to see a greater number of everything here in 2024, but I do think the balance between GT4 and TCR is definitely tipping in one direction, and it's not towards TCR. But yeah, the 121 Audi back onto the circuit, that was very quick indeed. It seems a moment ago that Jasmine Preising brought it into the pits, and even Eva Valars was talking to Nick Damon, but the magic has been done. 4th in class, but obviously, as we were just talking about, only 5 of those cars started the race in the TCR class.
So, heading back up to full speed again after a tricky spell of Code 60s. Well, they've not been necessarily long stoppages or calming of the race pace, but they've certainly affected the race fairly frequently. And for 5 and 10 minutes here and there, which has really disrupted the pattern of play of late. That was the 15th Code 60 to deal with car 977 at turn 7. So there were a couple just before Bruce and I returned to Studio 1, and then whilst we've been on duty, 2 within the last hour, 20 past 11 to about 25 to midday, and now that one that lasted for 4 minutes between 11:55 and 11:59. We tick over into another hour of the race. Now 3 hours remaining, 21 therefore completed, and again the need for some of the teams to probably start back timing their run to the checkered flag in earnest. They will have selected, I'm sure, their final driver to take their cars to the flag, but that final driver cannot be inserted with more than 2 hours of drive time still left on the clock. So if they've done their sums correctly, they'll have somebody in now for about 60 odd minutes, and then the final driver to take the cars through hours 23 and 24 will be selected. But will there be any more Code 60s between now and then? Almost certainly, judging by the average appearance of a caution. Huge great chunks of mainly tyre, but bits of car in places litter the main start-finish straight. Thankfully the racing line way out to the left-hand side unaffected by that. And the 188 AC Motorsports Audi that is still in the lead of TCE, being driven by Miklas Born in a kind of retake on the AC Motorsport livery. They've introduced a little bit of blue on the black background. The blue door mirrors look very smart as well on car 188. But that is a lone fighter out front now. It was backed up for several hours prior to, and in fact during nightfall, by the 199 in second position. Then the 199 hit major problems and was in the pits for over 8 hours. Speaking of cars that have been in the pits for a long period of time, the 909 is running again. Nick spoke to Ivo Broikers very recently. Indeed, he was about to get on board the Red Camel car, and it's now circulating again. The pit stop lasted for 15 hours and 24 minutes, Bruce.
Quite extraordinary, and again it shows the doggedness of the Red Camel Jordan's.nl team, but also they've got a race next weekend. They've got the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, still plenty of racing, and this team, Broikers family team, has just been such a backbone of this championship. It seems wrong to get to the end of a race without them, so well done to the crew. But you know, if there wasn't the Abu Dhabi 6 hours next weekend, I still reckon they'd try and make the car back on and get it back onto the circuit, but that is a hefty pit stop. But good to see the car out there, and it's looking a lot fresher than most of the others, but then if you miss half the race, so it should.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer with Nick Damon in the pit lane, and as we venture on into another hour, the 22nd hour of the 24 Hours of Dubai begins right now. 540 laps completed by the Team WRT M4, with Jean-Baptiste Simonauer having been installed 35 minutes ago, so he's fine now to be running for another hour and 25 should the team wish. They might actually get Jean-Baptiste though out earlier than that and install someone even quicker for the closing stages, but Simonauer's certainly not been hanging around on the average lap times. Most impressive being punching those out readily.
Yeah, and he's had a good half stint so far. He's gained about 15 seconds or so on the Herbert Motorsport number 91 Porsche Ralph Bode, and in turn Sean Galale has been taking chunks out of that, whereas the gap was 20 seconds from first to second and 2.5 minutes effectively back second to third. It's now only 1 3/4 minutes back to third, so the 46 McDonald's liveried BMW is gaining all the ground. It's another lap on the board. Sorry, the KFC one, of course, that's Sean Galale's car, so it would be KFC, his father having the franchise for most of Southeast Asia, so it seems. McDonald's car is the one in the lead, the MS7 entered car, red, black, small white lines on that car, very smart.
And MS7 by WRT were the winners here last year, but with a different car, the Audi, the 4 rings that WRT are more familiarly linked with, but no longer, heading instead to the BMW Roundel for the first time, and well, could they on their BMW debut take a victory, which would be some story, with 2/5 of last year's winning driver lineup, Mohamed Al Saud and Dries Van Tor. But although, you know, they can certainly argue that they should be there in 2 and a bit hours time, you never know with this 24-hour racing business. There can often be a sting in the tail, and WRT are well mindful of that as well. They've already had some difficulties for the 46 car, because for a long period of time overnight they were running as a 1-2, and it was looking like it could be the perfect way to kick off 2023 for the Belgian squad. But now separated by the Herbert Motorsport car, and I still think that WRT will be looking over to the German team, who are mightily experienced not only in this race but also Creventic racing full stop. They just know how to do it, bearing in mind 2 Renaults will probably be, well, maybe just Robert Renault.
I think just
now.
Robert.
Yeah, as long as Ralph can get them through the next well, we've got 53 minutes before Robert can take over.
One of the things you get to see, of course, when the sun finally comes up after 13.25 hours of darkness at Dubai is what is lying out in the circuit. A few minutes ago, John, you commented about bits and bobs, even on the start-finish straight. Any one of those, if it could cause a puncture, if you're only leading by half a minute, nearly 40 seconds, suddenly the whole face of the race could change. Of course, all the drivers conversant with that, but just every now and again you go for an overtaking manoeuvre, and there off the racing line where you're having to go could be lurking something small but sharp and very nasty indeed. So they're all fully aware of that. But for now, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer leading by 38 seconds. With every lap he stretches a bit more of an advantage over Ralph Bone, and in turn Sean Gallale going very well in the second of those BMWs from Team WRT. 1 minute 46 behind. In fact, the last lap wasn't a great deal better than that of Ralph Bone, but Jean-Baptiste Simonauer doing what's required of him. 22 years old, many years of experience in GT3 already, of course, and doing a good job in the race leader.
Certainly that is the case. The 2 AC Motorsport Audis have found one another on the racetrack. There are many, many laps between them, between the class leader and the car 6th place in the TCE race. 252 laps completed by the David Lau car, whereas the 188 that leads the motor race in TCE, nearly 500 laps. They're 8 away from breaking that half run to the 1,000 lap marker. We've never gone anywhere close to that, of course. There was a hope, I think in the very early stages, that we might be able to stay level pegging with the number of laps required per hour to get to 6:28, which still stands as a long-standing distance record from 2012. But that went out the window probably by the end of the first hour, because we had half an hour under code 60. Therefore, only 24 laps completed in hour 1, when we really should have been up to 26 or possibly 28. And the catching up was not completed beyond that. So 5:42 is the lap counter so far, and we'll get close to 600, I think, but not to the 6:28 marker. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer continuing to lead by nearly 40 seconds. David Lau sensibly taking the high line in the 199 Audi to allow a couple, in fact 3 Porsches by. Very, very busy on the back straight.
Yeah, wherever you are in the world, the 199 Audi spent a huge amount of time in its pit garage being worked on overnight, and didn't expect to see it out. David Lau came out, and unfortunately for him, within 1.5 laps of their after 8-hour pit stop, there was contact between his car and the number 14 Pulsar Motorsport BMW, and the 199 Audi got away rather more lightly in terms of damage, but David Lau now settling into his run and definitely steering clear of the trouble at the moment. But you know, it's good, the crew worked so hard to get that sorted and back out, so full marks to them. But also for AC Motorsport, big friends of the Creventic series, been running around the world for a long time. Miklas Born in the sister car, it's had a far better race, as Johnny pointed out, nearly double the number of laps that 199 has managed, and Miklas Born, young Swiss racer, leads the TCE class by a sizable margin. In fact, so sizable, it's 29 laps. Should be able to defend that over the last 3 hours.
Well, as just established, 29 laps is more than an hour, pretty much. If you're doing 26 laps per hour, then that is a very decent pace to be punching out. So they've got 60 minutes effectively, possibly 70 minutes in the back pocket, which is, theirs to be thrown away. But it's amazing how quickly all of a sudden half an hour can be lost with a hiccup that needs to be addressed by mechanics that are raring to go, but in a sleep-deprived state. So again, the diagnosis of an issue that might pop up out of nowhere is the biggest issue when you've got tired minds in up and down the pit lane. Meantime, the KTM in the Milwaukee red and white heads down through towards turn 14 through that very fast kink at 13. Porsche up ahead, which is, I think, just overtaken it on this lap. Yes, and one of the Cup cars stretching its legs on the Austrian machine behind. Turning right through turn 16 with the green door mirrors is 961, which is the Jan Klingelnberg driven Autotech car. So that's not the class leader, but running in second position. And the gap between the top two FAT machines is 7 minutes. Let's hear a little more from Nick Damon in the pits.
They've got the 92 Herberth car in this car, which I know is running somewhere in the top 5. I didn't see it flash past me where exactly it is, but going very well. The American team has been referring to them, a full service with tyres, so they will. When are they going to pick up fuel? Probably will, because they made the most of. I'm completely wrong. They're not taking fuel. They had so much fuel from all the coastings. They don't need any fuel. So 92 was driver, tyres, but no fuel. Ahead of it is the not on fire Vortex, number 701, steadfastly not causing a conflagration. So well done. They are again also doing a full service. And once again, they are not trusting their wheel guns and are using the massive breaker bar torque wrench to make sure the wheels are up the correct tension. So those are our only pit callers we've had since the plethora of callers during those two quite tight together code 60s. And I'll hand it back to you because there's literally nothing else happening.
Well, fair enough. That's fine. The tumbleweed flying down the pit lane. Sometimes that's a good thing. Ian McCarthy on RSL_Studio said 9:09 announced it 11 and a bit hours ago that they were going to do what was needed to finish this event, and he sums it up: the embodiment of endurance racing. You know what? If people are new to endurance racing, you have to understand you don't give up. You just keep on plugging on. And the crews that have been going for a long time in the Creventic series understands the pitfalls of all of that, but great to have them out. And Ian McCarthy, yet another strong message from him. He's really got his finger on the pulse of this endurance racing lark.
But also, when you've changed the engine and you're going to do a 6-hour race next weekend, isn't it a great idea to do a bit of a shakedown for that new motor and encounter potentially any issues with that? It should be absolutely fine being a brand new engine directly from Porsche. You never know, there might be one or two niggles in terms of how the engine has been fitted in the car and in a hurry. Although Ivo Broek has openly admitted that it was done at a more reduced pace than perhaps might have been if they had been gunning for a race win perhaps, but an engine change in the middle of a race is never ideal, frankly. So good that they were able to do that. Yes, overnight, but not particularly in a hurry, and they've got enough hours left in the race to be able to do a bit of a test run effectively, and more crucially for the team, get to the end of the Dubai 24 hours.
Well, we heard a short while ago from Ivars Valers when Jasmin Pricing brought the 121 Wolf Power TCR class Audi into the pit lane. He was a little bit resigned, going, well, that's 3 drive shafts so far, plus other things. I noticed he was just leaning over the pit wall, listening out. You know, when you're convinced your car is not necessarily on borrowed time, but it's had its problems and yet may have some more. But Jasmin Pricing going around and getting the laps in now for the 121. Front right-hand corner has clearly had a little bit of remedial tape work there to hold it together. And the thing that really strikes me, Johnny, if you're watching this somewhere around the world, and let's hope you are, and just looking at the tweets, we know they're coming from all around the planet. Dubai in January isn't a bad place to go. It's not got the searing heat of the summer, but one of the attractions here, I was looking at what the spectators can have. When you get in the grandstand, as we know from the commentary box, you can see over an enormous span over a huge amount of the circuit. And then the paddock is very, very open indeed. You can pretty much walk everywhere you want to go. But this year, we've got the Apex Garden It's just inside turn 15. It is a brilliant place to go and watch. They put down what looks like, I presume, is artificial grass. Lots of little catering stalls, tables and benches, and a good place to be, because for me, I simply adore watching the cars coming into turn 14 at the bottom of the slope, going up the slope, and you have a myriad lines in and out, great overtaking spot, and often they're still adjusting as they get into turn 15, so it can all happen in front of you with your hot dog in your one hand and, of course, your earpieces in to listen to our commentary and a very strong coffee. Not a bad place to be on a Sunday morning.
It was always, in the early days of me covering this race, a place I would like to go to mid-race, because it's a fabulous place to spectate from. I'm not surprised that that location was chosen, therefore, to set up the Apex Garden, which is a brand new addition for 2023. And the crowds flocked there for the start of the race and stayed for a number of hours as well. It's pretty much nightfall. I'm expecting a big collection of fans there as well in the closing stages of the 18th edition of this race.
I tell you what, Johnny, many a time when I've been here, I haven't been in the pits when I used to do the pit lane walking around. For the start of the race, I would often come in after 1 hour, sometimes 2, so I would always, if I could, be up at turn 14, pinned to the fence, watching with an awful lot of crews, pit crews were going up there, or maybe they're not fully hands-on mechanics, but a lot of the PR people, because it's just a great place to watch. Let's face it, action happens down at turn 1, happens at turn 10, but it definitely happens at turn 14 and 15.
Remembering back to the code 60 before last, when the number 19 car was stopped at turn 11, it was a short, sharp code 60 of only 6 minutes, but I'm afraid the 19 MP Motorsport Mercedes has not been seen back out on track since then. It's been in the pits for an hour and 18 minutes now. Daniel de Jong was at the wheel as that issue hit, so the bright orange MP Motorsport Mercedes might be a retirement. That might be one to check out, actually, Nick, as I said, whether there's actually some work taking place from the Dutch squad, but they were well up there. Even though they've been in the pits for an hour and 20 minutes, they're still 22nd, indicating they must have been in the top 15 at the time that difficulty hit. The Heart of Racing crew providing some brilliant shots, by the way, on our live stream, because one of the cameras in the car must be attached to the helmet of, now who is at the wheel of, it's Ross Gunn in the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. One of those classic helmet cams which is moving around in the cockpit as Ross adjusts his body weight through the more tricky corners. They're strapped in, you know, incredibly tightly, are these drivers, as now there's more drama for one of the TCE cars.
It's the car I've just been talking about, 1-2-1. Let's hope it's not another drive shaft failure. It's still sort of, is that moving with momentum or moving with motive power? I fear it might be the former. I know, can he get up the slope? But anyhow, coming in very slowly, so for Ivars Valars, maybe he was quite right to be leaning out over the pit wall to listen out in case there are any other problems.
Jasmine Preissig still at the wheel of this car, 32 minutes into her stint. But remember, the first bit of that was done before the drive shaft issue crept in.
And it's just cruising out of turn 7 to pretty much the point where the Vortex, the 702, in fact, stopping right by the patch of extinguishment was put down there. So, please don't be a drive shaft problem. Actually, it doesn't matter what the problem is in some ways, because that car has stopped. We've got 2 hours 40 minutes on the clock, so Jasmine will be super frustrated, and all the worse for the crew. She hasn't managed to get it back round. But if your drive shaft goes as you're coming out of turn 1, accelerating through turn 2, you're not going to get back to the pits, even by using the little cut through, which is just after turn 9. You start going down the back straight, you cut it, you come out just by turn 14. You lose the lap that you started, but hey, you might get back to the pits, and in this instance, Jasmine has not, unfortunately.
Well, it's almost as if the car's dropped into the dimples made by the Vortex and the big fire there, because the extinguishment on the floor shows us exactly how close the Vortex 1.0 was, with Philippe Fetteret diving out of the car on that occasion. Thankfully, Jasmine's issue a lot less serious than that, although not clearly for the team that want to finish on the podium in TCE. 1-2-1 could yet cause another code 60 at turn 7, but before we know that, let's head back to Nick.
Oh, this is just brief. I am with the 19 MP Motorsport Dutch-driven Mercedes AMG, and it is parked, it is retired, it is sitting, it isn't clean, to be honest. So obviously that whiff of smoke was indicative of something quite terminal mechanically, and they've taken the opinion with 3 or 4 hours to go. There was no point replacing it. So that is a definite retirement, and they've even done the full-on Le Mans thing and closed their garage door. Oh, here comes
Right, dear me, thank you.
That is the tail, and the MP Motorsport Mercedes, when it was stopped with Daniel de Jong at the wheel, and well done for the cameras for getting in there to show that to us. Phil Anson did comment, I think that's not the extinguishment from outside, that's the bomb going off under the bonnet. So certainly Daniel was getting out, it was getting hotter and hotter, but we thought we could see smoke coming out, but it acted quickly. Nick, who's just arrived in the pits?
Well, Ivo Breukers has brought the 909 in, which is still nice and clean, in fair. But they've connected the computer up to this. Whether this means that it's got a problem or they're just trying to tune it out. Let's see if young Rick can tell me. Rick, is this a problem or are you just fine-tuning?
I don't know. We'll just now talk to him, so I will see.
Oh, well, we are. So get live conversation, father to son, which is a very good Cat Stevens song. I think
It's been a long race, hasn't it, Nick?
Well, I'm just trying to. I'm now trying to think who had the hit with it later. It was the Irish guy who was the lead singer of Boyzone, but I can't remember his name. Do you remember his name, Johnny? You like boy bands?
Do I?
Yeah. Do now.
That's one out for the collective, but I hope their minds are too pure to go down that particular path.
Not Ronan Keating.
Ronan Keating.
Was it Ronan Keating?
Yes, it was. Who did Father to Son. Yeah, anyway, it's a very good song from the 60s. And obviously Cat Stevens, now known as Yusuf Islam, after his conversion to Islam in the early 70s. Oh, now Evo's getting out after our little trip down musical memory lane. Problems, Evo?
Sorry?
Problems?
No problems. No. I had a little spin, and they asked me why, and I don't know. Or it's slippery, or I was not paying attention. It was, yeah, I didn't expect it. And that's logical, because if I would have expected it, I would have avoided it.
Good point, well made. So you're going to leave it parked or let the boys out?
No, we're going to discuss what to do. Maybe save the car a little bit. But for sure we want to finish. So we're going to decide who's driving the car on the finish.
Good idea. But I'll give you a clue. Better not be me, because I'll be spinning it the whole time, so that's fine. That's Evo there on the 909 red Camels. And of course we've had the code 60, so everyone's coming in for a lovely slurp of fuel. Many have gone past me. I assume the Herberth has gone past me. It's bound to have happened. He's very sneaky, that car. Here comes the leader, the number 7 WRT. Going past me right now is the Phoenix car, the one. But here comes the number 7 with the McDonald's logo arches on his nose. And the tow truck with the car on it, I'm not sure. I haven't seen, though I wasn't looking the right way, and we've gone green flag already, so the 7 is doing a full service driver change. Now, I don't know what the rules are of this. If it goes green, Johnny, whilst you're in the pit, does that mean you can have a full slurp, or are you still stuck on half a slurp?
See, that was one of my questions, because if you've not got to the fueling area and it goes green, surely therefore that automatically makes your pit stop an open one. But I don't know the answer.
Going straight out. They just went straight out. Did the driver change and went straight out. So this is obviously here comes the 46. That's also going to have a driver change as well. So at this point, I think they're just making sure that Valentino getting in.
It looks like it.
Yeah, so Valentino gets in. Galeo gets out. They're sort of back timing 2 hours 25, so no one who's in the car at the moment can take it to the end. But they'll probably stick Valentino in for a fuel tank's worth. So, given the fact that I didn't see, and you can tell me if it did, I did not see the Herberth car go in, does that mean it's now taken the lead?
I think this is what happened during the last Code 60. He stayed out much longer than we expected, did dip in right at the end of the Code 60, but actually, Nick, can we cut back to the chase? Which does Evo prefer, Father and Son by Ronan Keating or by Cat Stevens? And we didn't get to the foot of that one.
No. That's the next question for him.
I don't even need to ask anybody that, because let me get. Do you think the man who wrote it and one of the greatest singer-songwriters of all time, or a bloke who danced badly for an Irish band, is better at the song?
We'll leave it out there, Nick. We'll leave it out there.
He's quite a good presenter, in fairness, but not as good as you, Nick. So, you know, don't worry about
Who
it.
is, as he says, thinking of 10,000 people in his head as he says that.
Dries Vanthoor back out on the racetrack. Ralph Bone, yeah, did not make a stop, as far as I can tell. It was exactly a minute for the number 7 car on pit road. In fact, it was a minute and a second, and the equivalent time for the sister car was 59 seconds. So each car, when you total them up, or both cars, when you total them up, taken 2 minutes in those pit stops, and that's phenomenal turnaround work for the Team WRT squad. We should expect nothing less, I suppose. And Vanthoor and Gelael back out on the racetrack. Herbert will have contemplated coming in for fuel. Maybe they just didn't get the opportunity to do so. How long was that code 60? It was another sort of 4-minute job, I think. No, less than that. 3.5 minutes for code 60, number 16. Exemplary recovery work once again from the track crews here at Dubai to retrieve car 121 from the TCE division.
I'm just looking for a little bit of clarification. It's still listed as Sean Gelael in 46, the WRT BMW in 3rd place, but we did see Valentino Rossi run out helmeted up. Didn't see him get into the car. He certainly went to driver's door, so we'll just wait for confirmation. Sometimes it takes half a lap or so, but it's still listed as the Indonesian racer, Sean Gelael, at the wheel, and the lap is completed. First to second is 16 seconds. That's Dries Vanthoor, the number 7 BMW ahead of the 91 Porsche. Ralph Bone is still at the wheel of that, so the gap really came down, but that was very slick pit work from Team WRT.
Well, you see, if they're planning to put Valley in for the closing stints, he can't be in for longer than 2 hours, so maybe it is a bit too early to be plugging him in, and it's going to be another 33 minutes before we see the multiple champion, is it 9-time MotoGP champion? Yeah, I wanted to say that, but I wasn't entirely sure of the complete stats, but 9-time MotoGP champion Valentino Rossi, who did a season of car racing last year and has given us the exclusive that he wants to be at Le Mans either next year or the year after, debuting though at the Dubai 24 hours, and I'm sure Team WRT are holding those final couple of stints back for the likeable Italian. So unless there is a driver ID glitch, we'll assume that Sean Gelael is at the wheel of that 3rd place car. 2.5 minutes back from Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Only 16.5 seconds though separate now Ralph Bone from Dries Vanthoor in the number 7 BMW M4. And how close do you like it on the main straight? CP Racing has 3 cars nose to tail right in front of it. There's the race leader then turning right through turn number 1, but it was the CP Racing Mercedes of Charles Espenlaub who was right in the thick of traffic there, looking to try and put a lap on. I reckon 3 different Porsche Cup cars. The lights frantically being flashed by Dries Vanthoor, or actually also in that mixture with CP Racing is the number 14 Poulsen Motorsport BMW M4 of Denmark.
That was a car that had to be repaired about an hour and a half ago. It was given a clonk on the door, contact with the 199 Audi that had just come out after 8 and a bit hours in the pits, and for David Lau, a bit of a wake-up call, and likewise for Gustav Berg. Now, just looking at the way that Dries Vanthoor is driving, he is flat out there. He just did a 2 minutes, well, literally 2 minute 1 second lap, a whisker under that. So that's straight out of the pits after the pit stop, and absolutely flying. His advantage, 20 seconds. It was down to 16, out to 20, but certainly going very well. But Dries knows these endurance races, and he's had triumph and heartbreak in them, late losses. Thinking the Spa 24 Hours a couple of years ago, Alessandro Pierguidi going around the outside in the closing laps. When I say the outside, that's the outside at Blanchimont on a wet track. Oh my word! So that hurts, and if Dries could have hung on, he would have done. But when your tyres don't want to play anymore, but Dries right now, the mode is clearly ratcheted up to factor 10. He's attacking.
Back out on track now, Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Porsche. So another pit stop of 9 minutes or so, whilst the laptop was plugged in. And Rick Breukers, as Nick spoke to him, wasn't entirely sure what the problem was. Let's hope the team have now got to the bottom of it and send young Luke out for an hour perhaps, or more. 2.5 hours left on the clock, so we're still 30 minutes away from being able to plug final drivers in. some teams may elect to run to the end of their current fuel run before they decide to do that final stop. It depends, I suppose, whether they've got a non-pro in right now, and it would make sense, I suppose, in the case of Herbert Motorsport running in second, to therefore put their quickest driver in, i.e. Robert Renauer, in the closing stages. So we are expecting a pit stop for car 91 pretty much on the 2 hours to go marker. That will be 1 p.m. with a 3 o'clock finish.
You know, it's a factor that endurance racing teams always have to consider. They think it's going according to plan. The change at the top of the hour. Half an hour into the race, you've got a code 60. That starts to move it away from that. But you might get it back into a pattern. And then we had 3 very quick-fire code 60s. It changes the equation. Oh, right, that means they've got to go in for a very short period. And then you know, it really is something they can never rest upon if they're trying to be competitive. Of course, you can still stick to on the top of the hour if you're not being competitive. But no one's out there to not be competitive.
Including CP Racing, who has a little look at the inside of the number 10 Porsche to try and find a way by of Earl Bamber. And is that there was very nearly some contact there between Charles Espenlaub and the Grove Racing Porsche, running in 5th position.
Yeah, Charles is running at a greater pace. He's trying to go around the outside of Le Mans winner, world champion Earl Bamber, but Grove Racing just well, clearly Earl's thinking, no, you can do that if you want, you can go past. I've got to get this car to finish. But the difference is Earl Bamber's running in the car that is 5th for Grove Racing. There is a Porsche 911 GT3R, and Charles Espenlaub is running in 8th. But of course, Charles is running in a different class, so they don't even have to battle for anything other than pride. CP Racing 8th overall, leading the GT3 AM class, and good move there for Charles. But again, if at the moment Earl's thinking, I'm nursing a problem. In fact, his lap times have not been that quick. Last time was a 2 minutes 5, then a 2 minutes 4. Whereas in fact, CP Racing going about 1.5 seconds faster, which is proof was there out on the track.
Yeah, it's surprising that it is Earl at the wheel of that car. I just crossed my mind that maybe the driver ID was not correct, but he has been in the car for very nearly an hour now, so they would have had to rectify that for fear of getting a penalty. BAM is the 3 letters that are displayed in the windscreen. And if I knew my helmet designs as well as well-known colleague on the RSL network, Shay Adam, then we would be able to peep through the window there and say, that's absolutely Earl's helmet, although he's probably got a new design for a brand new year.
Entirely so. She liked him so much she named him twice. Bam Bam, didn't she?
Indeed.
No idea that was about. Was it a Disney character or something?
Well, yeah, but there was then Bam Thor, wasn't there, when Bamber and Lawrence Van Tor raced regularly together.
Am I going to have to be the harbinger of media information from the past? Bam Bam was the son of Fred and Wilma of Barney Rubble and his wife, Fred and... So there we are. It was the Bam Bam, and of course the little girl in the Flintstones was Fred and Wilma's. So there we go. And he used to go Bam Bam and hit.
So not Disney at all. Flintstones weren't Disney, were they? They were
first adult cartoon.
Very good.
That way, not even only adult in the older age demographic.
Nick, may I congratulate you? In the last 10 minutes, we've had Roman Keating, Cat Stevens, and now Hanna-Barbera. So,
well, at some point, I'll do motor racing. I'll do motor racing, but I have a completely empty pit lane, and have had, thanks to the damn Code 60s, for some time.
And yeah, well, we'll get some more cars heading your way, I reckon, in about 26 minutes when people decide to do their penultimate stops.
It's Betty Rubble. Betty Rubble was Barney's wife.
Yeah. What did you say?
No, I just said nothing. I couldn't remember it.
You couldn't remember her name, right?
You know how I gloss over names I don't know? I'll do that when I'm giving you information about 60s cartoons as well as different pronounced foreign racing drivers.
Yeah. It was the blue dress for Betty always, wasn't it? And Wilma was in the white. I remember that.
See, you tried to pretend you didn't know, but you were a big fan. I see Bruce. You can see Bruce.
I know the Flintstones.
Bruce is allowed off all this because he was abroad during our childhoods, so he would have only got whatever the
living abroad rather than abroad.
Yeah, well, you're living in foreign countries. So any Spiros the Fisherman cartoons, he'd be fantastic at.
Nonsense. I was just saying to Johnny last night that you know, we got to watch American car series, so I got to see Lassie, Gentle Ben in the Florida Everglades, and so on and so forth. And of course, the inimitable Skippy, the bush kangaroo.
Never heard of any of those.
Any talking animal, or at least able to get Timmy down the well was available to you.
Yeah, they had it covered. Oh, dearie me.
It's still the MS7 BMW leading the motor race, incidentally, and that's now still a half a minute lead over Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport car. Tyre age will certainly be something to weave into the situation as well, although at the next few stops, if tyres are taken, there'll be a brand new set of Hankooks on each occasion. So I'm sure the drivers in question will be desperate in some cases for brand new rubber as the heat continues to be turned up. It was warm overnight, but even hotter now, as Maxime Martin was making the point not long ago to young Nick.
Right, well, our eyes didn't see us. Valentino Rossi, definitely the driver in the 46, not Sean Galale, so just to clear that up. You can see a driver of Valentino's builds coming out with the helmet with that acid yellow on it and blue stripes and squiggles and squirms. Definitely he did get on board, so we'll see how far he goes towards the finish. But good to see Valet out there. Looking at his lap pace, yeah, very respectable. In fact, he just about matched Dries Van Tor that time. So he's closing the gap slowly by slowly to the driver in second place, which is Ralph Bone. He in fact took nearly 3 seconds out of him last time, but it's still 2 minutes 20 seconds. So they're going to need some good fortune for that to come down a great deal.
I've got a pick.
Dries Van Tor whacking the curb through turns 3, 4 and 5 as Nick Damon's finally got someone back in the pits.
It's Paulson and their brand new BMW GT3 version of the M4. It's currently running in 11th overall, despite that kerfuffle about an hour and a half ago when they had a large chunk of it whacked very heavily by one of the other machines. Almost certainly a Porsche, because you've got a 90%.
It actually wasn't. It was the Audi AC.
Ah, right.
It was the AC Motorsport Audi, yeah. After about 8 hours being fixed, it then came out and drove in the side of the BMW.
You've got an 85% chance of being right if you say it was a Porsche. And I clicked the 15%. Nightmare. So the car has done the service. We haven't really paid a lot of attention to this car, despite the fact it's a GT3 M4, mainly because they're in a very awkward part of the pit lane. If I can find Christian Poulsen for a word. There he is, he's hiding at the back. Let's see if I can see what he... is that Christian Poulsen? Yeah, I think it is. Let's grab a word. Christian? Let's have a quick chat about how this has come about, the programme. That's a big step up for the team. Well, very burly mechanic there decided he didn't want me standing in front of it, but I've been positively manhandled. Anyway, Christian, big step up for the team around this GT3 car. How's it going so far?
Yeah, it has been a bit uphill. We had some punctures and too many penalties, and there was an Audi crashed into Ghost an hour ago, so it has been a little uphill. It started really good yesterday, but from there it was a bit uphill.
So the punctures, bad luck, bad setup, or bad driving?
No, there was a failure on the wheel, and then when we went out, there was another wheel. So it was actually two laps in a row. We had to come in, so it cost us 2 laps, and yeah.
So what made you decide to move up to GT3, and what made you decide to use the BMW?
No, I think it was a really nice car, and I think it looks amazing. So, and back in the days I was driving a lot of BMWs, so that's why.
Bit of brand loyalty. So what's the plans moving forward from here? You obviously got 2 hours 20 minutes to finish this race. What's next for the team? What's next for the car?
Yeah, actually I don't know, because we have another team in Denmark. We run with ELMS and Le Mans, so we have a quite busy year in 23. So we'll see, but maybe Mugello and then Barcelona again.
Sounds like a good plan. So see you at Morgan Fenway. Thank you, Christian.
Thanks.
Yeah, Christian Poulsen, who was a champion last year in the ELMS supporting Le Mans Cup for GMB Motorsport. In fact, the 3 Honda NSXs that GMB ran last year in the Le Mans Cup at GT3 level finished first, second and third in the championship. You get an automatic Le Mans entry for winning that, part of the ACO rules categories, and you can't take a Honda NSX GT3 car to Le Mans, so it's been announced that it's going to be Christian Poulsen back in an Aston Martin GTE, and that will be the first time since 2014, perhaps, or maybe he did a season after his championship winning campaign as well. But
he definitely found time for other hobbies, didn't he? For a couple of years.
Yeah.
Good to have him back, though. Very popular member of the paddock. But
well, Christian Poulsen and Aston Martin realigning once again for the centenary Le Mans year. Very exciting to look forward to in June, and an ELMS campaign by the sounds of things to dovetail into that, Nick.
Yeah, good to see Christian run the team. Good to see him moving up with the teams he runs in the GT3. But just to reinforce the point we were making earlier in this section, right at pit in, there are 2 cars. They're both run by Wolf Power Racing. They're both Audi RS LMS TCR cars, and they're both in the pits for the umpteenth time. So 121's back in again. It's just again they're looking at the front left. The engine is up on the 117, and that's not looking much like anyone's working on this. So I don't want to be overtly unkind, because obviously the AC Motorsport Audi is running fine, but I just think there's some problems at the moment on that drive chain side and the reliability side of these TCRs. It's a layman's guess, and I'm sure Chris Renke will come and see me in a dark alley and beat me up, but that's just how I feel.
Well, we're talking about the second place car in TCE. Marlon Menden brought that in nearly 45 minutes ago now, and joined by the sister machine at Wolf Power Racing, but Jasmine Preissig had already been encountering issues during her stint. It's nearly another 20 minutes now that the Swiss has been in pit road, and that's really benefiting the TCX entry, the lone TCX entry in the field. The team Zorg Rennsport Porsche could very easily make the top 2 in TCE, although has it got too many laps back?
Well, it's 13 laps back at the moment, but
yeah, well, that's doable in the time that's the time that's still available, considering that the 117 Wolf Power Audi has been in, as I say, for 45 minutes now. That could very easily turn into an hour and 15, and therefore promote the Porsche 718 Cayman of Daniel Gregor and others up to second in the TCE race. 909's back on pit road. And that's not been a full stint yet for Red Camel.
It's already come in. Luke Broiker's on board. He's getting out of the car. He's done a very short stint, and he's served a time penalty as well. So 909, third offence, had the warning, served that. Well, the body language there is it's hard to tell. He doesn't not walking away looking disappointed. You can't recover a bad result after 13.5 hours of repairs, but no mechanics in the pit lane to greet him other than the one that stood at the front and made him stop at the right place. But maybe further problems to fix, or maybe they're confident and happy. More cars serving time penalties. The 48 Salasin by Cox Racing. Black and bright green Porsche. Very quick stop there, 10 seconds served by Dutch racer Dennis Rittera.
So how is Salasin by Cox Racing recovery going, boys? They were absolutely plumb last after taking 55 minutes the first hour to sort out a gearbox issue, as the Poulsen racing car comes in again way too soon, so that's not good. Looks like they've got some issues. Yep, the Poulsen car's about to go on the dollies. That's not my fault. Just try interview. So Salasin racing, Peter Cox getting on board.
23rd overall, to answer your question.
Not bad, is it? I mean, in fact, I think they've had a relatively clean run since that problem.
That problem, it should be pointed out, Nick, at the end of the opening lap, came in having stripped some gears.
Yes, if they'd run 2 or 3 laps more in light practice, they would have found out. Okay, so the Poulsen BMW has been a little bit in the wars the last couple of hours, has been pushed back. Not sure yet what the issue is. They are opening the bonnet, so it's potentially engine related, but I'll have a bit of a stalk and find out for you what might be the issue.
Out front, Dries van Tor leading by, well, it's extending again, isn't it? 41 seconds now, the gap between he and Ralph Bohn through the last split. So 35, or rather from 30 minutes to 35, now to 41. And by the end of this stint, Dries van Tor's only been in the car for 20-odd minutes. It could be a very decent chunk to be out front by. Every time I catch a glimpse of the number 7 MS7 sponsored WRT prepared BMW, it's on the ragged edge, particularly in the early part of each lap. So whacking the curbs, Dries van Tor, needing to be a little cautious, I'm sure, of taking care of those Hankook tyres, but we'll make the point again, the BMW M4, because it's a big car, does seem to be pretty good on its tyres, conserving that tyre life through a stint.
Right, one thing we haven't really talked about for a while is the Haas RT Audi. That's car number 21. It ran very well at points in this race, and right now Fred Vervies, well, he's going to go well. He knows these cars forwards, backwards and sideways. He's lapping as fast, in fact marginally faster than race leader Dries van Tor, and he is, well, they're 2 laps down or 1.5 laps down from Valentino Rossi, so sort of in the frame for a top 3 if something happens. But certainly Fred Vervies, Belgian racer, doing a very, very good job, doing what he can at this stage in the race. We've very nearly got 22 hours on the clock. We're coming up towards that in under a quarter of an hour, but in some cases it's the walking wounded, some it's the rolling recovered after long times in the pit stop. 199 AC Motorsport Audi back out after 8.5 hours of repair. Had contact, as Johnny and I have mentioned several times now, within the first couple of laps after all those repairs with the Poulsen Motorsport BMW. That came off the worst, and at the moment is having repairs of some sort in the pit garage. The number 14 BMW in the pit garage. We heard from Christian Poulsen. Casper Jensen, fellow Dane, was the driver who brought it in, and let's hope that goes back out, but a bit galling to get 22 hours or thereabouts on the clock and not finish.
It's got an engine problem. Now, it's not, I don't think it's the upping down the oily bits. I think it's the electrics. I think the car ended up moving into a limp home mode because they're not worried. Nothing's falling at the bottom of it. All the bits that should be contained within the engine are contained within the engine, but it's got 2 laptops plugged in. So, that shows how complicated modern cars are, and probably also shows how many things they're trying to solve. So, it looks like it's got an electrical issue that's preventing the engine running cleanly anymore.
A real shame, because for a long period of this race, the Poulsen Motorsport car was not necessarily right up there in terms of the overall position, but they haven't hit too many major issues, as Christian Poulsen has just spoken to Nick about. I remember them being in the top 5 in the very early stages. That dropped down to 10th and 11th, but they would have been happy with that sort of a result. And they're still in 11th position right now, in fact, 5th in the Pro-Am category, behind Elliot Earhart's Phoenix Racing Audi, Ross Gunn's Heart of Racing Mercedes, number 27, then the Elliott skier-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche. In fact, both Herbert Motorsport Porsches still top the Pro-Am division in GT3, with Ralph Bohn leading that. But yeah, the Poulsen car could very easily have been in the top 6 if it hadn't been blighted by these very recent issues. And one of the big ones, of course, was that big thump from David Lau in the 199 Audi. Speaking of Audis from AC Motorsport, catch a glimpse of the 188 car now, and Yannick Mettler turning left through turn 8. And drive shaft issues, other major components failing on TCR cars. Must just be a niggling doubt in the back of the minds of the AC Motorsport crew that run 188, because haven't really encountered a big issue so far and are streets ahead of everybody else, but they might be thinking, when is it our turn?
All they can do, Johnny, at this moment is just keep going around, maybe back off a tiny little bit, but we all know that backing off can sometimes lead to incidents rather than running at certainly above 95% pace. The car has had so many problems.
Yeah.
The 106 Golf into the pit lane. When I say problems, I mean an engine and gearbox change. That's fairly major. Lots
of problems, Bruce. The 700 miles car, that's been in the pits on numerous occasions. This one does appear to be, and I'm not wishing to tempt fate, a simple full-service driver change in tyres, as they've really just about managed to get the car running after the various problems they've had from lap 2, where they started having drive shaft issues. But this is the car, of course, remember, that did put itself on pole in what was quite a mixed-up qualifying session. I mean, it was a long time ago. It was most of the race and half a day, but that all 4 drivers qualifying certainly gave us a really interesting grid, I think. I think it's a good move forward, and obviously gives all the drivers a chance to contribute to the starting position of the car.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a very much a team effort when we get to the race format part of the weekend, so why not implement that into qualifying as well? You need to be paying attention for a good chunk of Friday to know what's going to happen, but I have to say, when we got to qualifying 4, and there was that dice at the sharp end of GT4, wasn't it? I mean, there was tenths of seconds between some of those BMWs. On a 4-lap average, hundredths of seconds more accurately. There was a phenomenal dogfight at the sharp end. I didn't expect it to be quite as close as that, but I suppose, you know, the odd mistake is punished less on a 4-lap average than it might be in a standalone qualifying session.
Yeah, and for those that didn't get a chance to take a look at the new format of qualifying, 4 drivers nominated, except for one of the teams, the 955 Willie Motors crew that only had the 3. Each of them would drive a qualifying session. Each of those sessions was 15 minutes. Aggregate time across all 4. And if you didn't finish one of them, or even start one of those sessions, you automatically, even though your aggregate across 3 might be better, had to start behind all those who did the 4 sessions. However, Johnny, there were further twists, were there not? Which sessions were the tyres allocated? You were allowed new tyres, not when you sent your first pro driver out in session 1, but for an AM driver in session 2. But you could put a pro driver in session 3, session 3 on fresh rubber. And also the first 2 sessions were in daylight, and about 6 hours later, nose to tail, sessions 3 and 4. So you could have potentially your fastest lap coming in session 3.
Yeah, with the
or
pro,
the biggest mishap.
With the pro and the brand new tyres, but the darkness as well. So I can see why they've done it in that way. I mean, you just need to be good across the board to start well on the grid. And you know, there are arguments again about how important qualifying is, but if there's a tangle at turn 1 on that opening lap, you want to be out front. So with as many GT3 cars as we've had in this race, a total of 21 started it, it is ideal really to be starting on the front couple of rows rather than back in the pack.
Which brings me to a point I was heading towards. Haas RT started way down the grid because they only completed 3 of those sessions. They're running 4th overall. Fred Vervish is just in the fueling area, but they've been running very well through the race. But certainly, we all know when the car's set off, you get the sort of concertina effect, and then it can go to stretching effect out of turn 1. So if you're starting 43rd in a 52-car field, you've got lots of potential problems you've got to negotiate. So they did well. They chipped away. And about 6 hours into the race, they were, you know, properly up the order. But they started on the back foot because of one little glitch in one of those sessions. Hey-ho.
So some green flag fueling pit stops taking place now for Haas and for Grove Racing. Fred Vervish came in a couple of minutes ago, and Earl Bamber about 30 seconds later. Not sure whether Nick spotted whether either the 21 or the 10 cars stopped with their teams, or whether it was just a shoot all the way down to the fueling area. But we're still about 7 minutes away from a driver change. Theoretically, Nick?
SRT fuel, definitely. I think, but don't quote me, I think the Porsche, the Grove Racing car, did stop its box.
Okay.
It's a long way down from where I am and what I was looking at, so I think that's
yeah.
You'll find out as soon as they come out of fueling on the related times, and if there are different names. It's quite a couple of clues straight away.
Clue, it's just the answer pretty much.
You know,
pop into my site.
It's almost as well thought out as an ITV mystery series, who knows?
Well, Earl Bamber's been at the wheel of the 10 car for a long time now, and the dip in pace was notable actually from the Le Mans winner. So that was down to tyres, I think, more than anything else for the Grove Racing car. Fred Vervish stays on board the Haas RT Audi, which is back into the race. They'll be doing their driver change at a later point. But Anton Di Pasquale climbed on board the Grove Racing Porsche, so you saw that exactly as it panned out. Nick and the number 10 car got a driver change, presumably brand new tyres as well for the Aussie, the supercars runner regularly, and Anton back into the race in car 10.
Just been looking at the gap between first and second. We knew it was going out, but Dries Van Tor is now 54 seconds to good, another lap just going on the board as Mantor goes over the start finish straight down onto the tail of the 714 KTM into turn 1. Just got to be a little bit cautious. Have I been spotted? Wants to go up the inside into turn 3, just holds back a little bit and then dives over the curb. So good job, a little bit of caution there, but 54 seconds is now the advantage, and the gap from second, Ralph Bone in the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and Valentino Rossi is now down to 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So Vale doing a decent job, settling down to pace. In fact, within 3/4 of a second of Greasy's pace, so that's very good. Vale, not just that he learnt the Audi last year, started right at the end of the previous year, of course, racing in the Gulf in, I think it was a Ferrari, and now in a BMW, of course.
We have the GP Elite, the bright orange Dutch car. Porsche coming in from relatively high in the field. Not as high as I hoped it would be. I'd hope to be first, but, you know, just to prove that I am psychic. Full service. Out is getting, trying to see who this is. I can read his who was in the car? He's out of it now, anyway. Ooh, it's from teamverstappen.com, whoever he is.
Thierry Vermeulen in the team, yeah, Vermeulen.
Okay, Valentino Rossi into the pits as well, Nick.
Yeah, Rossi's in the pits, and it's a driver change as well, so it's a very short amount of time he got in there. Are we within 2?
That's called completing your 2 hours, I think.
Well, we're not within 2 hours, are we? So, and even with pit stop times, there's 2 hours, 3 minutes to go. I suppose what they're thinking of is the planned amount of time in the pits. Actual track time will be under 2 hours running for whoever's got in, which you would assume would be Maxime Martin, wouldn't you? As their fastest driver. So either Hesse might have got in, but I don't think it was Hesse. I don't think it was those blue overalls. So the 46ers played its last roll of the dice. We're going to run to the end now. So that's an interesting.
Well, let's wait and see. Has Tim Whale got through all his driver time as well? There's a point.
A lot of that at the start of the race, didn't he? I'd be surprised.
He did a fair amount.
Well, he had the accident, didn't he? He had the accident that, well, he spun off on the oil, and that's the main reason they are so far behind. Because he was slammed against the wall for a minute and a half, and then had to come in for a check. So, of those 2.5 minutes, at least 2 minutes of that was that incident. Not his fault, because he hit oil going through 5, 6, 7. But those 2 minutes, you know, at least, because there aren't any full course yellows in the traditional way, there's no safety cars. You can't make it up, can you? You can't make it up with a bit of.
No, exactly. But you know, maybe a lot of the luck was that when Tim went for that rotation, where he did hit the tyre wall, he hit it square on. That really does reduce the amount of damage that you receive.
Yeah, absolutely. And here come the second place man, Ralph Bond, comes down in the 91 past me. This is going to be a stop. Yeah, it's pretty obvious they've all decided now that with the time for fueling and everything else, they can get to the end without going over the 2 hour actually going round the track limit. Now, there is a Renault getting in there, and obviously I couldn't tell which one it was if I was standing next to them, so I'm not going to be able to tell from 120 metres. But it's a Renault.
Well, we would reckon Robert, we think, because Robert generally is the quicker of the two and gold rated. But
Robert has a time limit, because he's a pro officially. So it's whether they got 2 hours of his time left in the Pro-Am rules. So you would think it'd be Robert, especially as Alfred got out a second ago to let Ralph Bond in. So yeah, let's see. But it's the final throw of the dice for those two cars, and the final throw of the dice for me, because I'm handing over to Joe Bradley for the last 2 hours of the race.
stellar effort as always, Nick Damon, and a particularly standout grid walk, I thought, nearly 24 hours ago, with a full build-up yesterday afternoon. And Nick's going to now step away and enjoy from the relaxation in the viewing area, perhaps maybe grab some food as well, because it is now a minute to 1 o'clock in Dubai at the Motor City Autodrome for the 18th edition of the Hankook 24 Hours. The Wolf Power Racing Audi of Marcus Menden returning to the racetrack. That's again been a long pit stop for the car, but just returning on an outlap after 60 minutes in pit road for the second placed Audi. So although the Porsche 718 Cayman that leads the TCX category got a little closer to Marcus Menden, it wasn't enough to leapfrog into second place. The Audi RS3 from Swiss team Wolf Power Racing. On the nosy, 120 minutes still to go. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer for another 30 minutes, but we're welcoming Joe Bradley into the pit lane. And the penultimate hour of this year's Dubai 24 starts right now. 566 laps completed for Dries Van Tor and the Team WRT BMW M4 GT4 that he shares with Jens Klingman, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, Diego Manchaca and Mohamed Saud Fahed Al Saud, and an M4 then enjoying a minute's advantage over Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport Porsche, but we reckon it is one of the Renauers that has been installed, and Nick was quite right to question my point about Robert Renauer. Has he got enough drive time left? Well, the suggestion is no, because it is Alfred Renauer who emerges out of pit road, out of the fueling area and down towards turn 1. Alfred Renauer quite possibly therefore to the finish, because it would take them an extra time to switch the drive around in another 1 hour time. And that is time that they do not want to be losing with only 60 seconds to play with. Sean Gelael is in 3rd position in the Team WRT BMW M4, and in 5th place it is still Elliot Skier in the 2nd of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, 2nd in Pro-Am. Then the Haas RT Audi R8 LMS for Fred Vervisch, running 5th place and 3rd within the Pro category of GT3. 6th place is the Grove Racing Anton Di Pasquale driven Porsche, number 10. 7th position for car 32, also a Porsche GT3 car for Team GP Elite and Lucas Grunewald. And it's the CP Racing Charles Espenlaub driven Mercedes AMG running in 8th place, car 85. Next up in 9th position should be Ross Gunn's Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes AMG, and indeed it is, sharing that with fellow Brit Ian James, American Gray Newell and Canadian driver Roman DeAngelis. Then you've got the Phoenix Racing Audi GT3 car for Elia Earhart, running in 10th. The 992 Porsche class is still led by FAC Autotech with their 962 car and Larry Ten Voorde. The meet between the two FAT cars now is Poulsen Motorsports BMW running 12th for Kasper H. Jensen, but it's Jan Klingenberg in the 961 second in the Porsche Cup class. Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Ferrari 488 Vision entry. Car 2 is in 14th, ahead of the 3rd place Porsche Cup car number 995 for Duel Racing by Terra Verde. And Uber Motorsport occupy 4th place in the Cup class with car number 925 Nico Menzel. 17th position, the Vinny Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche Cup car for Sergei Nikolai. Then the QMMF by HRT entry, also a Cup car, 6th position in the category, ahead of NKPP by HRT Performance is offering number 928, and the MRS GT rated car number 989 is 8th in class. One of 2 Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing 992 cars is 9th, ahead of the Pure Racing GT3 entry, the 911 numbered Herbert Run car for Sven Muller. He's 13th in class and 22nd overall. Then the best of the GTX cars is still the KTM of Razzoon Morgan Racing Team, number 714. And in 24th position, it's the Salasin by Cox Racing Porsche, number 48. 25th position is, I reckon, the leading GT4 car. Yep, Rothko by Dragon Racing's Mercedes AMG GT4 number 408. That's Jordan Groger doing the driving from the Simpson Motorsport BMW of Vasily Vladikin, number 438. There are, well, I was going to say laps between those two leaders in GT4. It's potentially less than that. No, 5:17 completed by the Rothko car and 5:13 by the 2nd place machine. So about 3.5 laps separating those two leading cars in GT4. Then the MP Motorsport car, we know that's now a retirement after it caused one of the Code 60s a few hours back. Daniel de Jong in car number 19 now out of the race. Century Motorsports GT4 car in third for Michael Johnston, the debuting Scotsman. In fact, he's only ever done 12 club races prior to the Dubai 24 hours, and looking forward to a bit more Creventic racing, perhaps in 23. 931 is the HRT Performance Porsche Cup car in 10th place and 29th overall, ahead of two GTX machines, the Vortex 701 and 702. But remember that the 702 is... there's still the one that's running in the race. No, I've mixed them up in my mind now. The one that was affected by fire, Bruce, was 702, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so 702 out of the race, 701 still running, and that's just come in for a scheduled pit stop. 32nd position is the 977 Rabdan Motorsport Porsche Cup car. Then we move on to 33rd position. And first on that slate is the second of the Seb Lajou Racing by Duvo Racing cars for Guylain Genacon and the 907. 76 is McLaren 720S is in 34th position for Andrew Gilbert. Then it's the MRS GT Racing car for Andres Gulden, number 990. Simon Balcan for Speed Lover, 979.36. The second of the QMF racing cars comes next, but we're pretty much into the retirements now with Santalog Junior Team and their Audi, long time out of the race. P1 Grouper by MRS GT Racing car shown as 39th, ahead of the Red Camel Jordan's.NL machine. We thought that was a retirement. Actually, they got that car back out in more recent times. More for a shakedown ahead of next weekend's 6 hours of Abu Dhabi, though, because the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche Cup car has been in the pits for a further 24 minutes now. The two HRT, that's the Hubert Haupt Racing Team cars, are long-time retirements, Treble 7 and the number 4 Mercedes. Next up on the screen, at least, is the 450 RHC Jorgensen Strong by Century Motorsport BMW, but that's been a long-time retirement as well, as has the Attempto Racing Trezor-backed Audi, the ALM Motorsport by MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car, HRT Performance no longer competing, and Dragon Racing never were with their Mercedes, I should say. And we'll have a quick squiz through the TCE series order, because AC Motorsport still yet to miss a beat. Yannick Mettler at the wheel of that car, 512 laps completed. They have a 102 lap advantage over the first of the two Wolf Power Racing Audis, Marcus Menden. Team Zorg Rennsport have climbed to third in the 718 Cayman in TCX. Jasmine Preissig been in and out of the pits over the last couple of hours, but still fourth ahead of the 700 miles prepared VW Golf for Thierry Chuckendali, and the AC Motorsport car, which again looked like it might be a retirement. 199 has more recently done some laps and is still running. When you combine both races together, 43rd is where we find David Lau, Bruce Jones.
43rd is a prescient number, because I've been thinking before we abandon Studio One, we have to do our Spirit of the Race award, and it's very easy to look at some hugely valiant efforts. We had an engine and gearbox change from the 106 700 miles Golf crew, the 909 Red Camel crew as well. Engine change overnight, 13 and a bit hours before the car was back on track. Great to see that. For me, it's new teams coming into the mix. Haas RT, they started 43rd on the grid. After 4 hours, they were leading the race. Okay, in that sort of pit cycle, but welcoming a new team, and this is very important to me, a team registered in Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean. It's great to have them on board, and the crew, really good job. Olivier Bertels, but particularly Mathieu Detry, stepping up from cars at the 10 end of the grid to GT3 for the first time in shining, supported by Benjamin Nazatis, Maxime Soulet and Fred Baviche. The last two, really well done. At the moment, that is my Spirit of the Race award. Did I hear the voice of Joe Bradley down in the pits?
Yes, you did indeed, Bruce. And my nomination is the number 121, the Wolf Power Audi, that is once again in the garage on its hijacks, having a front end dismantled and repaired. And the fact that they've used probably a truckload of spares is why I want to nominate them, but the fact that they have a truckload of spares is what I find is the spirit of the race. And I'm not sure if Ron's camera is going to be able to Ron's in the garage now, and he's showing us pictures of just how dismantled the front end of this car is. These guys have not stopped the whole race. Whatever's happened to them, I don't know how many drive shafts they've gone through. I don't know how many issues. We had one point where they completely did an oil change on the transmission because they were suspicious of rising gearbox temperatures. Whatever has happened to this 121 Audi, they've had accident damage. They got hit by a Porsche, full, I think it was left-hand side, completely wiped out. They've just gotten on with the repair. Doesn't matter how long the race has had to go, and here we are inside the final 2 hours. And you might think, okay, lads, just like put it in the box, and you know, we finished where we finished. But they're not. They're working on the car still, and I'm pretty sure they're determined to get the car back out on the track and finish the race by crossing the line of the checkered flag. And if these guys and girls have not shown the spirit of the race, I don't know what is. It's a phenomenally ridiculous attitude towards this.
Mightily impressive, and yeah, we've definitely seen it from the 121 crew, which is Joe Bradley's nomination for the Spirit of Endurance this year at the Dubai 24 Hours. I was still going through my decision process, but I don't think anybody so far has brought to the table the 199 AC Motorsport car, which was sitting in the garage, I think, for 8 hours. A slight blot on the copybook, which was when it came out on his out lap, or the following lap, it then sideswiped the number 14 Pulsar Motorsport BMW. But otherwise, every credit to AC Motorsport, who've been up against it with one side of their garage, the other one looking like it's going to go on to, well, be close to the victory. I don't want to speak too soon, of course, because we still have an hour and 48 minutes still to go. But all of the bad luck seems to have fallen one side of their breeze block wall between the two Audis, and he's very much not going in the direction of 188. But 199 after an 8-hour pit stop, having then rejoined with that all Hong Kong lineup. And nice to have again a representation from one part of the world which is getting more and more popular with motor racing, but a full lineup from Hong Kong with the Belgian squad. So I'll go with 199. The other suggestions we've had, to remind you, Nick's nomination was the 106 machine. Car 106 is the 700 miles VW Golf, which is still running. Thierry Ciccandali at the wheel of that in 41st position. And the 977 rammed-down motor racing car as well is potentially Nick's nomination, so maybe he's still undecided about that. We will be announcing who's won the Spirit of Endurance competition with an hour to go in the race, so that will be down to John Hindhaugh and Phil Anser once they take over again in just over 15 minutes time to announce our Spirit of the Race award.
And again, that just reflects, looking at that cross-section of nominations, it's not just about teams that have had setbacks, though we always doff our hat to the crews that work through the night, back into the day, and are still fixing things. And all the more galling is you're fixing something you've already fixed once, twice, maybe 3 times before, like the drive shafts on that number 121 Audi. Or in my case, I just like a team that had a setback in the fact it's first appearance here, but being set back almost at the very tail of the field in qualifying. A different take on it. They stayed cool, stayed calm, but were quick and effective. That was the number 21 Haas RT Audi crew. So you will all, people have been watching all the race, some of the race, and again, thank you for joining us on the RSL network of channels. You will all have your own thoughts, but I mean, there is heroic action up and down the pit lane, and for a lot of these crews, the fact is they're going to have to do it again next weekend at the Abu Dhabi 6 hours as well. And maybe that is one of the reasons why the cars are coming back out on the track. Check it's fixed before you head into the next one.
Nice little battle developing between Fred Verviche and Anton Di Pasquale now, because Di Pasquale taking over the Grove Racing Porsche at the last stop after a decent couple of stints from Earl Bamber, but I think Earl was on very second-hand tyres by the end of that. Now that the number 10 car has had brand new Hankooks bolted to it, the Dick Johnson Racing runner from the Supercars Championship, been in the Mustang GT for the last couple of seasons, has Anton, and he is closing in on Fred Verviche, who is normally absolutely rapid in whatever race car he has chosen to be running in. He's in the Haas Audi this year, but again, I think we're in a situation where Vish is fighting the tyres to a certain degree, and they cross the line, 4th and 5th, only separated by 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, just going back to when Earl Bamber was in the car, we saw him waving. I'm trying to think who it was. Oh, I know, it was a CP Motorsport, CP Racing Mercedes, which was several laps down, waved it past. He wasn't challenging. But it's the performance of a top driver on used rubber that can really make such a difference. You save the time in the pit stop, you save the sweet tyres for later in the race, and that's where the real pros earn their keep. And Earl just thought, I'm not taking any more life out of these tyres. I need to get them to the end of my stint. You go past if you will. I'm not going to make it necessarily easy for you, but again, mark of a tip-top driver. And again, it's how the teams have read the situation, where they plump for the rubber, who gets the rubber, what's the state of the track, do we waste new rubber on that? Is that driver good to do a treble stint? Possibly not. Double stints we've certainly seen from the top crews.
Race leaders in, Joe. Dries Vanthoor in the number 7, Team WRT, BMW, piling its way into the pit lane. They'll be taking fuel, I'm sure, at this point as well. But it's a slightly uneven time to be pitting right now because 2-hour drive limits. There is a driver change taking place, though, Joe.
I expect that to be Jens Klingman climbing on board. I could be wrong.
I can't say, guys, I can tell you that it took on tyres and a driver and has now just gone into fueling. But, you know, we're inside that 2-hour window to the finish now, so that's what they'll be back timing too. While you're down here, though, I was going to bring you a quick update on the 429. That's the Century Motorsport BMW. Nathan Freak, who's in the sister car, now helping out his crew. Nathan, what was the problem there that brought the car in?
Strange one. There's a little membrane switch panel for the controls inside the car, and one of them is the start button, and someone looks like has been slightly over exuberous and cracked the switch panel where the start button is, so it wouldn't turn off, and then we killed it with the master switch and it wouldn't turn on, and of course it turns out that the guys said they had trouble starting it and stopping it for a couple of pit stops before, but of course it just goes from your memory quite quickly, racing drivers. And yeah, so we had to change the switch panel, which is a bit of a strange one, but it's a new car, and I think sometimes you have to expect some little gremlins, and that was one of them.
Incredible at this stage that something as small as that can lose you time. I mean, we lost your car, the 450 Century BMW, very early in the race. The argument is, when is the best time to drop out of a 24-hour race? Hugh Chamberlain used to say before the bars closed.
Yeah, I must admit, the urge to go out and drown my sorrows after we were retired was quite high, but obviously being the respectable and team principal that I am, over the professional, I had to stay, and I did go and get a few hours sleep. So I suppose if you're going to ask me that question, early enough so I can get some sleep. So I feel a little bit more refreshed today.
Yeah, absolutely. So what Century got in store for 2023, Nathan?
It's an exciting year, actually. We've got British GT, which we always do. 2 GT4s and a GT3. We have we're now running 4 cars in the Carrera Cup in the Carrera Cup Championship in England on the BTCC program. We have a Cayman we're going to run. We have some GTAs. And we're also going to come do some Creventic. So I think we'll be with the Mugello with the car 450. Darren, all being well, we'll be there with his GT3. And you know, where we can, we're going to place in as many Creventics as we can. We enjoy the event. You know, the organisers are great. They're always very friendly and welcoming to us. And it's a very different dynamic on a longer race. You know, British GT, you get a good insight to it. But this is just crazy. You know, if someone said, write me a script for a Dubai 24-hour race, I'd say I just don't know what it's going to be, because it's constantly evolving.
I would imagine as well, offering that to your customers, i.e. your drivers, that's quite an attractive. The amount of seat time you get in the cars, for instance, big attraction for the Creventic series.
Yeah, I think I heard what you said. Yeah, the amount of seat time in these events is just bonkers. There's nothing better for it, and you know, car 429, these guys are doing British GT with us, so as a winter testing program, it is the best because it's dry, it's warm, it's relevant, and not only are you just getting seat time, you're getting racecraft experience as well, so it's perfect for us. And of course, where else would you want to spend your January?
Exactly, Nathan. I'll leave you to go back to work, mate. I know you still got one car in this, so look forward to seeing you guys out next, and in winning position, that is.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Nathan Freak bringing us news of an exciting 2023 at Century Motorsports. It's a real shame that the event has gone in the direction it has in isolation, but nevertheless, you know, it's always, I suppose, part of motorsport that you're going to have one or two hurdles thrown in your direction. It's how, again, you react to them, and some real interest for Creventic racing throughout the course of the season, hopefully down at Century Motorsport. Jean-Baptiste Simonauer is the man to take over in car number 7. We'd half expected Jens Klingmann perhaps, but Simonauer judged to be showing enough speed to bring that car to the finish, and some of his lap times have been very impressive indeed. So on the outlap now, the young Frenchman for WRT, and without a pit stop for the Herbert Motorsport car to level things up, we're actually looking at a gap of nearly 4 minutes, but that will even itself out in due course.
Well, if you want a good battle to watch, the last time we looked at it just before the last comment was it was 2.2 seconds, 2.4 seconds between 4th and 5th, and it's still in the order of Fred Verveech and the Haas RT, that's the number 21 Audi, and Anton de Pasquale, but it's now down to 1.6, no, scratch that, 1.2 seconds as they go down the start-finish straight, the battle for 4th place. So here we are, late in the race, 1 hour and 38 minutes until the checkered flag could be taken up and given a bit of a twitch, but still Haas RT holding on, but only just. Fred Verveech ahead of Anton de Pasquale. This will keep them interested through to the end of the race.
Yeah, very, very tight indeed, and still no way by Fred Verveech, who's been taking some unusual lines, it has to be said, right over the curb though at turn 3, wasting no time at all. I noticed a few laps ago, prior to the Nathan Freak interview, that Verveech ran very deep indeed into turn 14, just partially missing his braking point, but thankfully there is a nice wide section of track there, so that even if you do run pretty deep into the hairpin close to the apex garden, you still have enough track real estate to recover without finding the wall. He was also properly over the curbs, the Belgian, on the exit of turn 9 onto the back straight just a moment or two ago. Behind them is the 17th place car, which is Stefan Geurig in the all-white Uber Motorsport Porsche. That is the 992 AM leader by only 15 seconds, so pretty tight in that category as well, with Julian Hanses, who we heard from overnight from the QMMF Racing crew. 929 circulating at a similar speed. In fact, beg your pardon, it took about 2 seconds out of Stefan Geurig last time around, so that 15-second gap set to condense before the next bout of pit stops for those cars in 992 AM. You wouldn't know that we've been racing for nearly 22.5 hours, Bruce, for some of these gaps.
No, exactly so, but I always feel late in the race, if you've got someone to race, maybe you stop listening to what the engine is sounding like, or things shaking around and rattling the way they didn't at the start of the race, and it's easier just to keep on focusing, and I think that's pretty much true of any sport. But when you're nursing a bit of machinery that could just start to give you the spooks, and once you get something in your mind, it becomes what we call it, a sort of earworm, a mind worm, whatever. And but at the moment, Fred Verveech, all those years of experience, again, neat and tidy, putting a TCR car, the 117 Audi, between him and the chasing Anton de Pasquale. But it's under a second now on the start-finish straight, and through turn 1, 2 and 3 they go. 0.962 of a second, the gap between Fred Verveech in 4th and the number 21 Haas Audi, and the 10 Grove Racing Porsche run by Earl Bamber Motorsport, with Anton Pasquale giving chase. It's nip, it's tuck, it's keeping everyone on their toes.
Running a little wide there on the run through turn 7, Anton de Pasquale. That might have been more by design than accident, though, trying to pick his way through quite a bit of debris at turn 7. Now having to go potentially to the high side of Porsche number 989, Nico Verdonk, who is running in 20th position for MRS GT, 4th in the AM category in the 992s. Again on the brakes, Anton de Pasquale getting pretty close to Fred Verveech, and the number 10 Porsche just seems to be slightly more manoeuvrable than the Audi in front, although as Anton de Pasquale flung the car right over to the right hand side, he needed to be cautious that he was clear of the nose of Nico Verdonk's MRS car. Thankfully no collision was made, and they come out of turn 12 now towards the kink at 13, with that gap maybe even tighter than it was through the last split. Gap was coming down between the two and Porsches as well, and it's down to 13.7 seconds now between Stefan Geurig and Julian Hanses, the two German drivers.
Well, still fun, still rolling, still debris around the track. Now getting another flurry in the pit lane. Joe Brown will be able to look out for all of this, but I expect in another 30 minutes or so we'll have the final flurry into the pits. We'll just get to the top of the 23rd hour, one still to go. But here we are with an hour and 35 remaining, and the drivers are tired, the mechanics are tired, and in some cases the cars are a little bit weary as well, a little bit battle-worn, but good to see people still smiling up and down the pit lane. But you can see on the faces of the crews that for some, those doing engine changes, just for example, are looking a little bit haggard in the morning.
The MS7 team last year taking the race win. Now, what I'm interested in with a gap of only 23 odd seconds is the gap last year, which was a full lap. 596 laps we reached in the 2022 edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. 596 for car 7, 595 for the chasing and sister WRT Audi on that occasion, which had in its lineup Benji Goethe, Arnold and Maxime Robin, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer, who's currently piloting the lead car this year, and Fred Verviche. So the gap far, far tighter this year, just 23.5 seconds. And, you know, it's the merest of errors from either WRT or Herbert Motorsport that will decide this in the closing 90 minutes. Also, still to be decided is this battle for 5th position between Anton De Pasquale and Fred Verviche. It is the blue and red Audi that remains in front, but the quicker of the two cars, from the timing screen at least, appears to be the chasing Porsche from Grove Racing. But is there a way by? Much tidier apex this time from Fred Verviche, who ducks underneath the Cayman from the TCX class. And can the Grove car get through at the same time? Not quite. So Anton De Pasquale has to get out of the throttle briefly there at turn 15. And that just forced more of a wedge between these two cars. The gap was 0.8 of a second, Bruce. It's going to be north of a second now.
Yeah, more like 1.5 seconds, I think. And yes, 1.466 seconds. Unfortunately, the Cayman had to be somewhere on the track, but between turns 14 and 15, it was precisely where Anton De Pasquale had to go looking and quickly flick to the tracker map and see how many cars they've got up ahead of them who could interrupt their battle. But actually, the car in front of them is about 1.5 corners ahead. It's Pierre Caffer, who is running way down the order, but going very, very well indeed. No, he's a bit further up the track actually, and in fact if they look very hard down the down the infield straight, they'll pick up the race leader as well. So the good news for them is they're all GT3 cars in front of them, so they can just enjoy their battle without the chopping over the bows, the crossing of the bows we just saw there that interrupted Anton De Pasquale's flow.
Just checking the race control messages regarding the Audi, because from a track limit point of view, it does seem to be right over the curbs, all four wheels crossing that white line at turn 3, but the extension of rubber being laid down has almost added an extra bit of track there, and maybe just every time it's not only the Audi doing it, plenty of other cars do as well, maybe a blind eye being turned at turn 3 because it becomes the natural racing line. I haven't seen any recent race control messages regarding car 21 or indeed any track limits.
The last track infringement was served, a 10-second penalty that was served over an hour ago by them, so should be fairly clear to the end of the race. And the important thing for Fred Verviche in 4th place at the moment, being hunted down by Anton De Pasquale, is he's got relatively clear track ahead of him, so he can just focus on if his tyres are feeling rather weary, at least he can place the car where he wants to put it rather than having to go around the back marker. But as I say that, they get towards the tail of an AC Motorsport TCR Audi, so they're going to have to do it on the main straight.
Just over an hour and a half to go. Let's get this from Joe.
Yeah, it's a man I wanted to talk to. This Dubai 24 Hours marks 10 years of the partnership with Hankook tyres and the Creventic series. Giulio Rizzo here is the man from Hankook who I wanted to talk to that about. I mean, Giulio, it must be important for a tyre company to have such a lengthy partnership. I mean, you're the main tyre supplier for the 24 series. And for 10 years, that's quite a feat.
10 years is quite a lot, quite a landmark for such a partnership. But besides the joke, we are very happy and proud to be partners of Creventic. And once more, we would like to define ourselves as partners. It's a trustful partnership between us and Creventic, and we're looking forward for the next edition.
What's the challenge of producing a tyre that will satisfy everybody from a GT3 car all the way down the scale to a TCE car? They're completely different.
I'll tell you a secret. Nobody will ever be happy about the tire. No matter where you're racing, with which... At least here in Dubai, everybody respected our recommendation, because there are some recommendations to respect. I'm talking about camber, talking about general setup, and I'm talking, of course, about minimum cold pressure. As far as I know, during this 24-hour event, so the whole week, we only had 3 failures, 2 because of debris and 1 because of a contact, which is quite astonishing. That means that if the teams respect what we are telling them, we are here to support them, everything will run smoothly, and we're very happy for it.
I've been on the other side of the fence. I know that sometimes you try and stretch that tyre advice that your engineers are giving them just to eke out a bit of performance. But do you find that the majority of the time the teams do take the advice from your engineers?
I would say yes, but that's part of the game, you know. Here they are fighting for tenths, so we've seen how close this race is. So wherever you can take some margin, you have to try and exploit it. But as usual, it depends from the track temperature, from the driving skills of the driver, from the type of car you're racing. So it's always a trick, a balance. Usually you try to find the most tire life for your fuel stint. So a tire should last around 70 to 80 minutes, and then you throw it away. So that's the trick.
And how many tires will Hankook have provided at the end of the weekend here for the 24 hours of Dubai?
This weekend we scheduled to have about 4,500, 5,000 tires. We brought on site about 8,000 tires because of my extra needs and of course wets. We know it never rains in Dubai, but when it rains, it's heavy rain. We know it from 3 years ago, when the race was flooded and we had to stop it. So it's quite a challenge. We had more than 50 fitters for 3 shifts, so it was tough, but we're ready for it.
Thanks, Julio, and long may that partnership remain, because we love having Hankook as a partner.
Let's meet in Mugello then, right?
Yes, absolutely. See you in Mugello. That's a deal. Thank you, Julio.
Great stuff down in the pit lane. Thank you very much to Johnny Palmer and to Bruce Jones for the last 2.5 hours. I never thought I could make friends with the front seat of a Porsche Cayenne as much as I did for that 65 minutes or so in that break. We are just under 90 minutes to go. Hello there. Thank you for being with us. Still questions to be answered, positions to be resolved, and the biggest one at the moment is still the battle between Grove Racing and Fred Verviche out on the circuit. So the Grove Racing number 10, Anton Di Pascali. Just coming across the line now. Fred Verviche goes across the line under our feet. It's 1.6. That's doubled in the last lap. Is it just drifting back here, Phil, to Verviche and the Audi? They've been out of the pits in Fred's case for 1 hour and 40 minutes for Di Pasquale. So half an hour and Verviche has got to be in the pits anyway. He can't go to the end.
Well, he's got one more fuel stop to do anyway to get to the end with the hour and 25 minutes to go. So definitely a stop. Probably going to stay in the car, just bolt a fresh set of tyres on there and get back out to get to the 3 o'clock closing. Great battles going on up and down the thing at the moment. 4th and 5th battle in GT3 Haas FT, Haas FT Grove Racing, just getting up to 1.6 seconds at the moment. Further back battles in between. I was just having a look at the AM category in 992, Human Motorsport and QMF HRT by Qatar, 21 seconds separating those two teams. That's going to go down as a battle to the end. So still lots of battles happening out there in the CP Racing. Currently leading the AM1 GT3 AM1 category. They've got a big lead over the second rate, the 48 of Peter Cox, by Cox Racing in their Porsche. So that looks pretty safe at the moment. 534 laps for the Porsche, 570 for the CP Racing. So that at this stage looks reasonably good. And the other Vortex now going slowly. We saw the fire for the 702. Now the 701 with 1 hour 24 makes its way back into the pit lane.
I had a look at the 702. Felipe Fettere brought that car, or stopped that car. I had a look whilst I was over in the pit lane. That car, I'm not sure there's anything to salvage from that car, Phil, after that fire. The cockpit was badly damaged, as well as the engine bay, to the point where some of the metal, obviously anything that wasn't metal has melted, and even some of the metal has deformed and melted away. I heard Bruce talking about it and saying charcoal, and that's a very apt and accurate description there. And that was a scary moment.
Yeah, it was well alight when he pulled up, so obviously something major had let go in that big V8 engine, because that's where the fire was. We'll wait to see what happens with the other car, as it's in the pit lane at the moment. I can't quite see down that far. Just see if it's been pushed back in the box.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, that car has already been in. Just before we spoke to Judy Rizzo from Hankook, the car had been in, and my perception from what I saw was that it was overheating.
Okay.
Because all they did was clean out the rads, and they blew air through the front rads and cleared the rubber and the detritus. It looks to me as though that little bit of service has not done it any, not had any effect, and the car's straight back in. It's literally gone out, come straight back in.
Okay.
So head up there and check it out.
Currently in 30, I'll get it right, 31st position.
I like 31th.
31th, okay.
I always thought that 11 should be 1T1.
Yes.
1T1, 1T2, 1T3.
Yes.
Because, you know, you have 21, 31, 41, etc.
I'd just like to pass my thanks on to Johnny Palmer and Bruce. They are now hashtag the Code 60 Duo. Sorry, guys. Every time. Unbelievable. 961 into the pits in the fuel zone. The FARC Autotech currently running second in the 992 class, 560 laps. Its teammate, the 962, on 564 laps, currently in 11th position. Lariden Tenvord at the wheel of the 962. And those team cars have been battling out. Remember, they both had grid penalties when we started the race a while ago. And that 27 seems not to be going at full race pace at the moment. Just weaving around as it makes its way down to turn 16, maybe just getting out of the way. That's the Heart of Racing by SPS.
They've had a good run, haven't they?
Yeah, and in a bit of clear air at the moment. We currently have 32 cars on track, 9 in the pits and 1 in the fueling area. So it's a little bit of breathing room out there at the moment around the 5.39 kilometres. And we're just keeping an eye on those lap times. 2:03.1 versus a 2:03.6 up the front, 26 seconds separating them.
And that battle for 4th and 5th, Fred Vervish for Haas RT, 2:03.9 versus 2:04.3. It's out over 2 seconds. One of the big, for me, one of the big success stories. I can't nominate it for Spirit of Endurance, but I have to say, to me, one of the innovations of the event here has been the Apex Garden, real grass areas for people to sit down with families, food trucks down there, and the terrace down at turn 1. It is real grass as well. Somebody asked that earlier.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. And all has been planted.
It's absolutely fantastic over there. I had a quick wander over whilst I was off shift. Thought I'd get a bit of fresh air and stretch my legs.
What a place to do it.
It's a fantastic
place to do it.
I think that's worthy of a nomination, to be honest, because that really is the spirit of the race, isn't it?
Well, Joe Bradley, you mentioned something and it stuck in my mind, which is why I wandered over there. I'm not sure that the general public can get any closer without a photo pass to any race of this kind of level anywhere in the world.
There's been some very bad photographs being posted on social media of kids on the debris fencing, actually on the retaining wall, and I'm pretty sure that's not what that's meant to be for. But yes, I mean, that's the retaining wall that you can stand up against, and I think it's kind of, as the cars come out of that penultimate right-hand corner, the trajectory of the cars are taking it away from the barrier where the apex garden is.
Yes.
But it looked pretty bad when we saw kids hanging from the debris fence. So maybe that shouldn't be, and maybe they'll address that.
They'll probably just put a little fence up like it is a bit further around to the left on where we're looking down on at the moment over the back at turn 14.
I know we usually look at the Spirit of the Race award towards the team that, you know, the very essence of endurance racing and that dogged, determined stubbornness to retire the car, and that's probably the direction we're going in. But I think it's worthy of at least a nomination, a bit like the Oscars, John. It's still a great movie. You were nominated, but you just didn't win the Oscar. And it's a great nomination. That the Apex Garden is very much the spirit of the race, because it really does, like you say, how much closer to the track that you can really breathe, and the visceral experience it must be there to be up there and watch the cars pass by. And just before I finish, the Vortex is overheating. They've had a big massive fan blowing through the engine bay just to get some air into it, and they're pouring over data on the laptop. I think we might see the Vortex back out across the line, or they'll maybe give it an hour or so to cool off. I'm just going to check the time as I say that. Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes. So they could easily give it an hour and 10 minutes and then take it out for the last 10. I think that's what we're going to see here. Because once an engine starts overheating with an ambient temperature of, I think it's
25.1.
25?
Yes.
Oh, it hasn't got a chance of cooling off, has it?
Well, it's seldom going to fix itself, although RML boiled their engine in the first hour of Le Mans one year and it refused to die. They went on to win the race in LMP2. I seem to remember they had a vapor lock in the cooling system and they still won LMP2. It's been a good run. Yes, it was, yeah. CP Racing. Shane, yeah, correct. Shane Lewis finishing off his 10th visit here to this event. So he's been out there for 16 minutes, so he can go to the end from here. Been a good run as well for another American-based team, Heart of Racing by SPS. It's Roman De Angelis, he's only 2 seconds behind. That is a battle for overall position 8th and 9th, although Shane Lewis, of course, is leading Pro-Am, whereas Roman De Angelis and the Heart of Racing team are in Pro-Am rather, and Shane Lewis is leading Am. We've been doing, and when I say we, I mean Phil, has been doing a little bit of arithmetic about the Middle East Trophy. You will remember, dear viewer and listener, that CP Racing won outright, as well as in the Am category at Kuwait Motortown in early December. They are looking towards winning the Am here.
Yes.
Now, how does that score in terms of points?
Well, the points, because they run in Kuwait and they won here in the AM category, they're on maximum points. They also won the GT3 category over there. Currently 8th in the GT3 category here, and I have to go back through my book. But what they have in their advantage, you have to do 2 races, and we have many teams who have done 1 here, but are not going down to Yas Marina circuit. Okay, so they have to do 2 races in order to be classified. So I've got all the Kuwait cars in yellow on my spreadsheet, so I know who was in Kuwait, and then measuring them up, how are they going here? And at the moment, the CP Racing boys are looking pretty good. We're not at the finish of the race. We've got an hour and 15 to go, but the Charleses are looking very, very good. Now, they're not on the entry list down at the Yas Marina circuit because I'll be heading back to the US. So we just hope that they can get through and get that one done and be the inaugural winners of the Motortown Kuwait 12-hour. So you can only be the inaugural winner once. Wouldn't it be great if they were the inaugural winners of the Middle East Trophy in their category as well? Another trophy to put on their very, very full trophy shelf.
A TCE leader in, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
188 in, looks pretty regular. He did weave up the pit lane though. Came in flashing his lights. I don't know whether that was because he was on the pit lane speed limit. Yeah, I think he's got a problem. The wheels have come off, and you know, what we usually see is the new tyres coming straight back on. I think that's Jans Medley getting out of the car. Is that right?
So you see, yes, it is.
So the mechanic, he's got the wheel off, and he went to wiggle the disc at the hub.
Oh.
And then he went, ouch.
Yes, as you do.
Yes, as you do. That's why the driver was wiggling the car from left to right as he came up the pit lane there. He's clearly reporting some kind of instability or vibration. Jans has still got his helmet on, and I would have asked the question already, but he's still in conversation. I mean, this is going to... What's their lead like in...
It's 50 laps.
It's how many?
50. 5-0. It's 5-0. Okay, they're okay.
You can rebuild the front end on that.
Basically, they would have to run till 4:30 in the afternoon to try and get that back.
Right.
Unfortunately, we won't be here.
Yeah. The wheels have gone back on. I don't know whether they're going to swivel around. They've got the next driver. Stefan Perrin getting in. Yes, it is. This is Stefan, the owner of the car, actually. This is Stefan's own car. Had a series of issues with this car at Q8.
Yes.
All sorts of diff issues, if you boys can remember.
Yeah.
And considering it was a brand new car, they weren't that impressed. Well, they seem to have gotten on top of all of that now.
This is the TCR car you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah, it's a TCR, the Audi RS3 TCR from the SD Motorsport.
I've been doing, whilst I was away, I wasn't just snoring in the front seat of the Porsche. I was actually doing some Porsche research while I was out there, and found out some very interesting theories, and they aren't only that, about why we've seen some gearbox and driveline problems, particularly on the 992 Cup cars. Oh, big mistake by the 21, and this is going to be a change in position. Vish has gone wide at turn number 14, and he missed his braking point, and Anton de Pasquale pounced like a hungry leopard there, and straight through, and that's a change of position. Grove go into 4th spot, and Vish has dropped down to 5th. He'll be kicking himself. He's still in the draft here in the slipstream going down to turn 1. Meantime, another battle for position. 2 AMG GT3s, one in the AM class, being the 85 of Shane Lewis and Roman De Angelis in Pro-Am. This is for 8th and 9th for the same part of the circuit, down the hill to 14. More of a defensive line taken by CP Racing. It doesn't really matter in some respects for these guys, because their class positions within GT3 Phil will be unaffected.
Yes.
But this is for 8th place overall.
Indeed, and that's an AM car in 8th place, which is absolutely fantastic. The balance of performance that Creventic do, this just proves it. We're 1 hour and 11 minutes away from it, and these guys are fighting, and they're in the top 10, and they're running in the AM category. The CP Racing team is, as we said, leading the champion of continents 2022 in GT3, and they have 1 AM plus and 3 AM drivers.
Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I've got Jan Mettler, just out of the 188 as we described. A bit of an issue there, Jan. I saw you jiggling left to right up the pit lane.
I wasn't sure really. It just happened in the very last corner before the pits. And as far as I'm informed, we already won by laps, so there was no need to take a risk. So I just came straight to the pits to double check. But Stefan went out, and we'll see if it's really something or if it's still fine.
Yeah, we've worked out that it would be 4:30 this afternoon that someone would actually be able to overtake you if you stop the car now. So we're good. We're 90 minutes good. So reflections on Dubai 24 hours at this stage. You're already on the top step of the podium. So I suppose I can congratulate you on winning.
Thank you very much. It was a special one for sure. We found out in practice relatively early that it will not be about pace, purely about survival, really, in terms of the material. And so we really stick to that and just, you know, it's a bit strange as a race driver to go into a race knowing you're not going to be able to push at some point in the night or whatever when you usually have the prime time. But yeah, it was what it is, and we stick to this plan, and it worked out. So a bit of a special one, but a win anyways.
Good, and considering as well, the team obviously got their head around the problems that this car had in Q8 because it's ran pretty well. What exactly did the team do to do that?
Sorry, say again?
What did the team do to sort the car after that nightmare they had in Q8?
I think it's just as a whole, as a team, all the drivers and everybody involved, we just had a look at it and tried to analyze what could possibly be the issue. And with a bit of technical understanding and common sense, we just figured out that we should completely avoid the curbs at all costs. And yeah, it's as I said, it's a bit of a weird one, but you know, it's the only chance we had, and we stick to it, and it worked out. So probably is something about it.
It is, and I can see it. I'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jan Mettler.
And for once, Joe, you can't bring them bad luck.
I know. I felt really confident there. Because
yeah, very good.
Especially after Phil said 4:30, I thought, right, congratulations, you've won the race.
We're a few moments away from announcing the commentary team's spirit of endurance. I've got to say, we've got no consensus whatsoever. And five nominations, 5 different cars from 5 of the commentators. So we may have to have a casting vote here. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. At RSL_studio. Joe, am I right in saying you had the number 121 Wolf Power Racing car, yeah? For yours?
Yes, John, that's my nomination. They've used a truck full of spares, but I nominated them because they had a truck full of spares. That's great planning and preparation for me, and they've never ever stopped. They've never given up. They're still working on that car now. And anybody with an ounce of sense.
They'd have gone hill, mate. They'd have been on the beach by now, wouldn't they?
I know I would.
JP, the 199, another TCR car from the guys at AC. And they worked. I thought they'd given up and gone home, and then all of a sudden, from one guy just doing a few bits and pieces, they got onto it. Battle for between those two Mercs go across the line. Shane Lewis and Roman De Angelis. Roman De Angelis has position down the inside into turn 1. This is the battle for 8th position between CP and Harter Racing, and Roman goes through. Shane Lewis tries to follow him, pinch the inside of the corner but can't do it. And that does not affect the AM class lead. That's an AM car being overtaken by a Pro AM car, first in AM and third in Pro AM. So yes, that was an overall position. Phil, as far as the Middle East Championship is concerned, is it position overall or position in class that scores the points?
I think it's position overall.
Right.
But
so it might influence the...
I just have to have a quick look, because he is in the GT3 category as well as the AM category. I do have the regulations here that Creventic have kindly done for the Middle East Trophy Series. And I'll find a page eventually that actually tells me something with the points allowed. So yes, it is class related for the points. 40 points for the win, 36 second. So in 8th in class, he'll get another 16 points for his GT3. Okay, he'll get 40 points for in the AM class. So that'll take him to 80 points all up, which is unbeatable at this stage for the championship.
Thank you very much. Richard Crail has tweeted in. Crailsy, how are you doing, mate? What a drive from Anton De Pasquale. Some total of his GT3 driving experience. 2020 12 hour at Bathurst. He didn't start the car, it was wrecked on Saturday in last year's Dubai 24. Outstanding drive for the Grove car. Don't disagree at all with that. I still cannot believe that Kiwi Earl Bamber has never driven a Creventic event before. Never mind this event.
Unbelievable.
Just going through the noms again. JP with the AC number 199, although he did concede that they rather blotted their cockpit when they came out and had a bit of an incident. Nick with the 700 miles 106 car. Welcome back to the championship for them, and they had a never say die attitude. I thought they were out actually, because I saw the car at the back of the paddock, and I think that must have been the spare car. Bruce Jones, this is an interesting one. The Haas RT machine, the 21, started 43rd. They'll finish in the top 5 or 6. I think they've still got the fastest lap of the race, have they? No, that's got to Ross Gunn. They had it for a very long time, and that's a great result from a team that's only been in existence for just over a year in its current form. And Phil Hansen has nominated the Herbert Motorsport number 91. They're in 2nd overall at the moment. However, that's a Pro-Am car, and they've been up against the big guns all day. Now, 977 is out on the far side of the circuit.
That is the
Porsches.
The Rabdown Motorsport car that had the issues earlier on down there in 38th place. Said Al Mahiri at the wheel of that one. And
well, that is my nomination, the spirit of the race. We had Said Al Mahiri on last night, and he was talking about you can do things easily, or you can do things difficult. If I just wanted to win, I could have bought myself a seat with one of the top teams. That is a local, very local.
Yep, all Emirati drivers.
All Emirati drivers, lots of Emiratis in the team. They bring their own tools to run the car, and that is my nomination for the spirit of endurance this weekend. We'll get a decision for you in the next couple of minutes as the Peter Cox car is in the pit lane.
Last fueling stops for the 10 Anton De Pasquale in for Grove Racing, and also the car they're battling up against for in the Haas RT car, both in the fuel station at the moment. This will get them to the end. I'm not sure if they did any driver changes.
And I'm going to say now, 593, I think we're going to have probably 620 laps.
Ooh.
620 laps. So if it hadn't been for Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in that last stint, I think we would have had a...
we could have got there.
We could have got there.
We could have made it.
Sorry, guys. Jonathan Nick says, as I'm a Brit, I'm always very impressed at how the LG V8 drivers are so fast when they jump into a GT3 cars. Shame the BTCC drivers don't get to do the same.
The Aussie V8 cars are incredibly difficult to drive fast.
Yeah.
NASCAR drivers have found out about it. It's a hard car.
They are moving to something that's more akin to a GT3 car with the new generation.
Yes, they are.
The Camaro and the Mustang,
Yep.
the new Camaro and the Mustang.
Yeah, totally different beasts compared to what we've been running. We've been running the Mustang, but it's been an abridged version because it had to be re-aero shelled and had a bubble roof on it to match the Holden variant, which actually wasn't a Holden Commodore at all. because it was a 2-door variant from the UK. So it was trying to get everything right. But Gen 3 on the way this year, it's going to be very interesting. I've heard the sound. They were around Bathurst, and they sound amazing. The engines have a lot more OEM parts than the previous.
Really?
Yeah, the previous, everybody was making their own. The costs were skyrocketing, it's just brought it back to sensibility with what they're doing in that series, and once again, that's going to kick off very shortly.
First to second, the gap is 27.5 seconds. 58 minutes for Alfred Renard on this stint, 40 for Jean-Baptiste Simonard. Their lap times last time around within 9/10 of each other. Grove Racing have come in. Jason Hart for Herbert Motorsport. And the number 92, that's the US-based car. And there's a car that could quite easily be nominated for the Spirit of the Race as well, Phil, because they've just gone about their business. The American crewed Herbert machine. I don't think they've put a wheel wrong, have they?
They've just, as you said, John, they have just been circulating. Jason Hart at the wheel now. He's done the IMSA Pilot Challenge as well, won that in 2022, Pirelli GT4 America. He's done a lot of work in the States and a very, very accomplished driver. But they're all accomplished in their American series, which that's why they've just stayed out of trouble.
Yeah, totally agree. I think they'd probably say that they didn't have the outright single lap pace of some of the other drivers they've been battling against, but my goodness me.
They all race in the same series, so they all know each other.
Yeah, and talk about a team being more than the sum of its parts.
Yes.
It's a perfect example. Is that the spirit of endurance? Let's find out in a couple of minutes. We're inside the last hour. 59 minutes to go for the first endurance race of 2023. We're live at Dubai Autodrome. So inside the last hour, and quick look at some of the battles before we announce our Spirit of Endurance. 28 seconds at the front of the field between first and second. 4.9 seconds. Roman De Angelis pulling away now in the battle for 8th and 9th. And of course, Earl Bamber now has got into the number 10 Grove Racing car, so he's dropped a couple of positions to 5th. I'm waiting to see where the Herbert car has gone. That's gone through to 4th position. Can that car go to the end? No, that's going to need a fuel stop as well. But Earl Bamber is going to bring that Grove number 10 home in his first outing in the machine, in that machinery in this championship. Second place for Herbert Motorsport. Alfred Renard will be into the pit lane shortly to have his final pit stop for fuel and possibly a new set of tyres as well to take to the end, Phil.
Yeah, he came. They did a really close. They exited the pits at 1:59.55 seconds to go, which means he can go to the end, drive a stint time. They'll come in and get a tank of fuel, fresh tyres on there, because that battle is still going on between them and the number 7 car, who is on a slightly different strategy time-wise. So we're not going to see them in the pits together. What we did see in the pits together was the 46 and the 91. Sean Galal is at the wheel of the 46 at the moment, a few laps down, 593 laps compared to 595 laps for our leader. We've got a slow Porsche back out on the second. It's a 990 car. Is just not making good headway at the moment. We'll have a look at that. See it.
That car's not going. That car is not at the speed the MRS 990.
No. He looked like he's had his hand on the panel where all the buttons.
He's on an outlap.
Okay.
It's Peter Perjakovic behind that.
He looked like he had his hand up on the where all the controls are, that little panel, and it looked like he was working something on the panel. I could see his glove up there.
Dog paddle. So he was hitting everything.
It's just basically just like punching the buttons.
Popped out. Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
Something will work eventually. Team GP Elite on their outlap now. Hankook in the behind the wheel of that Porsche, currently sitting 7th in the GT3, 7th outright.
Quick shout out from me for the awesome battle in 992 Pro. The two Fat Autotech cars have battled it out. What a run by the Mootrans and Phil Keane. Semi-pros and AMs in that 995 car, just sort of creeping into the pro category, and they'll finish 3rd in that category, all things being equal. Great to see them coming back. They do one race a year, and my goodness me, they're going to stand on the podium for that. So many stories. As Joe Bradley has often said, there is a story and a soap opera behind every garage door. Lead holding steady at 28-29 seconds at the front of the field. Just waiting for a pit stop from Alfred Renard in 2nd position, and once that happens, we'll give you our Spirit of Endurance winner.
Number 2 into the pits, that is the Ferrari 488 from Vision. 5th in the Pro-Am GT3 status. 907 coming in as well. All the last refueling stops happening now. We had a bit of a mixed match at the 2-hour mark, so they were running a little bit longer. It means that if you pit a little bit later, you don't have to take the full load of fuel on because you've only got 54 minutes left. So if you're going to leave your last stop a little bit longer, we'll see some cars come in with 30 odd minutes to go. So they're only putting 31 minutes of fuel in the car. A little bit lighter weight, fresh tyres can make up some positions, but just looking up and down the leaderboard at the moment, things are just starting to close up again, through the 8th, 9th and 10th position. Just around a minute separating them as the 46 now comes into the pits. That's Sean Galale at the wheel of that one. And heading down for what will be their final pit stop. They had a very short stint previously. I'm just going to see if I can see the helmet, and it looks like number 46 is getting into the car. Valentino Rossi getting on board to go to the end of the race and head to the checkered flag. So it looks like Valentino Rossi getting on board, getting strapped in. They have 3 laps over the car behind at the moment. That's Jason Hart driving the Herbeth Motorsport 92 down to the fueling station for valet, and he will get that valeted down there. And 91 in as well. That's Alfa Romeo from 2nd position into the pits now for their final stop. They've been having this battle with the number 7 WRT since before midnight. Absolutely amazing battle going on down there. John Baptiste Simonau getting out of the number 7 car. Sorry, that was Alfred now getting out of that car. I'll find out who is getting into that one. Into the pit, into the fueling zone for them as well. So final stops for the 2nd and 3rd car now, both in the fueling station, 91 and 46.
So yes, 2 of the top 3 in the pit lane area and the fueling area. Herbeth Motorsport 4th, so it's BMW, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes, Mercedes, Audi for the top 10. First non-German car after the problems with the McLaren. It looks like it's going to be the Visteon Ferrari, which is going to be just outside the top 10. Just pitted with Dino Lunardi for a splash of fuel to get it to the end. The next non-German mark
That would be a Vortex.
KTM?
KTM, yeah, KTM is there, 27th position, yes.
German engine, in fairness, but then you've got the Vortex, absolutely. It's been, once again, a phenomenal run for the major machines from the German brands.
And really heavily supported at the track as well. And that's something new. That's something we haven't seen a lot of in history.
Chris Ranke's here from Porsche Customer Racing. From Audi Customer Racing, excuse me, and Audi Sport Customer Racing. He's the man at the top of that, and the initiative has come from Audi in this region to support this event. That's really interesting. It seems as though, with again a good crowd of people on the garden, the Apex Garden, a good crowd of families enjoying the Bounce Castle, the food trucks out there, and some of the display cars.
Dogged determination.
So, marvellous stuff. And more power to the elbow of Dubai Autodrome's management as well, with the detail changes, but they have made a big difference. New tarmac down in the public areas, new footpaths, some of the green areas that just look absolutely fantastic. The terrace at turn 1 as well. And good to see a crowd. We've had people in the grandstands. I'm not going to say we've had 30,000 people in the grandstands all through the night, but there were people in the grandstands right through the evening, and we've got a good smattering there now.
Rachel, one of the clerk of the course, Chris Norman, took a photo at 3 a.m. There was 12 people in the grandstands at 3 a.m. But there was people across and in the pit lane. It didn't actually stop. It just didn't stop at all.
Every time, the very few times I got out of the booth, once to be down in the pit lane, but even when I was going backwards and forwards, it was amazing to see how many people were going through the tunnel. Now, it's tradition at all of the Creventic events that the RSL commentary team, and the slightly more of us than at the shorter races here, all nominate the teams, drivers or whoever for Spirit of Endurance. And this weekend's winner is for a team. In the interview last night, I think that you did, Joe, overnight, the quote was, "I could have done it easy and bought a seat, but I wanted to do something different. I wanted to build something here, and I want to see this flag," and it was the Emirati flag, at Le Mans for the 24 hours. Spirit of Endurance, Joe Bradley.
And you know what? That's quite a statement. And what the dogged determination that we've seen from Saif Salmeri's Rabdan Motorsport team, I probably think we are going to see the flag of the UAE fly at Le Mans. Saif, you guys have addressed every issue that has come to you during this race. I know you have problems now, but Peter Fry here from Creventic has our Spirit of the Race award, which goes to Rabdam. And it's because of the spirit of endurance that you and your team have shown. And we can only wish, we wish too, to see your flag fly at Le Mans. Congratulations, Peter.
Maybe not the trophy one, but I think this is...
Thanks a lot for this, guy. And as I said, this is an mission for us. We are not here for it's a part of it to have a good time, but the main thing is the passion and the ambitions that we have, and it's a dream and it's a goal we would like to achieve it. And thanks for Creventic to give us the opportunity, because they are the only one here for an international calendar for the whole world. So thanks for them, and we hope to see you again and again, and one day.
Well, we want to see you right with us, but those guys back there, Seth, who have covered in dirt and the sweat and the energy and the determination, that's what this trophy is for.
For them, for everyone. Thanks for that, guys, and I hope to see you again and again, winning as well.
Absolutely, I'm sure you will, my friend.
Well, that is so well deserved. Yeah. Nick Damon actually had Rabdan as his nomination. I actually misread what was on the paper that was handed to me. That is a driver and an inspiration,
yes,
as well. I loved that, and we were on, Phil, last night when that interview went out, and I got goosebumps at the time. Saif was talking to Joe Bradley about how to do this thing, and he's right. He could have bought a seat in a top team, and as he said, I could have shared a victory. That's not what this is about. It's a mission, as he's just said there, to develop the sport, the sport of endurance. How can that not be the spirit of endurance? Well done to Rabdan Motorsport and to Saif Al-Mahiri and the rest of the team, which extends, Phil, and you know those guys, way beyond the people who were in the car.
Yeah, it's a magnificent team. Last night I was down there. All the families were in the pit box last night. It was brilliant because I got to meet a lot of old Emirati friends who have all motorsport passion.
Leader in the pits for the final time with 45 minutes to go. Jean-Baptiste Simonin brought the WRT number 7 into the pit lane and is now, in fact, getting some race fuel. And so that will mean that Renault will close up in that number 91. Where are they? They've just gone through onto the lead lap. It's got some penalties outstanding for all of the top 6 cars, 7 cars. 10 seconds for the leader, 10 seconds for second, 10 seconds for third, fourth and fifth, 20 seconds for second in Pro-Am, Adam Adelson for Herbert Motorsport, 30 seconds for Team GP Elite. Now this will all be added on at the end here.
Yes, yep.
If we get close racing, this could change. So Dan van Goijk will have to keep his foot down. He's in fact only 37 seconds ahead of Roman De Angelis in 8th position. So that's a net 7.5 seconds at gap.
It's getting close.
44 seconds to go, and Roman De Angelis has been set on stun by the guys at Heart of Racing in that SPS run AMG Mercedes.
Dries Van Toor is going to take the Team WRT number 7 to the finish line here at Dubai Autodrome. 43 minutes, 38 seconds to go. What have you got for us, Joe?
I've just come across Mark McLaughlin lurking in the back of WRT. Now Mark here is from Bristol GT, who have kind of hit the ground running in British GT, GT Cup, British GT. Mark, a little birdie tells me you're here on a research mission then. Is Crystal GT going to be perhaps looking at the Creventic series?
Yeah, absolutely. We've come over here to take a closer look at the race. We've got some experience in the region. We did the Golf.
We'll get back to Joe very, very shortly. Possibly a flat battery in that one there. And continue on with that comment. And we have a change for the lead. The 91 car, the Pro-Am car, has just taken the lead of the race. 42.5 minutes to go.
And there's no more stops for either of those cars.
No.
Phil, this is a proper race.
15 seconds.
It's gone through. It's 15.8 seconds.
Wow.
Dries Van Toor has now got 42 minutes to drive back to the lead of the motor race. I just saw that as they were going back in for the final pit stop. Now, who's your money on here? A 2 minutes .906 for Robert Renard. He's finding pace. There should be no difference in the fuel load between these two cars. BMW have not won here since 2011. That was the Schubert car, for those of you with good memories. And is it going to be the cruelest of results for BMW and their new relationship with WRT as they prepare for the Bathurst 1000 in 3 weeks' time? This was getting them race ready. Vincent Vos told me last night in the middle of the night, somewhere around about 2 o'clock, I think, in the morning. I was just actually, it was 1:30 in the morning, wasn't it? Because the batteries went at 1:34. I remember looking at my watch thinking, if I put another set in now, will I get to the end?
Indeed. The Grove Racing in 4th position and the Haas RT in 5th. 31 seconds. Earl Bamber now starting to drive away from Matthew Detry.
At the front of the field, that was the 25th lead change of the race. Still only between 5 cars. And since about a third of the way through the race, it has been only the Herbert 91 and the WRT number 7 who have led this race. Dries van Tor then.
What's he got?
What has he got? A driver who is much favoured by WRT. Came across when they made the change to BMW.
First flying lap, a 2-minute flat .5.
Wow.
So straight into it with a pretty, well, a 3/4 full tank.
Now the question is, did they both take tyres? I think they did.
Yeah.
Robert Renault's last pit stop 2:27. Dries van Tor 3:03. Maybe they didn't. So that is the question for Joe Bradley to find out.
Yes.
Did Herbert take tyres at the last stop, and did Team WRT take tyres? They're both down towards pit out. That could be the difference here. Not just the pace, but what performance you've got to defend with when you start getting caught.
Shane Lewis in the 85 in for the CP Racing final pit stop. Currently leading the AM category by quite a way.
Oh yes.
And now 9th in the GT3 category, which will drop their points down for the Middle East Trophy.
Will it be enough for them to get to take that trophy?
I think it will, because there are not enough cars that are going to do 2 of these events.
3 races.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's where they're going to get that done.
Championship of the Continents went to them with that victory at Kuwait Motor Town at the start of December. They'd already won a race, their first race in this championship as CP, and that was at Portimao earlier in the year, an absolute scorcher. It was 43 Celsius on the grid.
Lovely.
Wimbledon Wimbledon finals weekend, and poor Joe Bradley was like a damp Wimbledon towel out there on the grid, to be honest. It was not a pretty sight.
Right, we're back.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Take 2. I've just come across Mark McLaughlin here, who's, I believe, is on a bit of a research mission. Now, Mark Greystone GT is your team. I know they're very prolific in British GT and GT Cup, but what brings you to Dubai then? Research mission?
Yeah, absolutely. We've always been interested in this race. We've got some friends racing in the 24 hours this time around, and it's something that we want to explore quite seriously for next year. So I've come over to see what it's all about.
So maybe even a toe in the water towards the end of this season. I mean, it's something that do you find your clients and customers are interested in?
Yeah, absolutely. Our team operates predominantly in UK and Europe at the minute, and as you know, the season runs from spring to autumn. Over the winter, there's a lot of appetite from our drivers to stay busy and to do some of these quite glamorous races over in the Middle East. So there's definitely interest there, and we fully intend to be here next year.
What sort of cars are you running? I know you've run McLarens before.
That's right. We run GT3 and GT4s, predominantly McLaren 720S GT3, and up until now the 570S GT4. In obviously the year ahead, we've got the new Artura coming out, and we're running 3 of those in the McLaren Trophy Series. Got some announcements to make in that respect. So yeah, predominantly McLaren GT3 and GT4. We do have some other brands as well, including Lamborghini GT3 as well.
And have you managed to, I know you're hanging out at WRT, so surround yourself with the winners, but have you managed to take a peek at like the regulations and how the race unfolds and stuff for the sort of thing that you'll be doing here?
Yes, we've met with the organisers. We've been through that in quite a lot of detail to make sure that we're prepared for the race and how it's operated. You're quite right, we've got some friends here. 2 of the drivers that we work very closely with, Andrew Gilbert and Fran Rueda, are racing in the McLaren here. So we've come to support them, and also Tim Whale, who raced with us in European GT4 last year, has done a fantastic job with WRT, so it's good to be amongst friends.
Well, Mark, it would be great to see another British GT, a British team, I should say, here with us racing. So I look forward to interviewing properly as the Greystone GT team principal.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be here next year.
Thanks, Mark. Great to meet you.
Thanks very much, Joe. Well, Dries Van Toor just took 1.8 seconds out of Robert Renau's lead. It's down to 12.4. Renau with a 2:02 and a 2:02.8, 2:01.0 for the Team WRT BMW M4. So that gap is coming down. We've got 35 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this one. The battle for the lead is firmly on as we've done just over 604 laps at the moment. We're not going to make the 628 lap record, I don't think, this year. Pierre Caffer coming in to do the final fuel load for the Phoenix Racing #1 car. Straight down into fuel. That's the first of an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, currently running in fourth in the Pro-Am car. And got Casper Jensen also in the pits in the BMW M4 GT3, running sixth in the Pro-Am category.
12.4 seconds.
It's come down, John. It's come down. It is.
About 1.8 seconds last time around. So waiting to hear from Joe Bradley about the tyre situation for the number 91 and the number 7. But I'm just looking at the last pit stop. It's nearly 30 seconds difference. Longer for Dries Van Toor.
Yeah.
Now, we said before, don't let these pit stop numbers and times fool you. 32 pit stops for Dries Van Toor, 29 for Robert Renau. You'd normally say that was a huge advantage, but this is not that type of motor racing. 34 stops for third place.
Oh.
Valentino Rossi behind Team WRT. I think that's the third or fourth time he's been in the car. He definitely did a stint overnight when I was in the pit lane.
Oh, he did a stint, I remember, when he was sideways around turn 9 at various times. Very loose in the early part of the night.
Backing it in, he
was indeed drifting the 46.
Wow, this is Van Toor. I mean, Van Toor does 11.5 seconds now.
Another second that lap.
Right, John, what do you want clarifying at Herbert? They may not tell me, remember.
Just whether they took tyres at the last stop, 17 minutes ago. Is Robert Renau on new tyres, or is he on stint and a bit old tyres? That's all I need to know.
I'm going to ask a man who may know. Ralph Bourne, did you take new tyres at that last pit stop?
At my last pit stop, you
Right, at the last pit stop for Robert.
Yes, for sure.
Right. Well, so Robert's on new tyres.
Okay.
Ralph's looking at me very puzzled.
No, that's all right.
As if, like, why wouldn't you?
Well, in which case, they did a cracking pit stop, because that's how they got into the lead. 2:27 against 3:03. That's 33 seconds difference.
They took less fuel, John. They pitted much later than Dries Van Toor.
No, they pitted earlier.
They pitted earlier.
Yeah, they pitted 80 minutes, but they must have had more left in the tank.
More in the tank, that's correct, yes.
It built up a fighting fund, if you will, of fuel. So now I need to know whether Dries Van Toor took tyres. I'm pretty certain he did, Joe, but I just want this absolutely clear for our audience here at the circuit and beyond the environs. Christy Jons is going to finish the race for Phoenix Racing. What a fight back it's been for that #1 car, back in the 10th position overall, and just 14 laps away from the lead after their issues early on. Van Toor 2:01.6 against a 2:01.9. Renau has got the hurry up.
Yes.
Renau has found some space on the track. 25 changes of lead, of which
got the WRT answer as well. Van Toor's on new tyres as well, John.
Van Toor's on new tyres as well. This is an equal fight then. Same amount of fuel. Porsche versus BMW. Renau versus Van Toor. Robert Renau versus Dries Van Toor. Two drivers who are as well known as their brothers, fighting it out in two different manufacturer cars, for whom this event has been such an important part of their GT customer racing program. Herbert Motorsport, are they the archetypal Porsche customer team? Had a horrible year, horrible last 18 months really. They didn't even start this race last year after the car was shunted, and not repairable in the run up to the race here this time last year. Back with a bang. Herbert Motorsport have done what Herbert do. They've played the long game and took the lead with just over 43 minutes to go. That was 13 minutes ago. And that flashing 001 in the upper right-hand corner of the windscreen says the leader is coming down the front straight. Got the bright orange GP Elite car. That was Nick's pick. Danny Hankook, 7th position for that car. I think they'll be relatively pleased with that, Phil, if I'm honest.
They both had traffic on that lap, John, and so basically the Herbert Motorsport car is clearing the way for Dries Van Toor.
Yeah, always the case, Phil, isn't it? You always just wake people up.
Yeah, it's just half a second on that lap, but they were both in traffic from turn 10 right the way through 16.
Now Van Toor's going to have to go around the Cayman. That's the GTX car. He does that quite easily. We've got... Oh, here's a huge call. Another 10-second penalty for the leader. So now it is advantage WRT. Vincent Vos must get on the phone to Dries Van Toor. He cannot afford another track limits penalty. 20 seconds of penalties for Robert Renard, 10 seconds of penalties for WRT, both of their cars, 10 seconds for Grove Racing in 4th, then 20 for Haas for the second Herbert car, and 30 seconds for Dan Van Koyk in the Team GP Elite. Roman De Angelis is now net only 8 seconds behind 7th position. So at the moment, the 7 car on adjusted time is leading this motor race by just on 10 seconds.
Wow. And they're not going to pit for those. They're not going to
pit for this. This will be added on at the end.
Yes.
This will be added on at the end. It was 10 across the board for the top 5 in fact. So Mathieu Dutré and Robert Renard have picked up additional 10-second penalties. I presume, Phil, that they were for track limits.
Yes, yeah, indeed. I'm just having a look now at the 91. Turn 12, track limits for the 91. And he's got pinged on that one a couple of times. And the 7 car, just trying to find that, and that one has been issued. And turn 12 is where they're all getting caught out.
Well, they're going off the track on the exit.
On the exit, they're taking that late line through, and they're going over the rumble strips on the exit, running down the hill. Just trying to get on the power earlier, trying to get that run down to 13 and 14.
Let me correct what I said. The gap is now half a second. I said it was 10 seconds. It's not, of course, because Dries Van Toor has 10 seconds. So the 10-second gap between them, 10.590, well, the 10 cancels out. 20 seconds in penalties for Robert Renard, 10 for Dries Van Toor. That's a gain of 10 seconds for Team WRT's number 7 car. It's half a second. Real gap is half a second. Now, the advantage is that that isn't the real gap, because Dries Van Toor's got clear track ahead of him. All he's got to do is track around and then have an absolute storming last lap and close that down. And what's more, he'll know exactly what he's got to do in that last lap in terms of what pace he's doing, because the team will be watching the leader and telling him what splits he has to hit. This is a huge advantage for the number 7 car. Whether he would have made up the 10.5 seconds or not in the next 27 minutes at the moment is moot. But what he cannot do is pick up another penalty himself, Phil.
Exactly, and the penalties are coming in quick and fast. Everybody is driving to the absolute max. 911 getting another 10-second penalty. It's all about the leaders and their penalties at the moment, waiting for the lead cars to come through. 91 has gone through a 2:02.414 for them, waiting for the WRT to come through. 2:01.967. The gap is now 0.143 of a second, John, on corrected time.
This could come down to who gets traffic in the last lap or the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
It really could. We are talking about fine margins. The pass does not have to be made on the track as it is right now between the two protagonists at the front of the field. It's all about time. This is almost like a handicap race. We've seen that plenty of times in classic and historic racing. But Robert Renard's 10.143 seconds is a net 0.143 lead.
Wow.
You must keep an eye open for warnings on track limits for Dries Van Toor, just in case he's racking up and getting close to another 10 seconds. This is extraordinary. 23 hours, 35 minutes, and the gap between first and second, albeit adjusted for the penalties, but that's all part of the motor race, is 0.143 seconds, a tenth and a half.
Dries Van Toor's last one just came before the hour. 13:57 was his last penalty. He hasn't got any more since
He's had no warnings or anything.
Nothing
since then.
He's clean sheet for him at the moment. So that was his 9th offence on track limits. Well, that car, sorry, 9th offence on track limits.
Matt G, this is what being a race driver is all about. Van Toor's to get within 10 seconds of an hour, but not get track limits violation. Incredible pressure on his shoulders. But he says, Matt, if anybody can do it, Dries Van Toor can. Renard versus Van Toor. Valentino Rossi, a couple of laps further back, will finish on the overall podium with his number 46 team. Tim Will doing a great job for them as well. What a debut it's been for WRT.
Wow.
Vonson Voss was trying to tell me, this is not our proper debut. Our proper debut is at Bathurst for the 12 hours in 3 weeks' time. Yeah, they want to win this race. They want to win this race. They set their stall out to win this race with the two BMW M4 GT3s. And Van Toor is within 10 seconds.
Well, he's leading.
In the lead.
He is.
The MS7, the number 7 WRT machine is in the lead, but now behind. Now this is interesting. This is the Herbert Motorsport number 92 car. Can Adam Adelson hold back Dries Van Toor and give his teammate some breathing room? Down the back straight, the Porsche's very quick, but then it's going to be up the hill. Adelson's got, this is a team game. I think he's got to block him. Even though he's laps down, Adelson in 6th position. Surely he's got to make life difficult. I don't want to see him weaving around, Phil, but he's got to drive somewhat defensively here for Herbert. This is a team game. This is why you have two cars.
It's a difficult spot to overtake up there, especially in these cars that are so evenly matched. And the only chance he's really going to get, he's got a slower Porsche in front of those two, and whether he can do something up the inside or down into turn 14. But he will lose time in turn 14 if he tries to go up the inside. He's too far back to do a move right at the moment as they head down the sweeper through 13. He's going to have to do it on the start-finish straight as they both come around turn 14 into our view at the moment. Then nose to tail. Is he going to get out of the way? No, he's not going to get out of the way. No, he's...
And I honestly, I know there'll be people who disagree with this down to turn 16. He's driving his racing line. He's going to make Van Toor go off the racing line, which he does at turn 16. I don't think that's a problem there. Van Toor's got through, but what's that done to the gap? Renard has gone through with a 2:02.205. He's lost... Van Toor's lost 0.3 of a second, but he's still 0.6 to the good.
He is indeed. There's no fingernails left in the pit boxes at the moment.
Off! This is the Cup car, the number 989 in 19th position. Nico Verdonk for MRS GT.
It's on the back straight. Will they be able to recover this?
Oh my goodness. This is huge. If we go to chord 60 here, the gap's open right out. Oh, wow. Now, I'm not suggesting it's going to take 21 minutes and 33 seconds, but that is another factor to consider here, Phil. If there was a late race code 60, the time gaps would extend between these cars, and therefore Dries van Toor needs to be even closer than the 9.4 seconds he is right now. Yellow flags on the back straight. Was there overtaking under yellow there? Is off right in front of the
getting out of the way.
Overall leader now, of course, is the AC Motorsports Audi.
And I just think that was, I'm getting out of the way. There's a trio of Porsches here. I'm not going to play this game. I need to get to the end of the race in just under 21 minutes.
Roman De Angelis in for fuel. They couldn't get to the end for Heart of Racing's Mercedes, the SPS car. In from what was 7th position. Shane Lewis, I think, will go back through here, although Shane's been out for an hour and 15. But that includes his previous stint. I seem to remember Shane coming in with about 45 to go. Yeah, that would make sense.
So we still have a yellow active on the back straight.
In the pits, the 91 car. So what's going on here? Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. This is the motor race right here for Robert Renard. He didn't stop for the...
Splash and dash,
Joe Bradley.
It's a splash and dash.
They can't get to the end.
Yeah, the team.
And it's a code 60. It's a code 60. This could play into their hands. Oh my goodness me.
Because they don't need 50%.
No, they absolutely don't need 50%. What a genius call. If they thought code 60 was coming, they were the first people to be able to get into the pit lane. It's Herbeth. That's what they do. That's what they do. Where's Van Toor? He's in the first part of the lap, so has he gone through? I think he has. I think he's on the road now in the lead.
Just having a quick look where he is on there. I'm just trying to find it.
I think he's got to be...
He's in sector...
He's in sector 1.
Yeah, he's got a...
It's the number 7 car.
He's got 58 minutes, 58 seconds to get back around under normal circumstances. So he'll be down around turn 10, I think, at the moment. But they're all over.
I'm not sure. He's in the first sector. I think Van Toor's gone through. I think that's 6.8 seconds has disappeared. It was 6.8 seconds across the line, but of course Robert Renard was already in the pit lane.
He was indeed.
So he's just coming on to... So there is the leader on the road as well as on time, with Robert Renard in the fuel. So advantage has swayed back to WRT, so that 30 seconds short a pit stop, Phil, to get track position on what has become their penultimate stop. They didn't get enough fuel in the car to take them to the end.
Indeed, and we're just waiting for under 1 minute to go before...
Renard's out. Renard's back on the track.
He is indeed.
He's going through turn 1 right now, the number 91. KTM coming in as well.
Splash and dash for that one, by the looks of it. Just under 20 minutes to go. 17:50. Car 989 will be recovered to the pits, and that was the one that was stuck out on the back straight. We'll be going green very, very shortly, and then we'll try and work out where we are.
Well, the simple equation now is that the number 7 WRT is heading towards turn 11, and the erstwhile leader, after a splash for fuel as we go back green, is heading through turn 6 and 7. So Vincent Voss got it right, and Herbeth, dare I say it, well, they rolled the dice. They were quite a ways behind when they came in for their last pit stop, and they're fueled short to get track position and hope for a code 60. And they still win their Pro-Am category. So it was worth, surely it was worth a roll of the dice there, Phil, to get the track position in the lead, particularly when they knew they had that extra 10-second penalty.
Well,
And that, I mean, to be honest, that extra 10-second penalty, that had already been overcome by Dries van Toor. He was effectively in the lead when that came out.
Yeah, and he has now taken the lead as he crossed the start-finish line.
26th change of leader since the start of the race, but only between 5 cars. The only other 3 cars that have led this race, the Attemptor 99 Audi, the number 777, which was very quick earlier on, and actually I might be wrong there. 777, 21, 99, and 91. Yeah, 5 cars. So 3 other cars in the 777, the 7, and the 21 Haas RT, which led for a couple of stints.
43 seconds track that's on the track at the moment with the penalties put in there. That's undoable. That's 15 minutes to go. Yeah, it's a.
Well, you say that, Phil.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Any kind of contact would get a 30-second penalty.
Yep.
Spin. That, I mean, any kind of mistake by Dries van Toor now would open the door again. Let's cast our minds back to December, Philip, and we thought it was all over with Charles Putnam leading. He spun away a lead.
Yes.
Through went the Team GP Elite, and their car failed them.
Yep, and for an unknown failure at this time. But yes, it did fail them, and CP Racing did end up winning that race. 188 going slowly, just as 14:38 to go before they see the checkered flag. The gap out the front is now pretty undoable. 38 seconds between Earl Bamber and Matthew Detry, Grove Racing Haas RT cars, and they both have some penalties over them as well. Both a 10-second and a 20-second, and the 20-second is on the car behind at the moment. So it's all sort of settled down a little bit after that Splash and Dash Co. I think for Herbert Motorsport, they are still leading the Pro-Am category, and that's...
In some ways, Phil, that was it was a bit of a Hail Mary for the win, but you know, you've got to give them the...
they put their best foot forward.
Yeah,
they really,
very aggressive.
Yeah.
Very aggressive. Let's look at the other class leaders in AM, in GT3, inside the top 10. Shane Lewis will finish for CP Racing. His 10th anniversary of coming here for the first time. What a 12 months it's been for CP Racing. 2 race wins last calendar year. Now, some contact out on the circuit a moment or 2 ago, and it's Vark Auto Tech. And that was the 91 car side-swiping one of the TCR Audis. We don't need any more penalties for Robert Renard. Let me go through these class leaders then. Shane Lewis, we said, for CP Racing with the rest of the team. We've got the GT3 Cup cars, the 992s. FAC Autotech first and second. And the Mutrans with Toro Verde. Phil Keane in that squad as well. They're in third. 992 AM. Huber Motorsports, number 925 from QMMF by HRT in second, and NKPP by HRT in third. That's a big story, that, Phil.
Yeah.
QMMF on their class podium at the end of this race. GT4 Rothgo with Dragon Racing, they've barely been headed in that GT4 car. Stuart Hall loving driving the AMG GT4 along with the Gothers. GTX, I don't think the KTM was headed in that category.
No.
To Vortex. They got so far into the race within the last couple of hours. Not without any incident, not major incident, and without spending too much time in the pit lane and the garage. It all went very wrong with that fire, though.
Yeah.
The TCR winner will be AC Motorsports 188. What a comeback to this event for Stefan Perrin and the rest of that team. And in TCX, Team Zorg Rennsport were in a class of their own, literally. So they are their winners. What a victory, what a debut for BMW Team WRT with 11 minutes left to go. It's not over, but it's 42 seconds plus 10, so that's going to be 52 seconds at the front of the field. I have to say, I think that's going to be one of the closest finishes we've had here.
For a very, very long time, yeah.
There's normally laps between people. And Josh Barrett, hello Josh, read my mind. Last time 2 cars finished on the lead lap, ignoring 2020 with the rain, was in 2009.
Wow.
Thank you for that.
And just remember, they've been battling over this position since 11:30 last night.
If you look at the team, if you look at the lead changes, all bar, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, all bar the first 4 and 1 in the first 7.
Yep.
So that's 5. All bar 5 lead changes of the 26 have been between the Herbeth number 91 and the WRT number 7. So that's 21 of the 26 lead changes have been between those 2 cars. I think we can say that they have, if not dominated this race, have certainly controlled it from the front.
It's been entertaining, John, because of the standard of racing that they've been doing. 41 seconds is the distance at the moment, but it's just been exceptional racing and the exceptional strategies from both of those teams to be able to bounce each other around on the pit stop strategies. At the moment, as we get towards the end of the race, 32 stops for the leader, 30 stops for the second the Herbeth Motorsport car. So 2 pit stops the difference over the course of just on 24 hours. Is amazing that they were able to, the gaps haven't been very big. It's only been when they're cycling the pit stops that it comes out, and then we're back again. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds.
I think the biggest gap was just under 2 laps. But that isn't a pit stop. You know, if you're on a slightly different pit stop cycle, it isn't a pit stop. Both of these teams have shown great tactical and strategic nous to be able to use the 17 Code 60s, just under 3 hours, 8 minutes to go, 6:17. Oh, actually, we might get to 21. Oh, hello. Oh, it's the Vortex going slowly. Daniel, it's Tom Pieri in the Vortex. It's on his outlap. I wonder if they're just trying to finish the race and actually be moving at the end of the race. He's got the right-hand indicators on, so he goes through turn 11. Let's hope that doesn't cause problems for anyone else. You don't have to be rolling to be classified here. This is the race that just keeps giving. Just keeps giving. Thanks to Benny Carrillo for the kind words for the whole team. And now Krillsy's tuned in as well. I tell you what, Krillsy, you've got a story to write here for the Bathurst 12 hours. You've got to say Team WRT, even in the exalted company that they will be taking on at the mountain, they've come out swinging in 2023, haven't they? And they've made clear, Phil Anson, their intentions with this new partnership with BMW.
Oh, most definitely.
Right the way through this race, from the red lights going out 23 hours and 53 minutes ago.
They started in 6th and 8th position, respectively, on the grid. I just want to give a shout out to the car in 2nd position, Herbeth Motorsport. Because they're on Pro-Am, their AM drivers had to do at least 50% of the race. So they've got 2 AM drivers, they have to do 50% of the race minimum. Added together. So they've got an AM and an AM Plus in there. What a result for an AM and an AM Plus. Yes, they've got pro and semi-pro. The pro driver in that category is limited to a quarter, can only do a certain amount of distance.
Yes.
That is really, really good strategy from the Herbeth Motorsport. Well, we expect that from Herbeth Motorsport.
And Matt G is the first one in with the tweet at RSL Studio. Can we just go for another couple of hours, please? It tends to happen more often than not in the races we cover here on Radio Show Limited. Thank you very much to Bruce Jones and to Johnny Palmer, to Tim Gray and to Rob Lomas back in London, to our colleagues of 0221, particularly the camera operators and everyone in the gallery, and all the logistics support that they needed to get us the pictures and get you the pictures this weekend. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon were in the pit lane. You'll hear more from Joe, I'm sure, at the end, and you'll certainly hear more from Nick as he's going to be emceeing the podium. We can't do this without the responsible adult Eve Hewitt, who is omnipresent, of course, and Phil Anson, along with me, John Hindhoff, are in Studio 2 here, overlooking the start-finish line. And so many other people who have put this event together, from Creventic, from the Dubai Autodrome, from the local Marshals Club. They've been staying on site here and getting their head down where they could with a 40 winks here and there, just down the corridor from where we are.
Yep, the Emirates Motorsports organisation providing all the marshals.
Brilliant. Brilliant to see so many locals here. Smattering of internationals on the flags and in orange as well. But my goodness me, fastest lap of the race. Ross Gunn, Heart of Racing by SPS. That was done earlier on today at lap 3:20. Just an extraordinary event. There were people that said 54 cars was not enough to provide excitement. I say to them now, Pa, you were wrong. You were wrong. We expected a near record pace. We've had that when the cars have been under green flag. We've not seen average lap times any quicker than this in the previous 17 runnings of this event. Coming to the last couple of laps now, and the TCE Touring Car Endurance winner, the 188 AC Motorsports, will come to the line. They'll complete 561 laps. One more to do at least after this.
Yeah, we're going to be around about 8 laps shy.
Yeah, I said 520.
Right,
it might be 521 actually.
Yeah.
That last little chord 60 really stymied any chance of getting closer. Nick Damon, very quickly. Nick, come and have a quick word. And we'll hear from Joe in a second. If I gave you 30 seconds to sum this one up, I'm not sure you could do it. Not even you, and you talk pretty quickly.
I've got enough words for it. No, amazing. Yeah, I've done what one want to do. No, a cracking race. We've had superb action the whole way through. Run at a tremendous pace, looking like we're going to pick up a BMW winner for the first time since 2011. But WRT kind of proving that sometimes it is the team, not the car, because they won with Audi last year. And it's it's kind of confirmed things we know, like Dries Van Toor's really good and Robert Renau's really good.
Herbeth Motorsport, I said more than the sum of their parts. They'll win Pro-Am. You might have expected that, but it'll be second place on the same lap as a works team, a full works team, let's not forget, with works drivers in that number 7 WRT car. Is it fair to say we think Herbeth are back in terms of their performance, their strategy, and they've had a bit better luck as well.
Well, when you have the big four all in the team together, which wasn't that common last year, there was often a renown missing or somebody else. There's a mix of I think Rob wasn't in the team. When you have the four guys who know each other inside out, who know the rules of this championship inside out, you can never count them out. They've finally had a bit of a rub of the green and played a blinder and completely deserved second. And if they had won, we wouldn't have been surprised.
No, true enough. True enough. All right, go and start practicing some names. Nick Tierman will be taking you through the podium here at the track and for the world stream. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we love it, isn't it? It's never over until it's over. There's always that element of jeopardy. Who could have foretold that this race would come down to literally the last 5-10 laps? I mean, it's phenomenal. And remember this day, because we're about to start off the story of WRT and BMW. And if you just look inside this garage there, you see that sea of people ready for that checkered flag. The place is going to erupt. They've got lots of guests, they've got lots of family members with them, as well as the team of drivers. They're all buried there in front of their screens. The mechanics making their way out onto the wall. This is quite a thing for WRT, as ever.
Vincent Voss and everyone else that make that team tick. Bruce was talking about the huge effort it takes. A slowing down run to the line for the number 7. Dries van Toor wants time to run out. He doesn't want to have to do another lap. GP Elite pulls over for the 2023 champions here at Dubai Autodrome, and WRT start off their BMW relationship with a win in the 24 hours. The Hankook 24 hours belongs again to WRT, but this time for the Bayern Motorwerks. Dries van Toor brings the car home. It's been a full team effort. The margin of victory with the penalties involved is just over 30 seconds, and that's as close as we can remember for quite some time. Third will be the second of the WRT teams, and that'll be Valentino Rossi. He'll finish just over a minute and 3/4 ahead of Earl Bamber, who's already gone through in 4th position for Grove Racing. They kept everybody ahead of them honest as well. One of the performances of the race surely had to be Haas RT, and particularly Fred Vervish, who made up 30 positions in 30 minutes.
Unbelievable drive
in the first green flag run after the start of the race. Let's have a word with the man who starts the relationship with BMW for WRT with a win in the first major international endurance competition of 2023. Vincent Voss is with Joe Bradley.
I think we've just witnessed the first chapter of what's going to be a very long story. WRT and BMW. Vincent, did you ever think you could win this 24 hours?
No, well, I mean, the challenge was big. I mean, we know how difficult this race can be. And, you know, at the end, you need a bit of luck. You need a great strategy from the guys. Faultless from the driver. I mean, it was a great race. You know, at the end, we are learning a lot. We did learn a lot this race about the car. And let's go to the next one. But I'm very happy.
The next one's only in a couple of weeks, isn't it? Off to Australia?
Yeah, the next one is off to Australia. Will be our first official race, I would say, for the BMW. And yeah, let's see what we can do there. But this was a great achievement.
And you've got quite a family atmosphere in the garage. Are you going to celebrate today?
Yeah, we will try to. We will try to. I mean, we are missing a bit of sleep, but we will find a way.
Congratulations, Vincent. Congratulations from everybody at RSL.
Vincent Voss told me overnight that this was preparation. I've got to tell you, that's not what the press release is going to say. It's going to say we've started a new era. Congratulations to AC Motorsport, Stefan Perrin and the rest of his team for the TCR win for Audi. By the way, that's the first BMW victory since 2011. It was Sherbert Racing who won then. And when you think about the big BMW teams, you think about those kind of names, and WRT are going to have the same sort of career with BMW, I'm sure. Joe Bradley down at WRT, first and third, of course, with the number 46 car.
Third for Sean Gallel. Sean, I mean, you know, did you ever dream that you guys are going to be on the podium?
No, I think you always have a chance, you know, with 46 behind you. Again, I think we were in similar positions 2 years ago in Le Mans. We were 5 minutes down and we finished second, 0.7 tenths off P1. So, P3, it's a nice feeling to be on the podium in Dubai. Team did a 1 and 3, so it's an amazing job after the spin, the possible damage we had, and the comeback was there. So I'm really happy with that. Everyone did a great job.
The team, there was no weak link, was there? All of your drivers were putting in similar lap times throughout the 24.
Yeah, every driver great. You know, from Vale to Maxime, Max, and even Tim. So we all did an amazing job. I think we deserve this. The other car did better as well, but anyways, it's a good result for the team.
Thanks, Sean. Congratulations.
The number 91, the two Renars and the rest of the Herbert Motorsport team in second position, but win the Pro-Am category. The margin of victory in the end at 31 seconds when penalties are taken into consideration. The two WRT cars rightly coming into pit lane and park firm here. And Vincent, thank you very much indeed for having two completely different liveries. It really helps when you have been up for far too long, actually. There was a 14-hour stint that I couldn't pull myself away from that race. Back to Joe Bradley with more celebrations. Where are you, Joe?
I've got the GT4 winners, literally all of them apart from Stewie Hall, but of course he's in the car. Let's start with Ben. Ben, congratulations. You guys were the fastest. No inter-team rivalry needed now.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, no, the pace was really good all race. And yeah, very happy to have won the race. In the end, we had a few hiccups in the night with punctures and technical problems in the car, but in the end, we held it together and won the race. So yeah, very happy.
Must be great to be able to, what you're going to do is step onto that first step of the podium with your family. Great to race with your brother and your dad, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing feeling to step on the top step of the podium with all of these guys, my dad, Jordan, Stu, and my brother. Yeah, we all did an amazing job. We were consistent. Like Benji said, there were a few hiccups, but we managed to get the job done.
You must be the proudest dad in the building.
For sure I am, yes. The first time I've been racing with the two guys together, trying to manage the rivalry as well. No, but a very special moment. So we now just need to get the mother into the car and then we're complete, no?
Yeah, that would be a good thing to see. Jordan, I bet you guys, you don't play Monopoly with this family, do you?
No, definitely not. But just a quick shout out to Rofco and to Dragon Racing. It is our home track. Leon, Jake, Brad, the whole crew have done an amazing job, and I think a big shout out to them to get a car around the clock for 24 hours without major fault. It's no mean feat. It's a tough race. It's a long night, and we persevered, and thanks to the guys. You're awesome.
Class winner, the Dubai 24 hours. Tick the box, guys. Well done.
What a way for young Ollie Gotha to start a very important season for him. FIA Formula 3 as he continues his quest to move up the single-seater ladder, but this is a 24 hours, this is a couple of days that he will not forget in a hurry, not just standing on the top step of the podium, but with his brother and his father. Stewie Hall and Jordan Groger are almost a part of that family's surrogate parts of the Gotha family. Great win for Stefan Perrin, Metzler, Bourne and De Jong in the Audi. Gets a big cheer from down at the far end. I think I'm right in saying that 3 of our winners overall and 2 class winners are all at pit out because the number 91 car was pitted down there as well. Good crowd. Thank you for coming to see us yesterday and today, and thank you for staying on. The podium ceremonies are coming. Do not move. Show your appreciation for our winners of the 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai. Joe Bradley is trying to grab some more of our winners, and if you're in Apex, the Apex Garden, make your way across underneath the podium at the moment. Confirmation of the GT results. WRT from Herbert from WRT, with Herbert winning the AM category, the Pro-Am category, excuse me. Grove Racing in the unluckiest spot, really, one off the podium. First time here for Earl Bamber as a driver, but a great drive from both of the Groves and Anton De Pasquale. In 5th position, Haas RT had to overcome a poor qualifying session when they didn't get out for one of the qualifying runs. They started 43rd, led the race a couple of times, and will finish at 5th. In 6th and 2nd in Pro-Am, it's Herbert Motorsport, the 92, the dark purple car with the all-US driving squad. Brilliant run from them. And from GP Elite, the Van Koik, along with Thierry Vermeulen and Lucas Groneveld. And Heart of Racing by SPS in the Mercedes for them. 8th position and 3rd in Pro-Am. To Adam Adelson's team, the 92, and of course to the other Herbert car. So Herbert 1 and 2 in Pro-Am. In AM, 9th position overall for CP Racing. We reckon that all but guarantees them the Middle East Championship. Phoenix Racing didn't get the clean run they wanted, but still finished 10th in the Audi. Then it's into the Porsches, the 992s, just outside the overall top 10. It was a race-long battle from the 962 and 961 of FAC Auto Tech. Finally, it was the 962 that prevailed by about 3 laps. Visium in the with their Ferrari were in 13th. Dual Racing, they race once a year with the Ramsey, Nabil and Sammy Moutron trio, aided and abetted by Phil Keane. Had a good chat with Phil at lunchtime today. He is loving that GT3 Cup car. They'll be 3rd in the 992 category. Winning in AM, Huber Motorsport with the 925. Ahead of Vili Motorsport by EB Motors. They didn't get the rub of the green. Here's a headline for you. QMMF, the Kuwait Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation, are 2nd in AM with the number 929. And Bob Herber and the rest of the NKPP by HRT Performance are 3rd in in 992 AM. Let's skip forward to more winners. The GT4 winners we've spoken to already. Dragon Racing by Rofco, and then the GTX winners with the KTM Crossbow Razzoon More Than Racing. In TCR, congratulations to Stefan Perrin for Ace C Motorsports, and in 31st position TCX was taken by the 718 Cayman team Zorg Rennsport. Behind the 30s and into the 40s, teams that had big problems, over 100 laps down, but their spirit of endurance was strong. Many of them coming back out, including the Vortex, to try and take the checkered flag. You don't have to do that, but they wanted to do that. And what a result in 35th position, 14th overall for the all Emirati lineup of Rabdan Motorsport in their 992 Cup car, crewed by Emiratis, and winning the Spirit of the Race award for their efforts. It wasn't the McLaren's day or the second of the QMMF cars. Santalock Junior team went in the middle of the night after damage to their Audi, and after that, including the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car, which lost oil pressure in the engine and had to be stopped out on the back straight. And TCE, it's AC Motorsport win from Wolf Power in 2nd, Team Zorg Rennsport in 3rd. And after that, it was more problems for Wolf Power, 700 miles with their Golf, and AC Motorsport in the 199. They did try and get back out again. Marvellous stuff on the circuit. Great to see so many of you here to help celebrate. The pit lane is filling up underneath the podium. Let's get down to Joe Bradley and to Nick Damon, who will sum up what we've seen in the last 24 hours here at the Dubai Autodrome. Valentino Rossi is a BMW driver, works BMW endurance driver, and he's on the podium for his first outing. It's not always going to be this easy, Valley, I promise you that. But when you've got Vincent Voss and WRT behind you, perhaps, just perhaps, it will be not that difficult either. Brilliant result. let's go down to pick up some of the atmosphere from down in the pit lane. Here's Joe and Nick. Joe? Well, not able to get to Nick at the moment. Final thoughts from you, Phil Anson, before we hand over for the formalities.
Well, Valo's got something he's probably never done before. He's got a camel ride coming up. Exactly, he's getting on the buggy now. What an epic race, John. It doesn't feel like 24 hours have passed with the amount of action that's been happening on track. Unbelievable. One of the best we've had. One of the best we've had for a long time.
One of the closest finishes. With it'll be 31 seconds when all is added together. The results that I've just gone through, of course, are all provisional, because the cars have got to go through tech. Thanks to our London team for getting the radio out to the world, and particularly to Bruce and Johnny and to Tim Gray and Rob Lomas. Thanks for all the hard work in getting the radio to the world. ...24 hours that will live long in the memory of everyone who took part, and those of you watching and listening further afield. We're back with the traditional camel walk with the winners in class. Got to say a special thank you to our two pit lane cameramen who split the whole of the 24 hours between them, Ron and Das Pit Machine, otherwise known as Seb. Without them, we could not have given you the close-ups. We could not have given you the atmosphere from the pit lane. And hauling a camera around a pit lane for 24 hours, or for 12 of the 24 hours, let me tell you, is an Herculean task. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. So the class winners, represented by one each of their drivers. Valentino, the top three represented by one each of their drivers. Valentino Rossi has ridden some interesting things down through the line time, that many of which have tried to throw him off and hurt him. He's normally got a hump behind him. He's sitting on one here as he comes down the pit lane in third position. Not sure he was expecting this. He's smiling. I've got to give him his due. And doing his best to enjoy the unique presentation ceremony that is the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. 30 seconds at the front of the field, the closest that we've certainly covered here on Radio Show Limited, and we think the closest in the 18 runnings of this particular event. And remember, it was a BMW E36 GTR that won the first 24-hour race here, with Dieter Quester, Hans-Joachim Stuck, Toto Wolff among the drivers. Are we seeing the dawn of a new era for BMW and for WRC? I would suggest yes, and you will be able to say that you were here or that you watched it. And this is a team that will be campaigning to win Le Mans, not this year but next year, with the prototype cars from BMW. And in 3 weeks' time, we'll be aiming to repeat this feat at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. We've got that covered for you as well on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, radio-show.co.uk, including some exclusive coverage from early in the week. It's Daytona in the next couple of weekends. No peace for endurance drivers. Max Martin's doing the triple, and so are we with our coverage. Class leaders are just being helped off the camels now. Nicely done, gentlemen. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon have seen it all bar 3 hours from the pit lane, and I've got to say, gentlemen, I think that was possibly the best race we've covered here. Your thoughts, please, as we wait for the formalities.
Well, I'll go back over. We'll go to the back of the grid to try and avoid the feedback grid. The podium. Joe, a fantastic race, and we're about to have a fantastic presentation. So you were there for the emotion at the end. What was it like?
It was fabulous, and you know, WRT are a team that's used to winning, but I think even they were surprised by that. You know, it's their first race with BMW. I tell you what, though, it's the Creventic family that the Herbert team, former champions, former race winners, had a terrible 2022. They've started off 2023 in a very big way, and were very much in contention for this race. And, you know, they just lost it by, what, 10 seconds or something? I haven't seen the official result, because I know there was penalties and what have you. What a great finish. Two fabulous teams, two very, very well drilled driver lineups there. You know, where's the weak point in any of those driver lineups in those first three cars? So you're going to have a very, very quality podium here, Nick.
And of course, in the TC field, a car we didn't mention because it was a metronome, the 188 AC Motorsport one, when all around them were having no end of issues.
Yeah, I mean, we've discussed why the TCR class has become a bit of a class of attrition. And, you know, there's a lot of question marks over the reasoning of that. And it's basically come down to the team that's gone round and round and stayed out of the pits the most, which is, again, the essence of endurance racing, isn't it? It's all about being out on the track.
Yeah, it's about doing the laps rather than just sitting in the garage. Someone's must turned up very loud, haven't they? In the other class, of course, we always think of the Herbert team as a family, but we actually had a real family affair winning in GT4.
Yeah, great. I mean, they had a bit of bad luck, didn't they, Dragon? And they lost the sister car, and so they were working with just one car. And we had an evolving track, if you know, which is probably a faint memory now, but back in the practice sessions and qualifying, because we had so many support races, the track, technically, the track was a bit tricky and a bit of a challenge. And when you drop from two cars to one, that's even more of a challenge. You're working with only data from one car. But hey, what a family affair, and what a fabulous thing. You know, it's the first time Roel Gotha has driven with his sons. and to be on the top step of a class podium to win the GT4 class is fabulous. I mean, Stewie Hall, he must be praised. He's like a proud father to those boys as well, isn't he? Because he's been their driver coach. And Jordan Groger, he's part of the Gorta family as well. And you know, I'm really, really delighted for those people in that Mercedes AMG GT4.
Big growth in the race this year was in the 992 class. That's been well, the podium's been locked out by stalwarts of this event, not always in the same class. Fak Alcotec, of course, won outright about 7 or 8 years ago, have taken first and second, and then sort of our personal favourite, it's the dual racing by Toro Verde, it's the Mutrons and Phil Keane rounding out the podium, but certainly those 992s are here to stay.
992s probably, you know, it's kind of like the LMP2 of GT racing, isn't it? It's always where you've got a quality field, you've got a race all the way through. We spoke there, whoever you spoke to in the 992 Porsche class, they were telling us this is a sprint. This is an absolute 10-10 sprint. It was one of the Mutrans that was telling us the middle of the race, I think it was Nabil. He said, we are producing the same lap times as we were qualifying with. Now, there's a little bit of track evolution there, but you've still got to drive it. And so, you know, for a 24-hour flat-out sprint, which is what this 992 class is all about, and to a point, so is the overall race. It's a flat-out sprint. It bodes very well for the next few years, and it certainly bodes very well for the rest of 2023.
And whilst we're going through the well-known Creventic winners, well, in GT3 AM, well, CP Racing. Who else was it going to be than CP Racing?
You know what? The people who we're going to see join you on the podium are the people who know how to go about these 24-hour races in the 24H series. They know how to use the code 60s. They know, it's like they know how to stay out of trouble. And it's the cars that you'll find that you're about to meet, the drivers who have stayed out of trouble and had perhaps less trouble than anyone else.
Well, I'm not sure how close we are to presentation time. Don't go anywhere. I may need you to fill some more. Let's just have a quick... yes. Oh, we're ready to go. Just on this microphone. Do you have the presenters' names for me? Just what you gave me on that. Okay, fine. It's wonders of WhatsApp is what we're doing now. Okay, so... Okay, everybody, it's time now for the presentations for the 18th Hankook 24 Hours Up Dubai 2023, and we will start with the overall result for the race. And in third position, it's the number 46 Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 of Timothy Whale, Valentino Rossi, Sean Gale, Max Hess, and Maxime Martin. In second place, the number 91 Herberth Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3R of Ralph Bond, Daniel Alleman, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer. But the winner of the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hour Dubai, it's the number 7 Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 of Mohamed Saad Al Saud, Diego Mancher, Jean-Baptiste Simina, Jens Klingman and Dries Van Tor. And now for the national anthem of the winning team. And to present the trophies, we have Faisal Al-Salhawi, the General Manager of the Dubai Autodrome, and Dominic Simon, the Head of Commercial Dubai Autodrome. First to our third place finishers, number 46 Team WRT of Timothy White, Valentino Rossi, Sean Galeo, Max Hess and Maxime Martin. And now to our second place finishers, Herbert Motorsport, Ralph Bond, Daniel Alleman, Robert Brunauer and Alfred Brunauer. And your overall winners, the number 7 Team WRT BMW M4 GT3 of Mohamed Saud Faud Al Saud, Diego Menchar, Jean-Baptiste Simoner, Jens Klingman and Dries van Tor. Gentlemen, if you could lift your trophies up high and join together on the top step for the photograph. Congratulations, thank you very much. The top 3 finishers overall. Oh, hang on, no, we've got the trophy, the presentation of the massive trophy. That's going in the hand luggage of one of the winning drivers. Actually, I think Dries is actually bigger than Dries, I think. So there's the trophy. So one of you takes that home for the year. Don't forget to polish it and bring it back next January. Thank you, gentlemen. Take the plaudits up, and we'll see you next time. Okay, now it's time for the presentation to the top 3 overall in the TCE Championship. In third place, the 227 Team Sorg Rennsport of Benito Targel, Christoph Krombach, Daniel Gregor and Patrick Gruter. In second place, the 117 Wolf Power Racing Audi of Marcus Menden, Marlon Menden, Rob Huff and Peter Pozovac. And the winner of the TCE race, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3 TCR, it's Stefan Perrin, Yannick Mettler, Miklas Born and Sam de Jonge. And now, the national anthem of the winning team. it's certainly a good day to be Belgian, isn't it? Both classes won by Belgian teams. And to present the trophies, once again, it's Faisal Al-Salawi, the General Manager of the Dubai Autodrome, and Dominic Simon, Head of Commercial here at the Autodrome. To our third place finishers, 227 Team Sorg Rennsport. And our second place finishers, the 117 Wolf Power Racing Team. And your winners, the 188 AC Motorsport Team. If you could all hold your trophies up high and gather on the top step for the team photograph. Thank you very much. Take the adulation of the crowd and congratulations on your great performance in the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. And now we begin our presentation for the classes within the 24 Hour of Dubai 2023. And we start with the GT3 Pro-Am class. We'll let AC Motorsport get some more selfies. You're looking good, Stefan, looking good. So in third place in GT3 Pro-Am, it's the 27 Heart of Racing by SBS Mercedes-AMG of Ian James, Gray Newell, Roman DeAngelis and Ross Gunn. In second place, it's the 92 Herberth Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 of Jason Hart, Elliot Skier, Adam Adelson and Seth Lucas. And your winners of GT3 Pro-Am, it's the number 91 Herberth Motorsport team with their Porsche 911 GT3R, Ralph Bonn, Daniel Alleman, Robert Renauer and Alfred Renauer. So to present the trophies for third place, it's Julio Rizzo from Hankook and Gary Williams from Creventic, who will now on be known as Julio and Gary, because they'll be doing this a lot. First of all, third place finishers, the 27 Heart of Racing team. Congratulations to your third place. Hard fought in a very busy class. And the second place finishers, the 92 Herberth team, the American team, as we like to call it. And our winners of GT3 Pro-Am, it's Herberth number 91 with their Porsche. So again, a multitudinous of trophies victoriously won by the Herberth team and a second place as well. Thank you, gentlemen. If you could all scrunch up together on the top step for the joint happy photograph for GP3 Pro-Am. Fantastic. Congratulations to you all. Wave your trophies high to the photographers and take some selfies. Thank you, gentlemen.
Now Faisal and Dominic will do the trophies.
Okay, so next up will be, just at Heart of Racing get on with some excellent photography. So next up is the GT3 ceremony, and in third place, it's number 76, Team 7T6. I see what you did there. McLaren 720S, it's James Collingham, Andrew Gilbert, Fran Rader, and Matthias Weibo. In second place, the number 48, Salasin by Cox Racing, which is Nico Pronk, Stephanie Cox, Dennis Rotera, Peter Cox, and Tom Boonen. And your winners of GT3 it's the number 85 CP Racing Mercedes of Charles Putnam, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, Shane Lewis, and Phil Quaife. And once again, it's Giulio and Gary on trophy duty. First of all, to the 76 McLaren team, which is taking the plaudits. So the 76 team in third. In second place, Salasin by Cox Racing. And your GT3 winners, it's CP Racing, the number 85. Here they come with their Mercedes for victory. Charles Putnam takes the trophy for the team, though there will be one each, obviously. But he just got the first one. Congratulations to you all. If you can move in together for a kind of a combined top three podium linked up picture type thing. Yeah. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shane, as ever, the shy retiring flower. Oh, no, you could. Oh, the Coxes have got a plane to catch, I think. They're off to DXB straight away. Good stuff, guys. Thank you very much. And those were the top three from the GT division. Next up, we have the GTX division. That's for special GT cars. And in third place is the 702 Vortex V8 of Philippe Fetoret, Lucas Sugliano, Nicolas Nob, and Miguel Moyola. In second place, the 701 Vortex V8 of Philippe Bonnel, Philippe Grau, Lionel Amarouche, and Tom Pieri. And the winners of GTX is the 714 Razzoon More Than Racing KTM Crossbow. It's Daniel Drexel, Leo Pischer, Christopher Rosenberger, Bob Bow, and Ernest Kirschmeyer. And it is going to be Faisal Al-Salawi, General Manager, Dubai Autodrome, and Dominic Seaman, the head of the Dubai Autodrome, presenting these ones. So it's the Faisal and Dominic's show. First of all, to our third place finisher, the 702 Vortex V8. Unfortunately, their race ended in a conflagration. And in second place, the 701 Vortex V8. 51st race, we think, within the Creventic family for Lino Amarouche this week. And the overall GTX winners with a KTM crossbow, Razzoon More Than Racing. Many congratulations to our winners. One more trophy for the winner. We can have you gathered together, gentlemen. And then the long distance photographs across the other side. Well done. Thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. Congratulations on your podium performances today. Now for the second biggest class in the field, that's the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. And in third place, the 995 dual racing by Toro Verde team of Ramzi Moutron, Nabil Moutron, Sami Moutron, and Phil Keane. In second place, the 961 Fach Autotech Porsche of Peter Heglin, Jan Berg, Christoph Langer, Alexander Fach, and Christopher Zochling. And the winners of the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup here at the 18th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai is the 962 Fach Autotech Porsche of Alexander Schwarzer, Gabriel Redonde, Larry Ten Voord, Matthias Hofstadter, and Hub van Eyjo. And to present the trophies, why, it's Julio and Geddy. First of all, to our third place finishers, the dual racing by Toro Verde team, Moutron, and Keane. Second place, the 961 Fach Autotech team. And your 962 winners, the 992 winners, which is the 962, get it right some way, the Fach Autotech team who have taken the victory in the 992 class. Congratulations, gentlemen. If you can gather together for the group photograph. It's gathering together. There we are. Moutrons assemble. And now for the people on the other side. Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed, and congratulations on your podium performance. Selfie time. Next up will be the AM class of the 992 event. So the 992 AM in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup for 992 cars. And in third place, it's the car number 928, the NKPP by HRT Performance of High Specim, Harry Hilders, Bob Herber, and Mark van der Aar. In second place, it's the 929 QMMF by HRT, Thiraya Qatar of Abdul Ali Al Khalifi, Jinim Al Madid, Ibrahim Al Abdul Agini, and Julian Hanses. And your winner of the 992 AM class, it's car number 925, the Huber Motorsport Porsche of Stefan Aust, Hans Wehrmann, Klaus Rader Stefan, and Georg Nico Menzel. And to present the trophies, it's Team A, Dominic and Faisal. First to our third place finishers, who are NKPP by HRT Performance. And to our second place finishers, that's the 929 QMMF by HRT Thiraya Qatar team. Excellent performance by the racers. And your winners, the 925 of Huber Motorsport. Thank you, gentlemen. If you can gather together for the team squashed up photo. All smooshed together. Go on, smooshing across. Well, there's no problem having Heath at the back. He's tall enough. Thank you very much. And now spread back out again for photographers over there. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks, Heis. Larry, good to see you. See all the rest of the race. Heis and Gary, who are the two guys walking off with the red tops, have probably done, as a team, more Creventic races than any other. Okay, the next presentation will be for the GT4 competition, the GT4 homologated cars. And in third place, I'll just let Gary and he's clear the doorway. In third place, it's the 429 Century Motorsport team of Michael Johnston, Christopher Salkeld, Lewis Plato, and Carl Cavers. In second place, it's the 438 Simpson Sport BMW M4 GT4 of James Kell, Cameron McLeod, Keith Kasuki, David Holloway, and Vasily Vatkin. But the winner of GT4 is the 408 Rothko with Dragon Racing Mercedes AMG of Roel Goethe, Oliver Goethe, Benjamin Goethe, Stuart Hall, and Jordan Grover. And to present the trophies, it's Geddy and Julio. First of all, to our third place finishers, Century Motorsport. And to our second place finishers, Simpson Motorsport. And to our winners, the 408 Rothko with Dragon Racing Team. You could gather together for the team photographs. So you all get together. Come in a bit more, bit more. Thank you. And if you can now look down to the cameramen over there on the pit wall. And congratulations to the top three in GT4. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, we do them, but separate.
Okay, so down to our penultimate podium, and it is for the TCR cars, the TCR certified cars. Just let the previous podium clear. Running a tight ship here. In third place in TCR, it's the 121 Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 LMS of Jasmin Preissegg, Ivars Valers, Kalle Bergman, and Andres Hoffler. In second place, it's the 117 Wolf Power Racing Audi RS3 LMS TCR of Marcus Menden, Marlon Menden, Rob Huff, and Peter Pozovac. And your winner in TCR, it's the 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS of Stefan Paran, Yannick Mettler, Miklas Born, and Sam de Jonge. And to present the trophies, it'll be Dominic and Faisal. To our third place finisher, 121 Wolf Power Racing and their Audi. Great effort. That car was very recalcitrant today, so well done for getting to the end. And to our second place finishers, the 117 Wolf Power Racing Audi. And finally, to our winners, who are AC Motorsport with a number 188 Audi RS3. Congratulations to you all, ladies and gentlemen. If you can come together for the group photograph, just shuffle up a bit closer, pretend you like each other. Great stuff, thank you. And now for the other people. So congratulations on your trophy, Ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for our final presentation. And that is for the TCX Special Touring Cars and Silhouette Cars. Just one entry here, and that is therefore the winner. It's the 227 Team Sorg Rennsport of Benito Targel, Christoph Kronbach, Daniel Greger, and Patrick Gruter. Congratulations, all four of our presenters. It's Faisal, it's Dominic, it's Gary, it's Julio. This is going to be a fantastic presentation. Great stuff. Thank you to our presenters of the trophies. Congratulations to the 227 Team Sorg Rennsport team. Let's get some photographs for you. And more trophies. There's non-stop trophies here. Double trophy. Not sure what they were for. But congratulations on your extra trophies. Thank you very much. So that concludes the presentations for the 18th Hankook 24 Hour of Dubai. I hope you all enjoy what was a superb 24-hour race, and you haven't got very long to wait for the next Creventic action, because it's next Friday and Saturday from Abu Dhabi, where we have the qualifying and testing on Friday, qualifying the race on Saturday for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours. Hopefully we'll see you all there.